An ordinary city librarian, Charles, was unable to save his books and died. But the universe decreed otherwise, and the rebirth took place. The young man looked at his hands and could not believe that he was alive. An unknown world with new heroes and energies. Myths about the horned dragon and his blood greeted the young man cautiously. The unknown fields of the world, fighting signs and skills occupied the attention of the main character. Transformation was the most valuable gift from the planet to the deceased teacher, who gave his life to save the book collection of the educational library. Charles was given a second chance, which he was not ready for, and simply started drinking. He did not remember parts of his current life, and this worried him a lot. In the new world, the young man moved to the rank of an unsuccessful teacher, the last in the ranking of university graduates. The young man was studying the situation, walking around the town, trying to remember or understand individual episodes, when he unexpectedly ran into his former classmates, the best graduates Michael and his former girlfriend Mary. The main character was drawn to the library building, but the keeper Ron, for some unknown reason, did not want to let him inside. Charles had the impression that in his new life he had more enemies and haters than in his previous one, and he could not confirm his status as a mentor, since all the students were taken by his classmates. The young man decided to completely change his second life so that everyone would recognize and respect him. The decision abruptly changed the young teacher's shell. Suddenly he found himself in a huge space, surrounded on all sides by cabinets and shelves, completely filled with thick volumes. One of the books flew past and fell into the hands of the surprised young man, suddenly lighting up his mind with fresh ideas and sending him on a search for disciples. Charles encountered the young, pink-haired beauty Sandra, puzzling the girl with information about her leg injury, which prevents her from winning, then the spearman Alan, suffering from his heroine's unrequited feelings. Blonde Alex became an unexpected gift from his competitor and enemy Jacques. The clash of two personalities led to the proud and wayward Princess Monica becoming his student. 4 young men, each choosing a teacher for their lives, never expected that it would be Charles, unknown and disrespected by everyone, who would be given their signatures. The new mentor pointed out to each of the future successors the main flaw that kills success and the will to win, which helped Alan calm down and look at his feelings from the outside. The students promised to listen to the teacher unconditionally. Charles knew that by recruiting students, he would turn many people against him, including Michael, a rival from his student days. The enemies also included the uncle of the beautiful Monica, who was ready to do anything for the happiness of his ward. Sandra's brother was also outraged when he learned that his sister had gone to study with a loser tutor. Charles had to prove he was right by force. Each of the new pupils' relatives received their share of blows. The young man's former classmates also got it. The morning came. The old but spacious teacher's house with a classroom was waiting for the first students. Long-haired Monica had no intention of changing the teacher she had chosen long ago, but the incomprehensible abilities of the unsuccessful teacher intrigued her. The girl agreed to be a student in order to find out the secret. The princess tried to find out the teacher's name, but he insisted on registering for the class. The teacher began to think of sonorous initials, but nothing came to mind, and he enthusiastically pronounced his own. The beauty freed herself from the mentor's grasp and went to gather information. Monica didn't learn anything new and was upset, and the young teacher tormented himself with thoughts about where else he could find students. The classroom was completely unkempt and empty. The feeling of dissatisfaction oppressed the teacher. Students were still needed to renew the registration license. The situation was becoming more complicated, and Charles decided to treat his problems with alcohol. So, if you look at everything one by one, then Sandra's appearance brought the main character back to reality. The girl wanted to change her mind and leave. The teacher gave a whole lecture on the topic of choosing a teacher. The mentor tried to convince the lady that he was a smart and experienced teacher, and that talk about his incompetence was just gossip from envious people. The young man was firm and unwavering. He said that only together could he and his student achieve victory. The pink-haired beauty was scared. To defuse the situation, Charles offered the girl to demonstrate her skills, and she happily agreed. The polished techniques, beautiful execution, and quick reaction were superb. The teacher looked at his charge, fascinated. Sandra performed the technical moves and froze. The girl eagerly awaited her senior comrade's assessment. The teacher appreciated the training and noted the beauty's talent. The student was disappointed because her mentor did not notice the leg injury that prevented her from moving fully. Charles was upset. He did not understand how he had missed such an important fact, and tried to smooth over the situation. Sandra became interested in who and what could help her. The young teacher instilled hope in the girl, and this is one of the main conditions for victory. The beauty's eyes sparkled and she smiled. The main character convinced the future student that there were very few teachers who could help her, and he was one of them. Charles said he was currently recruiting a small group of students and classes would begin soon. The plan worked, and the girl asked to register her for the course. The guy immediately took out the license plate. The contract was signed. Charles now had his first official student on his list. The young teacher reminded that classes would begin in the coming days. The happy girl ran to share the information with her relatives. The teacher was also happy about his small victory. The mentor was inspired by the fact that the license would now be retained and the provided housing and work premises would remain his. Charles made plans to fully engage in the learning process so that he would not be ashamed of his teacher. A whirlpool of air caught the young man, tearing him away from his serious thoughts. The next second, the teacher was sitting at the huge gates of the library. It was the very library of the heavenly path that the guy had been constantly dreaming about lately. Fascinated and drawn him to it. An innumerable number of book volumes surrounded the former librarian. Charles decided to take the brochure. The young man walked over to the nearest shelf with 100 bright, thick volumes and reached for the tome. A hand suddenly passed through a row of books. The luxurious floating library was missing the most important thing: books. Returning to reality, the young man walked home and wondered if there could be any use for a heavenly repository of non-existent tomes. The new information tired Charles and he went to have a snack. It was not possible to reach the canteen calmly. Another former classmate, now a teacher with a high rating, Jacques, was on his way to meet. The colleague and a group of his newly recruited students greeted the loser with laughter and mockery. A classmate told the younger generation about his friend's 0 rating and had a great time. The students were surprised by the teacher's low grade on the final exam. Charles gave a verbal rebuff and advised his colleague not to brag. Jacques was furious. He did not expect such pressure in front of his charges. The squabble between the young teachers took place in a circle of new students, who listened attentively to the words of the older generation. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out in defense of the unsuccessful teacher. Sandra walked into the crowd, followed by her elderly relative who was barely keeping up with her. The man tried to persuade the girl to change her mentor and refused to study in the loser's class. Jacques took advantage of the situation, laughing that the girl was going to leave her master before she even started studying. Charles intervened in a dispute between a young student and a relative, asking whether her desire to leave the class was correct. Sandra didn't want to offend the new teacher and didn't know what to answer. The young man decided to blackmail, explaining to his relative that if he refused to study, none of the teachers would want to take the girl. The main character was afraid of missing his only chance and tried to persuade the couple to change their minds. The malicious Jacques intervened in the conversation, declaring that he would be happy to take the girl to study with him. The young men had a quarrel and decided to hold an open competition among themselves to attract students. Jacques was confident in his abilities. Charles had no choice but to agree, so as not to lose his only ward. Students and teachers gathered in the schoolyard to watch the rare spectacle. According to the university rules, teachers had to exchange students and, after the test, show them the shortest path to progress. A little nervously, Sandra was the first to show her skills. The girl's blow was powerful enough to show the strength examiner on the screen, but the execution was lacking. Jacques assessed the student's strength and endurance and suggested the presence of an old leg injury, which was preventing her from improving her results. Charles was shocked. He did not understand how his opponent had easily completed the task. Having secluded himself with the pink-haired beauty, the new teacher gave her some tactical advice. The students watched in amazement as the girl's strike results doubled. A blonde guy named Alex, Jacques' student, approached the former librarian. The young mentor stopped the competition. He was trying to stall for time. The opponent and his protégé stood in bewilderment. Charles decided to clarify his benefit from this dispute, since the option of reward in case of his victory had not been discussed in advance. The enemy stood in bewilderment and confusion. He did not even consider the thought of losing. Confident Jacques easily agreed to hand over his student, who tried to resist. The answer satisfied Charles, and the competition continued. The blonde was inimitable. His movements and blows were precise and fast. The blow to the testing stone was swift. The unsuccessful teacher was confused. He did not know what to say and how to evaluate the student, realizing that his 0 rating was absolutely justified. Gradually, everything calmed down in Charles's mind, and the heavenly library floated before his eyes. One of the flying books landed right into the teacher's hands. The student's name was engraved on the cover. The main character instantly mastered the flow of information. Now he knew everything about his ward. The book fully described all the strengths and weaknesses of its hero. Charles replayed Alex's punch in his head again. The teacher understood the meaning and purpose of the Heavenly Library, which assessed a person and wrote down a detailed description with recommendations for eliminating existing flaws and problems. Only now did the former librarian appreciate what a gift life had given him. Charles was prevented from telling about his shortcomings by the laughter of his competitor, who could not believe in a loser. The other students supported their teacher with loud laughter. The young man refused to participate in the competition if they would not listen to him. The young man said that in that case, the result of the dispute would be canceled. Shouts of support from the crowd diffused the situation. Charles suggested that the young man work with his left hand. Alex was the most surprised by the advice. Jacques smiled, celebrating the upcoming victory. The pupil gathered his strength and performed the strike. The control screen went dark, then showed a stunning result, exceeding the previous one by tens of times. The blonde's teacher looked at the numbers in complete amazement. All the spectators stood with the same look. They were very surprised. The student did not expect such power from his left hand. He had never used his left hand in combat. The competition ended with the librarian winning. Charles pulled out a second registration badge. For registration, blood from the future pupil was needed. Alex couldn't believe that he was simply given to someone else, because he had spent a long time choosing his mentor and preparing for his studies. The crowd began to disperse to their own affairs. Jacques grumbled and threatened to take revenge on his colleague. The agreement on the student's transfer to another class was ready for execution. The blonde had no choice but to confirm what had happened. Registration completed successfully. The entire university courtyard discussed the results of the competition. From class to class, from group to group, the rumors about the phenomenal abilities of the unsuccessful teacher spread. The beautiful Monica, who was sitting on the bench, was interested in the result of the fight. Deciding that it was just luck, the young student decided to conduct an investigation herself. Everyone around was talking about Alex's new strength figures. The princess decided to personally visit the teacher and find out how he managed to achieve such results and give her advice on how to improve her performance as well. Charles enjoyed the opening of the school and did not expect any guests. Monica behaved irritably and impudently from the doorway, which the librarian did not like at all. The teacher refused to listen to the girl and give recommendations. The mentor immediately didn't like the beauty's rudeness. The refusal enraged the girl even more. In exchange for information, Charles offered a place in his class, causing Monica to think. Two friends, who overheard the entire conversation from the street, were extremely surprised. The girls raced to tell Monica's relatives that she was planning to change teachers. The librarian pretended that he wasn't going to persuade the beauty if she didn't want to enroll in his class. The princess was completely enraged by the behavior of the new teacher, but she did not show it. The clash of the two elements continued. Charles continued to test the girl's patience. He offered to completely clean the school premises in exchange for registration. Monica had no choice but to agree. The mentor quietly celebrated his victory over the seething character of his new pupil. The girl took on the difficult task, as there was a lot of dust and dirt everywhere. A fire was boiling in the beauty's soul, and she promised to take revenge on the teacher. After a few hours, everything in the house was sparkling, everything was clean and tidy. Charles was pleased and offered to sign the registration. The girl already dreamed of quickly becoming strong and destroying the self-confident teacher. The mentor invited Monica to show her skills. The girl happily responded to the request. The young man carefully studied the tactics of his new ward. The flow of the heavenly path has captured its master again. Charles stood in the middle of the library room and waited. The book with Monica's name was ready. The brochure described positive and negative traits, fighting style, and mistakes. The mentor studied the volume from beginning to end. Finally, the teacher came across the necessary information, revealing the girl's characteristics. While awaiting sentencing, the princess practiced her punches on the screen. The teacher praised the girl, saying that her strength was worthy of a lord's daughter. Monica asked to point out her shortcomings, hiding behind her back a crystal that records information. The girl hoped to use the magical recording against the teacher. The teacher's answer was stunning. The beauty couldn't believe it. According to the librarian, the lord's daughter was ill, which she categorically denied. The conversation dragged on, everyone insisting on their own. Monica insisted that she was perfectly fine. Charles reminded the student of the pain points that must often bother her. The teacher kept silent about the girl's less than angelic character and constant irritability. What was said shocked the student. Her teacher turned out to be right. The mentor was jubilant. He managed to tame Monica's tough temper. The pupil became thoughtful and asked if there was a solution to her problem. The teacher's experience grew in the girl's eyes instantly. She began to believe everything that was said and promised to come to classes. During the lessons, the mentor promised to teach her how to cope with her shortcomings. The information received was not for wide distribution, and the librarian reminded about the recording of the conversation. Monica was surprised by the teacher's knowledge. She did not want to reveal her secret and broke the crystal. The girl began to trust her mentor more and more. The teacher went to training, reminding the student once again about attending classes. Suddenly, an angry man appeared in the distance. It turned out to be Monica's uncle, who was extremely unhappy with the change of teacher and was eager to sort things out. The beauty was surprised by the sudden appearance of her relative and his mood. The uncle tried to convince the young man to exclude the girl from the lists, threatening to get the teacher fired. Monica's words discouraged him. She admitted that she had chosen the new teacher herself. The Lord's daughter insisted on her choice. The family quarrel was escalating. No one wanted to give in. The girl's relative was furious. The man did not calm down. He ordered his ward to be released and threatened to kill the teacher. Monica tried her best to calm her angry uncle. The girl took her relative by the hand and led him home. She had already begun to fear for her mentor, knowing the character of her relatives. The young man didn't understand anything. He was simply recruiting students. Where did such hatred from those around him come from? At this time, two of the teenager's friends were walking past the fence of Charles's school, talking loudly. The guy with the spear was clearly upset. He was denied enrollment in a class and had to wait for the next intake. The interlocutor tried to calm him down. The boys perked up when they saw the school sign. The friends looked into the yard and went into the classroom. The furnishings seemed very old to them. There was a teacher sitting at a large table at the end of the room. A friend asked to admit a boy to school on behalf of his shy, gun-toting comrade. Charles was very happy, and the young man had no choice. The other mentors had already completed the recruitment of students. The guy with the spear was named Alan, and he really looked upset. The teacher asked the young man to show his skills, and the boy hit the examiner's screen with all his might. After demonstrating the techniques, Alan waited for his mentor's recommendations. The boy was surprised that the teacher was thoughtful. It seemed as if he was not watching his actions at all. The spearman became even more upset. He thought that no one needed him and the year was wasted. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the teacher's voice, revealing the secret of the young man's condition. Alan was surprised. He hid his personal problem from everyone. Even his best friend didn't know about it. The librarian said that he needed to think more about the future and not live in the present day, which the boy was stuck in. The mentor pointed out that the blow would be much stronger if the young man was more focused and attentive. The fact that Alan was in love was revealed, and the unrequited feeling was the cause of his depression. Charles said that emotional state plays a key role in life and influences success. The instructions were short but very useful for both friends. The teacher explained that almost everything in life depends on the young man himself, and only he can change the situation. The teacher reminded the boy of the phrase of the mentor of all times from the Book of Wisdom, instilling confidence in him. The young man's consciousness cleared up and he began to think. Now Charles only had to look at the results of the recommendations, and he directed Alan to the screen to consolidate the success. The boy was mentally prepared for a new challenge. The force of the blow was impressive, and both boys were completely confused. The boys did not expect such a result. The friend couldn't believe his eyes. Alan improved his performance more than twice. The young man thanked the mentor for the recommendation and asked to enroll in his class. My partner was secretly worried that he himself had not gotten into this school. The teacher's name confused the boys. They had already heard about his rating at the university. The laughing mentor confirmed their terrible guess. The boys didn't know what to do. They didn't understand how a person with such low grades could be so wise. Charles told them the reason for his achievements, explaining that the heavenly library was guiding him on the right path. In gratitude for this advice, Alan signed up for the classes and promised to come to school in the morning. The friends went home to share their news. The main character was jubilant. He already had 4 students. The registration tokens ran out, and the young man went to the administrative building for additional signs. The teacher wondered why he only got 4 cards. Apparently, those around him did not expect great results from him. The librarian was approached by his first teacher, who currently held the position of head of the logistics department and responsible registrar of the institution. The man was accompanied by Charles's former classmates. The sight of the approaching company did not please the young man. They had humiliated him back in school, and judging by their mood, they were ready to continue their old entertainment. The protagonist tried to calmly explain the reason for his appearance in the administrative building, asking for new tokens. The information about the recruitment of 4 students made those around him laugh a lot. No one believed Charles' words. The young man suggested checking the database and making sure he was right. The former student and the head of the department argued over who would be right. Charles suggested that the loser receive 3 slaps as punishment. The administrator was very pleased with the option and happily agreed, anticipating the upcoming entertainment. The former classmates were happy to add a few more blows. The register of registered students lay on the counter, and the young people began to study the document. With each page turned, the boys' surprise grew. In the young mentor's registration book, there really were 4 students. The first teacher personally rechecked the notes and turned purple with indignation. As he read the students' details, the chief registrar's complexion grew darker and darker, the names impressing with their high status. The head of the department did not believe that the children themselves came to the loser's school. He accused his former student of deception. Charles was unperturbed. He knew that everything was fair. The agreement that the loser would receive a slap was forgotten, and the 4 enemies threatened to beat up the young man. The long-legged, handsome man, who considered himself a genius and was very proud of himself, was especially indignant. The administrator sent the guys to deal with the loser in his place. It didn't take more than a few seconds before one was already lying on the floor in a pool of blood. None of the vile attackers understood how this happened. The protagonist was ready to repel the next blow. The remaining 3, forgetting about honor, rushed into battle. It took the librarian a moment to mentally focus on each of the offenders. Magic manuscripts revealed the secret weaknesses of enemies. The knowledge gained was useful, and the opponents fell one after another. With one blow, right on target, Charles took out the attackers. The former mentor, who did not believe in his protege, was especially hard hit. The offenders, who had received what they deserved, had difficulty getting up from the floor. Charles explained that to defeat an enemy, strength is not enough. Knowledge is needed. The young man said that everyone has special life points on their body, touching which can even kill a person. The enemies did not understand what had happened to them and how a weak classmate was able to defeat them, deciding that it was just luck, so they again began to threaten violence. The head of the department threatened to fire him because the young teacher attacked and beat up an official in the university building. Charles had to use the additional secret knowledge he had gained in the Heavenly Library and reminded the administrator that he had stolen jewelry from a high-ranking person and given it to another. A librarian accused a former classmate of poisoning his brother in order to take over his business. Now everyone present in the room was truly shocked. The enemies crawled to the young man on their knees, asking for mercy and silence. The main character warned that he did not want to sort out the past, but if they interfered with him, he would definitely pass the information on to higher authorities. The head of the department personally gave the young mentor a whole box of registration tokens. Satisfied, Charles went to his school. The young man mentally thanked the library of the Heavenly Path, which once again saved his honor and life. Passing by the pond, the mentor saw that on the shore, a fat man was slowly moving towards the water, intending to die. 2 friends tried to dissuade him and pulled him away from the edge. The forces were unequal. The overweight teenager dragged his friends into the water. They could not cope with him. One of the friends grabbed hold of the other, and the chain moved confidently straight into the lake. The teacher did not want to interfere, but it was necessary to urgently rescue the rescuers. Now the fat man grabbed the mentor's leg and tried to continue his way to the water. He was upset and did not want to live. The delighted assistants raced to get away from their friend. Charles inquired about the reason for the boy's inappropriate behavior and learned that he had attended 10 schools and all the teachers had refused to register the boy. A conversation with an unknown mentor distracted the poor fellow from his stupid thoughts. The teacher suggested showing his skills and abilities. John, as the fat man was called, happily agreed. The guy's special feature was his stamina and endurance. He did not feel pain and had great strength, so he could boldly break bricks on his head and body. Charles froze again, the familiar carousel of movements already beginning to spin in his head. "Hello, library," thought the teacher and began to wait for the treasured volume. The information from the book surprised the master. The young teacher learned that on the planet everyone is born in a certain state. There are several classes of fighters and blood characteristics. The strength, skills, and abilities of the hero depend on this. Every fighter is born with certain skills. The magic crystal fighter is cold and calm as ice. The firefighter possesses the power of his element, is strong and fearless. The Chi fighter is universal and has enormous energy, making them virtually invincible. In addition to the fighter's status, the fluid that flows through a person's vessels plays a big role. The blood can be ancient or new. This is one level. Of particular importance are hereditary and variable blood. This is the next step. The most powerful, invincible, and weapon-resistant blood type is a special type of ancient blood called the blood of the horned dragon, one of the best in terms of protection, and it was this blood that flowed through John's body. The teacher's eyes were shining with joy. Such a student is definitely needed on the team. The teacher suggested that the boy enroll in classes at the school. John couldn't believe his luck. It was necessary to draw up an agreement for registering a new student. The young man did not believe that he would study too. Charles's conversation with the student was interrupted by a phrase from a former classmate, now a successful teacher, Michael, walking along the alley along the shore with a young teacher, Mary, a former girlfriend of the librarian, and calling the couple standing there a dump with garbage. The girl looked closely at her old acquaintance. Charles and John were offended by this comparison. In the presence of a beautiful girl, the teacher behaved very demonstratively and rudely, trying to make a good impression on his companion. Charles did not remain in debt and parried his colleague's attack, saying that the unpleasant smell appeared only when new arrivals arrived. Michael was angry. He did not expect such a rebuff from the loser, and his companion appreciated the successful joke of her friend. The fight did not take place. The opponents resorted to verbal altercation. John heard a lot of unpleasant things about himself, although he had done nothing bad to Michael, and learned that he had ended up in the class of the most unlucky teacher. Charles was protective of his new student and his status. The arrogant teacher suggested that the girl quickly leave the interlocutors so as not to ruin her reputation, which the lady did not like at all. Mary approached her former friend, smiled, and tried to support him, saying that she believed in his success. He just needed to not give up and work constantly. The young man thanked him for the advice and said that his new student was simply underestimated. In fact, he was a real fighter. Michael tried to object, but the young teacher wanted to continue the walk without her annoying companion, which greatly upset him. Left without a witness, both mentors began to sort things out. John took advantage of the situation and tried to escape from the loser teacher before he could register. The escape failed. Charles reminded the teenager where the school was and that classes would start the next day. The mentor has completed the process of registering a new student. The student hoped that if he missed classes, he would be expelled, to which the new teacher politely promised to drown him in the very pond with frogs, where the young man had so recently been heading. Only in the evening did the main character get home. Charles promised himself that he would become the best mentor for his students, but he doubted his own strength and experience. Classes will start the next day, and the teacher decided to systematize and repeat his knowledge. One of the teachings was the principle of 9 paths, which everyone studied and applied in training from childhood to old age. The protagonist's rank was low and remained at level 3 after his final exams, unlike the other teachers, which made him think about getting promoted. Charles decided to take advantage of the free evening and went to the main university temple of knowledge. The young mentor decided to combine the knowledge of 2 libraries, including the heavenly one. Ron, the library's keeper, sat on the threshold. The elder was very displeased with the visit of the late guest. The young teacher asked to be allowed to study books on martial arts. The university library was very large and contained hundreds of thousands of volumes. Charles found the right section and began leafing through the brochures one by one. The heavenly repository appeared in his head again. The new tome revealed a huge number of shortcomings of the most important combat skill. The young man was puzzled. The teacher looked through ancient manuscripts and modern theories. Charles tried to find a system that would help him correct the shortcomings of the teachings and help him choose the best ones. The bookshelves stood in dense, endless rows. The librarian could read an entire volume with one glance, identifying the most important points. The mountains of studied material grew with every minute. Time flew by unnoticed. The tired but pleased with himself young man left the building. The keeper was dissatisfied and surprised. He did not understand what the young man was doing in the library for so long if he only moved books and did not make any notes. It was deep night when the teacher reached his workplace. The teacher tried to understand how the heavenly path could be used to change the system and fix the problems. The mentor was again transported to the ghostly book depository. The volumes studied by the young man flew in a circle, creating a single carousel. A large brochure fell into the boy's hands. Charles was amazed. All the information received that evening was systematized in a certain order, indicating shortcomings and describing recommendations for improvement. The book was a completely new teaching. previously unknown to anyone. The young man decided to call the new style the Heavenly Path, and this name immediately appeared on the cover. The next step was to understand the meaning and provisions of the concept. It seemed as if knowledge itself penetrated deep into the body. The mentor focused completely on the theory and felt himself beginning to transform. Charles felt that his level of knowledge and protection, that is, his rank, had jumped from an average third to a high fifth. The young man tried to understand how perestroika happened. The young teacher realized that all the books he had studied in the evening, which were part of the generally accepted system, were concentrated into one, combining the best and correcting the shortcomings. The rules of life were such that in the existing teaching there were 3 levels of qi energy, each including 5 levels and 4 sublevels. Charles realized that he had reached the highest level. It was necessary to check his guesses, and the teacher went to the power screen. The examination stone was ready to take the test. Gathering his energy, the young man made a throw. The force of the blow was extremely powerful. Not believing the result, the librarian doubted the equipment was working properly. Charles was a little scared by his new possibilities. The young man stood near the screen and noticed a shadow flashing in the darkness. The teacher went around the corner of his house and hid. The masked stranger held a dagger in his hands and crept up to the entrance of the building. Hearing sounds behind him, the man looked back. Charles realized that he had been noticed and that the fighter had come to sort things out with the owner of the house, that is, with him, and decided to play along, also calling himself the enemy of the owner. The stranger was full of anger and promised to deal with the stubborn teacher. The stranger suggested that the guy join forces and attack together, casually mentioning his name. The volume from the Heavenly Library was immediately nearby. The young man learned the enemy's rank and defense level, his weaknesses, and was determined to defeat the uninvited night guest. The men approached the gate. Charles distracted the militant's attention with a loud shout. Taking advantage of the confusion, the young teacher attacked his enemy. The stranger, not expecting the blow, fell and received a series of blows from which he was unable to defend himself. The librarian won easily because he knew the enemy's weaknesses. A few more fighting moves and the stranger finally gave up, his strength leaving him. Charles devised a plan to divert suspicion from himself. The young man casually mentioned the name of his ex-girlfriend, hinting to his opponent about his involvement with his classmates and successful young teachers, saying that he would deal with his offender himself without outside help. The stranger, who turned out to be Monica's uncle and came to take revenge on the teacher, realized that he could have been beaten by the young mentor's enemy, Michael, whom he had seen during the day irritably talking surrounded by Mary and Charles. Morning came and the school hospitably opened its doors to its first students. 4 teenagers were sitting at the student tables. Only Monica was missing. The teacher began the lesson by studying the style of each student. Sandra was chosen first, as it was with her that the recruitment of teenagers into the class began. The girl was upset that she ended up with a loser and planned to change her teacher. The teacher retired with his student to the training room. The pink-haired beauty showed her main attack. The mentor's conclusion was short and impressive. The teacher explained that during an old battle, the enemy was able to hit the girl's power point, damaging the path of energy and blood to one leg, which is related to her condition. Sandra confessed that no doctor could solve her problem. Everyone was inclined to believe that the limb would remain damaged forever. The young teacher promised to correct the situation and help restore the lost strength. The girl, who was about to leave her teacher, realized that she had hope for healing and faith in her mentor. The teacher began the healing process immediately using acupuncture. Sharp needles filled with the teacher's energy flew straight at Sandra. The student's entire body was covered with prickly objects. Charles continued to send streams of power to his ward. The girl absorbed the purest energy and wondered where a teacher with a 0 rating could get it from, unless it was just a fabrication of those around her. The beauty felt that the strength in her leg had been restored, and she became completely different. The student did not believe what was happening and thanked her mentor. Sandra was happy to continue her studies with her savior. While the teacher was busy, a conflict was brewing in the class. Left alone, the students decided to protest and collectively leave the hapless teacher. The sight of a smiling, happy classmate emerging from the next room was impressive. The young men doubted their decision. Suddenly, Monica appeared at the threshold of the classroom with her uncle William, whose entire face was bandaged. The man was going to be present at the classes and keep an eye on his ward and the learning process. Charles disagreed and asked the intruder to leave the classroom. Rage and anger boiled in the gaze and behavior of the young lady's bodyguard. Monica managed to throw her relative out the door so she could continue her studies. Alex was the next to go into the training room with the teacher. From the very beginning, the mentor stated that the blonde could not achieve high results because he was independently studying one of the techniques, which took away his main energy and caused irreparable damage to his body. The teenager was surprised by the teacher's knowledge and insight. None of the other teachers, including the most famous ones, noticed this. The librarian described in detail all the young man's mistakes. As a result of the existing shortcomings in the process of self-education, the boy developed health problems that could not be treated. Charles addressed each problem and explained the ways to resolve it, indicating that only through this would healing occur. Inspired by new knowledge, the student was ready to continue his studies and listen to his mentor without question. The teacher promised to help me overcome my shortcomings and master new techniques. Another delighted student was on the librarian's team. The two remaining guys looked hopefully at Alex as he left the hall. The first phrases shocked the young men. The blonde had no intention of leaving school and steadfastly defended the teacher. Monica was third on the list of students tested. Charles revealed to the girl the secret of birth and possession of great life energy, promising to choose for her an individual style taking into account her inner strength and to cope with the existing disease. Having thanked the teacher, the beauty went to class. John quickly took the mentor's side after listening to his recommendations. He had already managed to study the literature given by the teacher and did not know how to thank fate for meeting him. The fighting spirit of the young spearman was also broken instantly, as soon as the conversation turned to Alan's abilities and the possibility of changing his relationship with the stranger. All the students were eager to learn new knowledge and skills, and Charles continued the lesson. An unexpected kick knocked down the classroom door. The pupils looked around to see what had happened. A tall, stately young man stood on the threshold looking aggressive. It turned out that it was Sandra's older brother, a fourth-rank fighter. The teacher asked the imposter not to interfere with the lessons and to leave the school. The warrior was ready for a mortal fight and was not going to retreat. He came to take his sister and punish the young mentor for registering a girl in his school. The intruder attacked first, bringing the full force of his sword down on the teacher. The blade easily stopped between two fingers of the protagonist's hand. The fighter tried to free the weapon, but the teacher did not give him a chance to act. He held the blade firmly and with one movement of his hand sent the bully out of the gate. Uncle William heard the noise of the battle, looking out from behind the front door and rejoicing that the mentor would finally be punished. The warrior landed on the slightly open door, crushing Monica's relative standing behind it. Groans and angry cries did not prevent the main character from continuing his lessons. The teacher easily dealt with the attacker, demonstrating his true strength. The students were shocked. They did not expect a quick victory from a mentor with a 0 rating. The injured relatives of the wards, clutching their broken heads, discussed how a third-rank warrior could demonstrate such a high level of combat. While classes were in progress, two of Charles's former classmates met in the administration office and discussed how their loser colleague would teach children if he did not have the necessary knowledge and skills. After some discussion, Michael and Jacques decided to attend the librarian's lesson. Approaching the school, the young teachers saw familiar, respectable men from noble families. Relatives complained to the young mentors that their charges were deceived and illegally forced to attend school. Charles told his students about his new teaching, comparing it with the past, analyzing its advantages and the disadvantages of the previous one. The children were happy and listened attentively to every word. The students couldn't believe how lucky they were to have such a mentor. New guests interrupted the lesson again. The main character was surprised by the visit of his colleagues, highly rated teachers. A senior teacher accused a librarian of cheating in relation to student registration. The young mentors began to sort things out, recalling past grievances. The argument became serious, with everyone defending their own rights. Michael mentioned their last meeting in the alley and their classmate Mary, now also a teacher at the university. Uncle William, all in bandages, remembered that the fighter who attacked him at night had cursed Charles and mentioned the girl's name. He realized that he had found the offender, and his fist instantly flew into the face of the librarian's classmate. Michael, not understanding anything, held his broken nose and demanded an explanation. Monica's relative rubbed his hands contentedly and prepared for a new attack. Now he would take revenge for everything. The young man found himself on the ground and received blow after blow without having time to defend himself. Sandra's brother had a hard time pulling the enraged man aside. Michael, covered in wounds and bruises, could not calm down. He did not understand why he was brutally beaten and what happened to the honorable citizen. The strangers left the school grounds. The classes ended and the satisfied students went home. Now they knew for sure that their teacher was the best. Monica asked her uncle what happened and why he beat the other mentor so badly. Sandra said goodbye to the teacher and also went to rest. Outside the school gates, the brother grabbed the girl by the hand and forcibly took her home. The man told his sister that she would no longer be studying in that class. The girl was surprised and upset by her brother's words. She happily waited for the next day to come to classes again. Humiliated and beaten, Michael walked with his friend to the office and plotted revenge. The boys could not understand the reason for William's anger. The classmates blamed Charles for everything and each went their separate ways. A scandal awaited Sandra at home. The angry father scolded the girl and insisted that she leave the school of the hapless teacher. The head of the family promised to transfer the girl to another class. Numerous relatives supported their fellow and reproached the ward, who desperately and hopelessly tried to protect her mentor. The relatives did not calm down, not paying attention to the child's words. Sandra couldn't stand the pressure and forced everyone to shut up with her scream. The father told the girl that if she returned to school without his consent, he would not let her into the house again. Realizing that words were useless, the pink-haired beauty decided to show her strength in action by approaching the home power column. The double-legged kick broke all screen records. The relatives froze in amazement. They saw with their own eyes that the girl was healed and full of strength. The head of the family was the most surprised and delighted. He knew how many healers had tried to cure the child. The father began asking his daughter what they were doing in class, what they were studying, and gave Sandra advice not to leave the teacher. The day was hard for Charles. In the evening, he decided to continue studying literature and went to the university library again. He wanted to become the best teacher for his students, and for this, he needed knowledge. Guardian Ron sat in his previous place and did not allow the young man to enter. The elder immediately let Mary, who had approached the library, into the hall. The young teacher was indignant because he also came for knowledge. The ex-girlfriend unexpectedly supported her colleague, and the guard had no choice but to let both visitors in. Paying no attention to his intercessor, Charles hurried to the books. The teacher did not expect such a zeal for knowledge. She hoped to communicate with the young man. The young mentor realized that there might not be a next time, so he had to have time to study all the available literature. Seeing her colleague engrossed in the volumes, Mary was tormented by the question of why the custodian did not want to let the teacher into the library. The girl decided to keep an eye on Charles and find out what he was planning to do here. The young man enthusiastically leafed through book after book, not paying attention to those around him and not noticing anything. It was night, and visitors did not leave the book depository building. Mary, not seeing anything reprehensible, also began to read. After analyzing the information obtained from the manuscripts, Charles realized that he had found a training method for Monica. The young man was surprised that several hours had passed, and his classmate had not yet left the reading room. On the way out, Ron stopped the young teacher. He didn't like the fact that Charles was just moving books around without delving into the essence and without taking notes. He didn't know that it took the young man just a few seconds to master the material. The elder was indignant, accusing the boy of laziness. The main character said goodbye and said that he would not return, since he had mastered all the literature available there. Mary, who came out after him, stopped the teacher. The girl wanted to test her colleague, who had not paid attention to her the whole evening, and asked him to explain an ancient recipe, deliberately changing the text. The main character pointed out the mistakes made by the teacher and the place where the necessary information could be read. The former classmate was extremely surprised. The answer was correct. Ron, who heard the young people's conversation, also decided to examine the young man. In response to the keeper's question, Charles not only gave a complete answer, but also expressed his own interpretation and drew conclusions. The test was passed with flying colors, and the young teacher breathed a sigh of relief. The custodian, who did not believe the accuracy of the young teacher's answer, went with the girl to the reading room to find the necessary volumes and make sure that the young man was right. The information he found completely shocked the elder. Mary caught up with her colleague and, as compensation for his mistrust, invited him to dinner. Hungry Charles couldn't resist the girl's offer. The classmates walked along the bamboo alleys to the city. Along the way, the main character analyzed what he had read, discovered a new meaning in ancient teachings and techniques. Suddenly realizing that his transformation was taking place, and he was mentally moving to the next level of reason, Mary also noticed the change in the young man. There was a beautiful restaurant in the center of the town, and the girl wanted to bring her colleague there. Charles was surprised. He had never been to such places. The couple who came in for dinner were seen by the young man's old enemies sitting at the table. Michael had repeatedly invited the beauty to his favorite establishment. She had always refused, and now she was going to the table with the loser, a plan for revenge began to spin in the heads of his classmates. The happy and satisfied librarian thanked him for the delicious treat and got ready to go home. The restaurant manager, who personally greeted and served all the guests, brought the bill, and the girl was stunned. The price of the dinner was exorbitant. The wine, which they had not ordered, cost a fortune, and the attendant demanded payment immediately. Michael intervened in the conflict, planning to shame the enemy and appease the unapproachable beauty with his noble act. Mary was surprised by the appearance of her colleague. His incorrect words and behavior only offended her. The teacher refused the offered help. As payment, the girl gave the manager a family talisman, which was several times greater than the cost of the ordered food. Michael and Jacques realized that the plan had failed. Charles, who had been standing quietly to the side and not taking part in the conversations, realized that it was time to act, and he could not allow Mary to lose the precious relic. The main character accused the restaurant workers of cheating in the preparation of exquisite dishes and their cheap counterfeiting. The assembled visitors listened with interest to the newly discovered facts. The expensive wine also turned out to be of low quality and poor quality. To prove his words, the young teacher conducted an experiment with fire, substantiating the validity of the accusations. Angry restaurant guests and passers-by attacked the manager, demanding compensation for moral and material damages. Charles's enemies also got into trouble, having started the conflict and suggested that the service staff, supposedly by accident, bring an extra drink to the table. Mary was once again surprised by the young man's knowledge and questioned the negative results of his final tests. The young man mentally thanked the Heavenly Path for its help. The dispute was won, and they got dinner for free. Having said goodbye to his colleague, the main character headed home. The girl caught up with the guy to thank him for saving the family treasure. She couldn't understand why he wasn't paying any attention to her. The couple's conversation was interrupted again by an offended Michael. The colleague wanted to take revenge on the offender for ruining the dinner and the relationship with the beauty. Having decided to deal with the loser once and for all, the angry young man called for help from his grandfather's protege and his protector, the Heavenly Lion, ordering him to kill Charles. Mary, in horror, tried to defend her hero. She reminded him that killing a teacher was a grave sin, but the guy was insane. A huge, ferocious beast ran in the footsteps of the owner's grandson's offender. The girl and her two colleagues remained to watch the events. Michael, with great difficulty, held the teacher back. A few seconds later, instead of a bloody massacre, everyone saw a lion, calmly closing its eyes and lying peacefully at Charles's feet. The owner of the formidable predator could not believe what was happening. The beauty, realizing that she had become the cause of the showdown, no longer expected to see her former friend alive and could not understand how he dealt with the shaggy monster. At this time, the restaurant manager reported to Jack, the owner of the restaurant, about what had happened, trying to blame the people's mistrust and the bankruptcy of the establishment on the young unknown teacher. The blow was deflected from him, and the owner of the establishment promised to find and destroy the offender. Tired from the night's events, the protagonist walked home and thought about how he could further strengthen his defense and increase his energy and intelligence levels to improve his mentoring work. Studying books to achieve the goal was not enough. Special amulets and artifacts were required for this. The librarian decided to visit a neighboring town where there was a large market famous for the presence of the most outlandish things, and he went there early in the morning. The vendor behind the stall promised only the highest quality goods, but Charles had no intention of counterfeiting, having the power of the Heavenly Path. A set of unusual flowers with roots attracted the attention of the main character. The magic book in my head suggested that this was a rare, expensive item that could come in handy if used correctly. The price was moderate, but the young man completely forgot about money. He had only a few coins with him. The seller categorically refused to lower the price, and the teacher compromised by offering a deal. Charles revealed the merchant's secret illness and promised to instantly cure him of his illness. The young man agreed and fulfilled all the teacher's conditions. In gratitude for his miraculous healing, the merchant gave the goods away for free. At this time, the famous clairvoyant Ho was walking around the bazaar, calling himself an appraiser of things, who supposedly could see the value of goods, offering to buy it from this or that seller and helping the buyer only out of his kindness. People begged the miracle worker to help them acquire unique items. Charles, passing by, saw that Ho refused money and gifts. He chose 5 lucky people, showed which goods were priceless, and offered to buy them for a significant sum, supposedly much less than its true value. The heavenly volume fell into the hands of the librarian, and it became clear that the clairvoyant was an ordinary swindler who had conspired with the sellers and helped them sell their goods for a lot of money, then dividing the profits. The young teacher did not want to interfere, but the prophet himself chose him as a happy victim. It was useless to refuse. The crowd around was envious and did not understand why he was not happy. The main character was offered the product for an exorbitant price. Despite the public's indignation, he refused, knowing the true cost of the item. The imaginary clairvoyant's persistence angered the young man, and he told people the truth, showing the true price of goods using the example of his latest purchases. Ho was confused and hurried to leave, but the deceived witnesses and customers demanded payment and a refund. The main character walked further down the street. He was looking for a bookstore, hoping for luck. Suddenly, there would be literature on increasing energy levels and moving to the 6th rank. The beauty behind the counter was surprised by the topic. She liked the young man for his culture, intelligence, and inner strength, which she felt when the stranger entered the store. The girl agreed to help, advising him to contact the emperor's teacher himself, who lived in this town and owned a large personal library, and walked the guy to his house, warning him that the master liked to arrange tests and exams. The wise mentor of a high-ranking official lived in a modest building, refusing a place in the palace. The interlocutors had not yet reached the gates when they were overtaken by a young rider on a beautiful white horse. It was Lucas, the youngest son of the head of state. Having dismounted, the handsome man was indignant that his friend Dorothy had brought a stranger to visit the teacher. Opening the door, the servant of the owner of the house recognized the guests and invited them in. The young people entered the spacious waiting room. The great mentor who appeared was glad to see his young acquaintances. A stranger looking at a hand-painted painting attracted the attention of the master, and he offered to analyze the work of art. The main character, with the help of the magic of the heavenly library, saw all the pitfalls of the masterpiece. He cut the outer shell of the canvas, revealing the true appearance of the drawing. Behind the outer shell was a completely different picture. The satisfied teacher continued the examination and showed the next masterpiece depicting a huge predator. Charles pointed out the mistakes in the drawing, which surprised the owner and frightened Dorothy, who regretted bringing the brave young man. The master suggested that the girl introduce the guest, completely embarrassing her, since the young people had not even had time to get acquainted. The emperor's heir was glad that his friend did not even say the young man's name, which meant that they really did not know each other. Charles introduced himself, and the owner of the house with dignity called him Young Master, setting him as an example to the young men present. The mentor asked the young teacher to conduct classes more often with new acquaintances, improving their knowledge of painting. Charles asked the master to show him the library, which was the purpose of his visit to the respected man. The collection of books was indeed large, but there were practically no brochures on the topic of self-improvement and achieving the high 6th rank. The librarian leafed through volume after volume, studying new material. The heavenly path concentrated the information it received into one book. It turned out that all internal chi energy depends on the strength of the body and the level of development of thinking. Only by jointly developing all these aspects can one achieve high results. A new impulse of energy captured the main character. He realized that a restructuring had taken place, and thanks to new knowledge, he moved to the next level. The master himself noticed the changes in the guest and inquired about the young man's well-being, lightly touching his shoulder. Charles just turned around, and the owner of the house flew into the corner of the room. The wise mentor realized that the young man had gone through the process of promotion and had not yet adapted to his condition and new strength. In order to determine the protagonist's energy level, the master suggested testing his strength on the examination column and conducting training with Lucas, who holds the 5th rank. The librarian agreed to participate in the fight, but decided to use his new power at half capacity. Even a small effort was enough for the young man to knock out the prince. Lucas refused to continue training due to concerns about his health. Charles didn't realize what level he was on because he had really changed so much. A prepared force column awaited the subject. The young teacher was ready and hit the screen. The result he got exceeded all expectations, exceeding the previous one tenfold. The master was glad to meet the outstanding young man and invited him to visit occasionally, having learned that he was from far away. The young man thanked his mentor and said goodbye. Walking down the street, the protagonist thought about his level, guessing that he was between the 5th and 6th ranks. The teacher's thoughts were interrupted by a crowd of men following the young man. The young master recognized the swindler Ho, who was accompanied by several fighters. These were the same sellers who failed to get money by deception. Now the gang was thirsty for revenge. The first to come out to sort things out was the thug, who promised to deal with the whistleblower very quickly. A few seconds later, Charles hit the giant's vital point, leaving him no chance of victory. Ho sent his best assistant, who possessed a unique falcon flight technique, to fight. The protagonist was ready for the next attack and easily repelled the blow. As a result of a short battle, only the leader remained out of 5 enemies. Charles's advantage was undeniable. Ho did not escape the fate of his assistants and received his share of punishment. The swindler begged the young man not to kill him, promising a reward for his life. The liar gave the young teacher an emerald ring. The library revealed to its owner the secret of the decoration, given to him by a supposed clairvoyant. The item was a portal to a vault of treasures that Ho had obtained through deception and lies. Charles wanted to finally wean the swindler off his lies, and with a blow to the inner point, he protected people from the destructive abilities of his opponent, at the same time taking the money hidden under his clothes. Ho realized that he had lost the gift of hypnotic influence on others. While Charles was traveling, improving himself and making new friends, his old enemy came to his grandfather, the director of the university, asking for help. Michael told the owner about the inadequate behavior of his predator, who did not listen to his grandson's order and did not protect him at the right moment. The young man asked a relative with high status for help in eliminating a competitor and driving him out of the city. He reported that his classmate Jacques was ready to write a complaint that his student was being forcibly kept in the school without giving him a choice. The grandson insisted on conducting an inspection of the unsuccessful teacher and his pupil. The grandfather was forced to agree and fulfill the request of his favorite. In the morning, Charles entered the gates of his native school. The young man was thoughtful and was making a plan for his next activities. Despite the early hour, all 5 students were in the classroom waiting for their teacher. There were sparks in the pupils' eyes. They were glad that their teacher had returned. The first gift went to Monica. The teacher handed the girl a box with a bud and a root, explaining that she needed to prepare a decoction from this flower and take it according to the scheme in order to get rid of the congenital disease. All students received instructions with individual training plans, developed taking into account the skills and characteristics of each. The mentor allowed them to come up with a name for their tactics themselves, which particularly amazed the teenagers. It was the most valuable gift from the teacher. Before starting training, the students thanked the teacher. For a long time, Mary hesitated to meet Charles again and go to his school, not understanding why he himself did not show her signs of attention. The desire to see her former friend was stronger than her pride, and the girl went to visit. At the familiar gate, she met a man and was afraid for the young man. The brave girl asked the stranger who he was and what he was doing near the school. Monica's uncle, who was waiting for his charge at her direction, outside the school grounds, recognized the teacher. Having decided to take revenge for all the insults and wounds, William thought that he could easily deal with the beauty by attacking her. But the young lady turned out to be prepared, and the fight began. A satisfied Michael and his friend also went to the loser's school to report that the administration was calling him and his student for testing. The young men made plans for revenge and rejoiced in victory in advance. William's fight with the girl at the entrance gate made his colleagues stop. The man realized that the fight would not be as easy as expected. Mary knew the techniques and knew how to control her body. Michael rushed into battle to help his classmate. The battle between the men was fierce, with the young fighter taking the brunt. Monica's relative was angry. He was still weakened by previous battles and did not expect help from the girl, who took this as a special prank to attract her attention to the young man. William, having assessed the strength and fearing a simultaneous attack from several sides, retreated, finally knocking Michael out with one blow. Jacques tried to bring his injured friend back to his senses and support him. A disgruntled Charles appeared and asked what the uninvited guests were doing at the gates of his class. The loser's enemies informed him that the university administration had invited him and his student to the detector tower for immediate testing. The young teacher heard that there was a building where various checks were carried out, including monitoring the influence of the teacher on the will of the students, allowing one to find out their true relationship with each other and to exclude the retention of a ward in the school against his will. The test subject was to be Alex, who had previously studied in Jacques' class. In the tower, while waiting for the inspection procedure, 2 elders of the school tried to understand what was happening and why Charles might have behaved inappropriately with the student. Mary went into the building with everyone else. She was very worried about the main character. She liked him. Jacques expressed his complaints to his opponent and asked for a trust-level check. The university director announced the condition that the losing teacher would leave the city forever. Charles asked for the punishment to be increased by stripping the loser of his title of teacher and subjecting him to physical punishment in the form of lashes. The enemy agreed with the addition and was glad that all problems with his former loser colleague would be quickly resolved. The tower keeper invited the participants to the platform with a trust ball to conduct an exam. The ball automatically read the state, determined feelings and the degree of trust between people. The first to come out were teacher Jacques and his former student Alex, whom he himself had given up after losing a bet to Charles. The young show-off was sure that the teenager would be on his side because he personally invited him and arranged for him to go to school. The examination screen was silent for a long time, then gave the result, which amazed everyone present. The student's level of trust was at a very low level. Charles was calm and ready for the challenge. The ball produced an instant result, recording record-high figures that even the most respected mentors had not achieved. While the losers were indignant, the tower elder assessed the result. The keeper of the trust ball saw the student's sincere look, his confidence and respect for the teacher. The appearance of a guest prevented the trust test from being concluded. The elders were surprised by the appearance of a high-ranking person. Sandra's father entered the tower, looking for his daughter's mentor. The young teacher was no less surprised than his older colleagues. Charles was even more surprised by the behavior of the man who knelt before him and asked to accept his son into the class. The university director was discouraged. The young man had already been studying at his school for several years. Charles's refusal shocked everyone. The elder suggested keeping the student if the transfer did not take place, especially since the young teacher was of a lower rank and less strong. The high-ranking official countered by saying that the young teacher was able to parry his son's sword strike with 2 fingers, indicating a high level of training. Alex was an eyewitness and confirmed what was said. Nobody believed what was happening. The heated argument of those present was interrupted by the visit of the next guest. The prince entered the tower and greeted Master Charles, whom he had been looking for when he stopped in the small town for the day. The emperor's son promised the director, who was outraged by the young teacher's high title, the death penalty if he continued his speech. The elder was frightened. He did not understand where the loser got such connections from. Sandra's father asked the mentor again to take his son into training. Charles was very tired of everything that was happening. He suggested that the results of the detector be announced and the sentence for the loser be confirmed. It turned out that this exam cannot revoke a teacher's license. A special document that has the right to do so is needed. The servant interrupted the summing up for the 3rd time and announced the arrival of the next guest. A smiling Dorothy walked through the door, having decided to stop by to see a new acquaintance on the way and who, in addition to working in a bookstore, turned out to be an assistant to the chief secretary, having arrived in town on business matters. The girl greeted the young master and the others present. It turned out that the position of the young lady allowed her to prepare a document revoking the license. Everything worked out well for Charles, who told the new guests about what was happening in the tower. Jacques was devastated. He understood that without the status of a teacher, he was of no use to anyone. Mary could not understand how such a respected person and competent teacher failed the final exam, received a negative grade, a low level, and a negative review. The prince and his young friend confirmed that the rank of the young master exceeded the level of everyone present. The keeper of the tower suggested that the exam result was deliberately changed, and that the headmaster was involved in this fact, changing the outcome in favor of his grandson, thereby forcing Charles to suffer and listen to the bullying of others. The elder tried to deny the facts and explain what happened, but no one believed him. Only Charles's former student, who was declared insane and ran away from his teacher, could save him from shame. A servant was sent for Liam, who was now studying at the school of the famous teacher Mason. The student arrived promptly and was ready to answer all questions. The director began to ask the guy about his previous mentor and everything that happened. Charles confirmed the young man's words about his teaching methods, which led to Liam losing his mind. The student reported that only a new teacher was able to restore his mental abilities and gave him the opportunity to continue studying. The main character asked to show his skills. The young man demonstrated to those present his strength and ability to control energy. Charles pointed out the shortcomings that no one else had noticed, explaining that the student suffered from a rare form of the disease and could not perform the exercises to their full extent without pain and extra effort. His own developed teaching method brought the young man out of control and helped him cope with his problems. But he was unable to complete his studies because he was afraid of his condition and transferred to another school. The elder did not believe what was said. He had come across similar recommendations in the ancient tome, but he had never seen it. Charles offered Liam to participate in another experiment, which would result in the young fighter rising to the 2nd rank. After thinking for a while, the young man agreed. and silver needles with the mentor's energy pierced the body, and the existing silent points that prevented the path to development were eliminated. The rebirth took place. Liam didn't know how to thank his former mentor and regretted not listening to him earlier. Everything he saw allowed the Tower Keeper to make a final verdict and declare Jacques a slanderer, removing him from teaching. The director also lost not only a student, but also his status, fulfilling the requests of his grandson. The elder, on behalf of the administration, congratulated Charles and apologized for all the troubles caused. The satisfied young teacher returned to school. The master was caught up by friends and asked to teach questions of painting and calligraphy. Charles did not know how to explain to them the vision of shortcomings without the heavenly path. At this time, Mason School was hosting a special guest. The owner of the city restaurant Thomas visited his old friend for a reason. He had a plan for revenge on one young mentor, and he needed help. Friends discussed Charles, each with his own reason for not liking him. Clarification of questions and details of the deal was interrupted by a visit from a primary school student. Daniel was average in strength and knowledge. The young man asked to be released from school. Liam appeared next, having come from the Trust Tower, where he had been summoned by an administration representative. The student's request surprised the mentor. He also wanted to become a student at the young teacher's school, that is, to return to his old teacher. Having no right to hold on to his pupils, Mason was forced to agree. When the former students left, the teacher invited his best student, Noah. The experienced teacher was very angry. He decided to organize an exam to evaluate teaching activities, the winner of which would get all the students of the losing side, and sent his protege to convey the invitation to the test. It was daytime. The teacher and his ward had not yet returned from the tower. Charles's students were worried about their teacher. Suddenly, the door to the classroom flew into pieces and an unknown red-haired young man appeared. The guy introduced himself as a student at the best Mason school. Noah asked to pass the invitation to the exam to the loser teacher and advised him to refuse the test, since their teacher had no chance of winning. The indignant students tried to defend the honor of their beloved teacher in battle, but the red-haired man scattered all the inexperienced fighters one by one. Charles and Alex were returning from the tests and managed to catch the enemy. Noah boasted to the young teacher about his successes, who announced his acceptance of the invitation and offered a bet with a large prize for the winner. The protagonist gathered his charges and convinced them to take part in the battle, guaranteeing them an easy victory. The teacher showed 3 basic simple techniques. The students did not believe that this was possible, but agreed to fight. The result was the complete defeat of the enemy. Each of the 5 students easily dealt with Noah, who did not understand how this could happen, because he had just dealt with them and now owed a large sum to each and to restore the broken door. The pupil, covered in bruises and wounds, came to Mason, who did not expect to see such humiliation of his beloved ward. The wise teacher listened to the detailed story of what had happened. He guessed that the reason for the quick victory was not simple techniques, but vital points that the opponents had influenced. He understood that Charles was not so simple and that he needed to prepare for the exam thoroughly. Mason's friend, a teacher from a nearby school, Olivia, visited him to share the news, telling him that the principal had been fired and was under investigation, and that the unsuccessful mentor had emerged victorious in the Trust Tower exam. The head teacher's class was excited. The teacher was determined to win the upcoming exam and asked for help from the students, who of course supported their hero. After class, Alex shared with his friends the events in the administrative building, telling many interesting facts about their mentor, worthy of respect, and his friends, making them once again convinced that they had chosen the right teacher. Charles thought over a plan to win. He was confident in everyone except the fat man, and found a clue in the heavenly library, learning that he needed to activate the dragon blood that was given to the young man at birth. Of the 3 activation methods, only one was fast and safe, and the main character went to the city of pharmacists, not yet knowing whether he would be able to obtain the necessary knowledge and the title of pharmacist, how the process itself would happen and what John would become, and whether his small team would be able to defeat the famous teacher at the exam and protect their students. The young teacher had no money, and he went to the Pharmacists Guild to look for special literature to help his charges. The assistant pharmacist said that access to book volumes was closed to a simple mentor. Only pharmacists could use special scientific volumes, and Charles had no choice but to study a new profile. Sweet Gloria, who dreams of getting the title of a pharmacist's apprentice and is temporarily working in her uncle's house of knowledge, explained to the stranger that it is necessary to study a huge amount of literature on chemistry, herbs, and technology in order to pass the exam in her specialty. The young teacher was ready to immediately acquire new knowledge, which excited the girl, who had been studying these subjects for several years. Charles was persistent and persuaded the beauty to take him to the owner of the local library. Gloria's uncle was more welcoming and provided his literature to the young man. The owner of the training materials said that the exam for a pharmacist apprentice includes practical and theoretical questions. The main character enthusiastically began studying new topics that he had not even known about before, and time flew by. Finally, all the volumes were read, a certain scheme was forming in his head, and the young man was ready for the tests. The young man said goodbye to his new acquaintances, who were surprised by the guest's behavior, who enthusiastically and quickly leafed through one book after another. Charles arrived for the exam. 3 candidates for the title of apprentice pharmacist were already sitting at the tables, all waiting for the teachers. At the appointed time, the chief pharmacist appeared with his assistant, who distributed tasks. It was necessary to answer theoretical questions and describe the plant provided in the practical part. There were many questions. The young man set about solving them. He had to solve 100% of the tasks. The Library of the Heavenly Path did not fail. All the new knowledge just put into it was united into one volume. Charles began the exam with great enthusiasm, and his pen could not keep up with his master. Chief Pharmacist William was surprised by the quick response of the unknown young man, who was the first to submit all the written assignments. The high level of preparation and the correctness of the solutions puzzled the examiner. The questions were difficult, and he did not believe that this was possible. The subjects anxiously awaited the results of the test. For those who passed the first stage, the practical part awaited. 3 people passed the theoretical questions, including Charles. It was time to test the young men's knowledge of plants. The main character got a very rare specimen of a medicinal flower, but the Heavenly Path quickly determined its type and characteristics. The task was completed. Charles was greatly surprised when the examiners reported that he had failed the practical and had not passed the test. The young man insisted on reviewing the results and proved his case. The famous pharmacists were amazed and admitted their defeat. The main character was given a special token and the title of apprentice pharmacist. The leading specialists were surprised that the young man took his status calmly and asked for access to specialized literature available only to pharmacists. To gain full access, Charles was willing to pass the next exam, which was an interview with all the top alchemist experts in the state. The chief pharmacist and his colleague were simply shocked. They did not expect such impudence from the young man. It was practically impossible for even experienced specialists to pass this level. The young man convinced his mentors to start preparing for the next exam and went to improve his theoretical knowledge. All the printed materials in the pharmacist's library collection were mastered within a day. The assistant sent by the pharmacists to supervise the young man saw only mountains of books, leafed through at speed in a few minutes. In the evening, tired from new knowledge and impressions, Charles went to the hostel to rest. While the young mentor was mastering a new profession to help his students, one of them, proud Monica, was talking with her uncle, who categorically objected to her teacher. The patron saw the plant in the hands of his ward and was confused when he learned that it was given to the girl by the young teacher he hated. It was a rare specimen of medicinal herb, the cost of which was very high even for noble persons. Monica's uncle knew the properties of this plant, but had never seen this miracle before, and even he did not have the money to buy it. The young lady said that the mentor had identified her problems, which were the incorrect distribution of energy, as a result of which her health and fighting ability were deteriorating day by day, and a decoction of a rare plant was supposed to help restore her strength. Having learned the cost, the girl decided, together with her uncle, to immediately thank her teacher, who went to the city of pharmacists for additional knowledge. The inspired relatives immediately headed to the Pharmacists' Guild. Upon arrival, Monica learned from a girl in the small library that her mentor was taking an exam to confirm his status as a pharmacist's apprentice. The princess's uncle was surprised. He understood how much a specialist in the pharmaceutical business must know and be able to do. Gloria told her guests that Charles had prepared quickly and was determined to succeed, which she doubted, as the exam was extremely difficult. 2 young men who came out of the testing hall disproved all doubts and confirmed that their competitor had successfully passed the theory and practice. Monica asked if her teacher would be free soon. Gloria was extremely surprised to learn that the young man was a martial arts teacher and had his own class. The young men who failed the exam said that Charles had agreed to an interview with the country's oldest and most famous alchemist. The beauty was amazed that her mentor, whom no one appreciated, was ready to do anything to help his students. The girls were very excited, realizing that the upcoming test would be extremely difficult. One of the examinees said that the interview itself with celebrities is very tricky, and in case of failure or refusal of Charles, he will have to pay a fabulous amount of money as compensation. Monica calculated in her head how much her medicinal flower cost and how much the exam would cost, and was ready to burst into tears. At this time, Charles, unaware of how close one of his protégés was, who was one of the reasons for his interest in alchemy, had finished studying all the available literature and was getting ready to rest. The excited and nervous chief pharmacists were waiting for the young man at the exit. Charles reassured the pharmacists that the interview would take place and he was ready for the meeting. Not believing the guy's words, the scientists were shocked by his calmness. Charles said goodbye and went to rest, awaiting the arrival of the eminent examiners. At the entrance to the dormitory, a student rushed to the mentor who was not expecting anything, with words of gratitude and respect. Charles tried to calm the girl down, explaining that it was his duty. Monica's uncle, who had been standing to the side, joined his ward and warmly thanked the young man for caring for the girl. The young teacher was surprised by the changes in the behavior of the previously disobedient and aggressive student and her patron, who had repeatedly attempted on his life. Charles once again told the girl that his students were very important to him, and he tried to do everything he could for them. The Library of the Heavenly Path continued its work, preparing new information based on the knowledge gained. The next volume, including pharmaceuticals, was ready. Monica's uncle offered to partially compensate for the cost of the medicinal plant given to his ward by offering Charles almost all of his savings. The young mentor refused financial support, remembering that he got the flower thanks to his own knowledge and the help of the Heavenly Library, that is, practically for free. The teacher thanked the girl's relative and promised to continue to take care of her. It was time to return home and wait for the call for an interview. Charles's soul was uneasy because of the large sum of money offered to him for the service. After a short rest, the teacher planned to leave the city. He needed to continue teaching his students. There was little time left before the professional test. Monica's uncle was surprised by the young teacher's behavior. He was grateful to him for the girl and was ready to come to his aid. The beauty told her guardian that Charles was constantly being doubted and attacked by former classmates and colleagues, and had recently successfully passed the tower of tests. Monica's high-status relative promised to support her mentor. At home, the night passed quickly. Charles hardly slept, sorting out the knowledge he had received. Fresh thoughts and ideas were spinning in the teacher's head. The results of the training were not long in coming. New, strong bursts of energy filled the young man's body in a stream. In the morning, Charles's longtime student, who had been frightened by his teacher's methods in the past and gone to the famous mentor Mason, realizing his mistake after the Tower of Trials, came to the teacher with two friends with a request to be enrolled in the class. The young teacher understood why his successful colleague was offended and challenged the school to a competition to assess professional skills. Offended for his reputation, new students were allowed to attend classes. Charles began the lesson with new knowledge and techniques that he had recently acquired and developed. The newly arrived young fighters were surprised. They had never been given information at such a level. It was a modern, simple, but effective presentation of combat techniques and energy flows. Time flew by while studying. In the morning, Charles received the news and again gathered at the Pharmacists' Guild. Gloria, who met the young man, was glad to see him. She began to like him for his simplicity, strength, confidence, and she was very worried about him. The girl took the main character to the testing hall, wishing him good luck. In the large room, there was a huge stove, resembling a strange jug. William greeted the young pharmacist. The chief specialist reported that all the leading alchemists of the state had arrived, and the interview would be conducted on the pills in which they were leading specialists. A crowd of senior scientists entered the hall. The chief pharmacist introduced the young man and announced the conditions of the interview. It was necessary to answer questions from all the healers. Charles was outraged and suggested that the experts themselves would not be able to pass their tests, as it was difficult to please everyone. The famous alchemists were dissatisfied with the young man's performance and were preparing for an easy victory. The time of testing had come. Everyone was confident in themselves and their knowledge. Scientists were surprised by the young man's self-confidence. All the celebrities present were highly excited and ready for an unequal battle of wits. The situation grew tense with every phrase the young man uttered. Charles, on the contrary, calmed down and conducted the conversation with humor and complete confidence. The chief examiner proposed to stop the debate and proceed to the test itself. The first to come out was a well-known manufacturer of rare medicinal pills for many diseases, including hundreds of plants. The alchemist suggested looking at the technique of making one of the types of the drug and determining its composition and properties. The process took a few minutes. The specialist worked masterfully and quickly. Charles was amazed by the speed and did not have time to notice anything. He began to panic, fearing his lightning-fast failure. The pills came out of the fiery furnace. The examiner waited for an answer. The scientists present were delighted with their colleagues' work. A moment of confusion, and Charles was ready to answer. The Celestial Library quickly assessing the shortcomings. The young man approached the scientist and, so that the others would not hear, pronounced the name of the famous pills of another author, a duplicate of which was now prepared before the eyes of those present and passed off as his own, which was a complete disgrace. The first specialist was grateful to Charles for his tact and publicly admitted his defeat. The scientists present did not hear the answer and were amazed by their colleague's decision. The next alchemist changed his questioning tactics. The specialist suggested looking at the technology of making the pills and giving it an assessment. The furnace was hot. The scientist's energy was united with the iron monster. The process was completed. The alchemist waited for the result. For Charles, finding the flaws was the easiest thing to do, since that was what the Heavenly Library was all about. The young man focused on the manufacturing process itself, including the temperature regime, which was not taken into account when using different herbal infusions. The leading alchemist didn't even think about the temperature nuances and was shocked. Then the main character paid attention to the unit itself. The furnace was outdated and had defects that affected the technological aspects. The Council of Elder Alchemists listened with bated breath to the previously unknown information. None of them knew about such subtleties. Charles continued his scathing speech by explaining that the composition of the fuel also affects the properties of the pills. All of the above-mentioned shortcomings in the technological process completely changed the properties of the drug and could lead to unpredictable consequences. It was difficult for the famous alchemist to admit that the unknown young man was right. The composition of the resulting pill was also fully criticized by the protagonist. The herbs included in the medicine being prepared were incompatible and for this reason could cause harm rather than benefit to the patient. This was Charles's next victory. Shocked scientists did not believe what was happening. The oldest specialists made a lot of mistakes. The upset famous pharmacist was the most upset of all. He had dedicated his whole life to pills. But it turned out that he was wrong. The scientists were worried, but it was decided to continue the test. Two pharmacists offered to evaluate the quality of the pills they had prepared, concerned about their poor effectiveness. Everyone tried to solve their personal issue, forgetting about the exam. The analysis of the composition of the drugs was disappointing. Instead of peace of mind, they provoked aggression and attacks of loss of self-control. The volume of the Heavenly Library revealed the flaws of each potion. The scientists were amazed by the discoveries and depressed. The Council of Famous Pharmacists was shocked by the young man's knowledge and objective assessment of their work. One of the most ancient alchemists tried to restore the damaged reputation. Charles answered the questions asked with confidence. The protagonist pointed out the examiner's mistake, the influence of his personal attitude and family problems on his work, which negatively affects the properties of the drugs. The honorary badge of the first-star alchemist pharmacist was a well-deserved reward. The scientists admitted their defeat. Charles was not interested in the high rank. He immediately asked to use the elite professional library, which is what the status of apothecary was for. William took his new friend and colleague to the book depository. The number of volumes impressed even the main character. The young man gathered his strength and began to master the new literature. The ancient manuscripts contained many answers to questions of interest. Charles rushed between the shelves, grabbing more and more books, trying to understand the problems of his students. The young mentor found ways to correct Monica's energy and activate John's ancestral blood, which was worth passing all the exams for. The Library of the Heavenly Path quickly absorbed all the information received, preparing its own unique book. Now Charles knew exactly what his charges needed and went to William. The young man asked the chief pharmacist to buy 3 pills and 2 types of herbs. The specialist's answer shocked the teacher. Delivery times were up to 10 days, and the price was exorbitant even for eminent high-ranking officials. A decision had to be made. There was no time to think. Charles agreed to William's condition and set about making quick money. The idea came quickly and needed to be implemented. Thus, the young mentor Charles became the great Grandmaster Ian, performing miracles of foresight and healing, who came to the neighboring town for a few days. Having studied the situation in advance, the young man found a smart guy, Kevin, who was renting out a decent house to a bankrupt gentleman. Having appreciated the skill of the young realtor, the main character went to look at the premises. The buildings were impressive, spacious, and looked quite expensive. Charles introduced himself as a famous gentleman and ordered that servants be found immediately. The house was completely ready for occupancy. The yard was huge. The initial price was too high, but the young teacher was happy with the location of the building. By revealing Kevin's secrets, we were able to reduce the price by a third, to the amount originally set by the former owner. The guy was shocked by the information known to the stranger, so he decided to obey the master in everything. The main character offered the young man to become his personal servant, quickly hire staff for service, allocating the required amount of money for expenses. Kevin realized that the new owner was smart and agreed to his proposal. The servant's next order was to spread the rumor of the arrival of a famous grandmaster traveler in the city. Kevin easily parted with his previous job and began to carry out the instructions of his master. The transformation was not easy for Charles. He was tired. It was time to return to the students, and the main character hurried home. In the schoolyard, a group of students were actively discussing some news. Alex handed the teacher a list of future opponents participating in the upcoming tests. Charles assessed the balance of power. Mason foresaw all the weaknesses of his charges and wisely selected an opponent for each. The forces turned out to be unequal. The teacher was determined to earn money and save the honor of his school by going to the neighboring town again. Grandmaster Yang returned to the house, where his personal guards were already standing at the gate. The courtyard was clean. The maids were greeting their new master. Kevin met the owner and reported the situation. Charles asked which celebrities lived nearby. The master's solution was to take a walk with his servant through the streets of the city. Now Charles knew that a very rich businessman, a friend of the emperor's family, lived nearby, and he headed towards his house. Coming closer, the disguised youth saw that the entrance to the chambers was guarded by 2 stone lions made of expensive jade. The main character stopped at a small street cafe nearby to have a cup of tea. The master suggested that his servant break one of the animals. Kevin didn't believe his master's words and begged him not to send him to his death. Reassured by Jan's words, the boy took the hammer and went to carry out his instructions. Passers-by saw the head of the stone monster fly off and roll along the pavement. The culprit was nearby. The enraged residents attacked the destroyer. The crowd grabbed Kevin and began beating him. The cruel punishment was stopped by the owner of the house with the lions. Kevin explained that the order to cut off the head of the precious jade monster was given to him by his master. The meeting between the 2 men took place, and the head of the wealthy family, Marcel, demanded an explanation. Grandmaster Yang told the indignant owner how, while passing by, he discovered that the lions were not made of emerald jade, which brings strength and health, but of blood jade, which absorbs the energy of family members. The stones are difficult to distinguish. A mistake was made in the making of the sculptures, which does not affect the owner of the house with a high level of protection, but kills the rest of the members who are unable to protect themselves from the vampire stone, and someone in the house is at risk of death. Charles stood up and said goodbye, offering to think about the situation and return the compensation if the owner of the house did not agree with the destruction of the lion. Marcel could not believe the stranger's words, but his wife was at home, gradually fading away day by day. The rich man tried to ask questions, but John and his servant calmly walked away. The master pretended to be offended by the mistrust and did not respond to the appeal. Marcel called an old friend, the appraiser, to inspect the monsters. The acquaintance was amazed, because many years ago he himself assessed the sculptures and did not recognize the bloody jade. Only now the fragments revealed the essence of the stone. Jan returned home with his servant. The master ordered not to let anyone in, intending to rest. After some time, Mr. Marcel and his friend knocked on the gate. The businessman offered Kevin a health potion and money as compensation and asked him to take him to the owner. The servant desperately fought against temptation. The young man refused to accept the gifts and said that his master was not currently accepting them. No amount of persuasion changed Kevin's mind. Only after closing the gates could the servant rest. He was proud of his steadfastness. The boy ran into the house to report to the gentleman about Marcel's arrival. Charles was not surprised. He had calculated all the options in advance. The Grandmaster announced that he was going on vacation and would receive guests in the morning. The next day, the gates swung open and Marcel, who had been waiting all night for an invitation, entered the house. The protagonist greeted the guest and explained the delay by saying that the energy of the stone had a destructive effect through transmission from husband to wife. The power had weakened overnight, and contact could be made again. Marcel thanked his savior and went to get his wife. He urgently needed to bring her to examine the sick woman. Kevin was surprised by the gentleman's tactics. As an incentive, Charles offered the boy to increase his energy, which had been stuck at the 2nd level for a long time. By clearing Kevin's meridians and adding his own power, The protagonist increased his level to 3. The servant couldn't believe his luck. The young man thanked his decision to quit his previous job and go to serve his new master and his boss for the life experience. Marcel's carriage pulled up to the house. Charles did not expect this. The businessman's wife was in extremely serious condition. The young woman looked very exhausted and was unconscious. The young mentor looked at the sick woman. The library was silent. Charles decided to take the patient's hand. Her pulse was barely detectable, but the flow of information flowed like a river. The Book of Life spoke of the closure of all meridians and a great loss of energy. Jan promised Marcel to save his dying wife. The needles with a stream of pure energetic force entered the body and consciousness of the poor woman. Charles did not have time to name the price of the treatment and the number of courses when the patient woke up and spoke. Together with her husband, she left the healer's house on her own feet, leaving behind an upset Charles. Kevin reassured the gentleman by telling him that the wealthy businessman had left a large sum of money earlier, just after entering the house. The rumor about the miraculous Grandmaster quickly spread throughout the city, and the ancient clan, whose leader was losing health, fighting power, and was very upset, did not remain on the sidelines. The son brought news to his father about a powerful healer. The town was filled with rumors. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of several masters invited by the emperor, but no one expected the appearance of a previously unknown loner. The head of the clan, together with the heir, decided to check the information and personally visit the stranger. Kevin led the guests into the reception hall. The gazes of the two strong personalities met, and they studied each other carefully. The elder doubted the Grandmaster's authenticity and expressed his opinion as he prepared to leave. Charles' words in the person of Ian made the head of the clan suddenly change his mind and respect the owner of the house. The old man threw himself at the feet of the protagonist, begging for help. But it was too late. The master asked to take the guest, who had previously doubted his abilities, outside. Left outside the gate, father and son discussed what had happened. The head of the family insisted on a second meeting. He realized that only this man understood the essence of his problem and would help him cope with it. It was necessary to urgently collect money to appease the gentleman. Charles secretly left the city and went to the Pharmacists' Guild, leaving Kevin to spread rumors about a decent fee for Grandmaster Ian's reception. The first part of the order was waiting for the young teacher. The rest was supposed to arrive from afar in a few days. The young man checked the authenticity of the product with the help of an emerald ring, which he had previously received from a skilled hypnotist deceiver, and thanked the pharmacist. William was glad to meet his young colleague and suggested visiting his old friend, who turned out to be a skilled spearmaster, which greatly interested the mentor. He wanted to master additional skills to help Alan in the upcoming competitions. Charles happily agreed, and the new acquaintances went to visit. The famous teacher was very surprised by the young teacher's attempts to quickly learn an unknown technique, because such a thing takes many years to be dedicated to. The young man asked the master to study his home library on martial arts and the use of sharp weapons. The old friends were peacefully drinking tea in the courtyard while their young friend was reading literature, when a fiery spear of enormous energy flew out of the house. The owner of the house rushed into the building to figure out who was the source of what happened. Charles stood among the bookshelves, somewhat surprised. The circumstances suggested that it was his submission. The young man asked to show him some practical combat techniques, surprising the master even more. The energy of the fire spear flew ahead of Charles with beastly power, and the teacher was able to extinguish the charge with great difficulty and remain unharmed. Now the young student acted as a teacher and told the old master the secrets of wielding a spear. William's friend insisted on paying for the lesson, and Charles unexpectedly received the money. The mentor was pleased with the visit. The new information could be very useful to Alan. Upon returning to school, the young teacher learned from John that 3 of his students had decided to defend the honor of their teacher and would fight with the wards of his colleague Ray, the prize being capsules of quick health. Monica, Alex, and Alan were preparing for battle. Taking advantage of Charles's absence, his competitor put all his students, more than 40 in number, against the trio. The young mentor arrived just in time. Alan had already defeated 6, and his strength was running out. Having suggested replacing all the students with one Ray before the decisive battle, Charles gave advice to the young spearman, discreetly patting him on the shoulder and injecting him with a charge of energy and newly acquired knowledge. A single blow was needed to win. Alan completed the task. The enemy was defeated with an instant throw of a weapon with a devastating charge of energy. Ray's students couldn't understand how a first-year student could defeat their formidable mentor. The prize was in the hands of Charles's students. but the teacher explained that the medicines won were of invisible harm and destroyed them. The satisfied students celebrated a small victory. It was time to temporarily leave school and transform into John again. The main character was ready to receive the head of the clan and invited him and his son into the house. Charles uncovered the secret of an elder who, many years ago, using ancient techniques to enhance his fighting ability, drank the blood of a white wolf. But something was done incorrectly. The leader gradually turned into a werewolf, losing strength. The Grandmaster was ready to correct old mistakes and help restore lost energy. The fiery needles saved the father of the ancient clan from slow death. The miracle worker's next visitor was a local blacksmith, to whom the head recommended a previously unknown specialist. The city's gunsmith complained to John about the loss of the ability to make unique combat items, which now completely lacked energy. The blacksmith showed his latest work. The sword was absolutely lifeless. The protagonist examined the weapon, telling its owner that a change in diet would rid him of the problem. The man could not believe the simplicity of the solution and thanked his spiritual savior for a long time. Charles was very tired of his new role, but the money he earned was very much needed to pay for the order. The main character dreamed of the library of the heavenly path. A golden book with empty pages was flying around. The young man realized that in this copy he would have to fill in the information himself. The next day, the long-awaited event happened. Charles was given access to the closed library collection of the Emperor himself. The time spent in the book storage opened up additional meridians and pathways for the flow of pure energy to the protagonist. At this time, having returned from long trips, the head of state became interested in rumors about the appearance of Grandmaster Yan. Specialists in this field collected information from eyewitnesses in order to understand what was happening and verify the information. The emperor decided to invite the stranger to the palace, but the courtier reported that Yang had left the city and the time of his return was unknown. While rumors of magical healing and fixing the problems of famous citizens were circulating around the settlement, the exhausted protagonist spent the 5th day studying the endless volumes of the head of state's book repository. There was only one shelf left with information on poisons. Having mastered the entire famous library, a tired Charles, trying not to fall asleep after several days, went home. He needed to have time to supervise the students and have a good rest before returning to the performance of the duties of Grandmaster. 2 thieves of valuables were walking around the city, recently returned from other kingdoms. Picking up another victim's house, they remembered that a rich merchant had previously lived nearby, from whom they had already committed theft, then distributing jewelry and money to the poor. Approaching the familiar building, the robbers were surprised by the huge line of high-ranking people wanting to get inside. Hiding around the corner, the robbers tried to understand the reason for the people's incomprehensible interest. The emperor himself was among those standing at the gate. 3 famous grandmasters from other cities were also hurrying towards the house. Kevin, who opened the gate, was taken aback. He had never seen so many celebrities. The servant said that the master had gone on a trip for a few days and would receive everyone upon arrival. The appearance of the main character was unexpected. The joyful young man told his master what distinguished guests were waiting for him. Charles greeted his dear guests who had been waiting for him for a long time. The disguised young mentor invited the head of state and 3 grandmasters into the house. At first, the main character invited his colleagues to express their problems. Each of the great masters spoke about his request and asked for help. One of the desires was to move to a higher level, which could not be achieved for several decades. Charles promised to help everyone, but asked for unquestioning obedience, which greatly surprised the experts. The owner of the house invited servants into the hall with sticks and a large bag. A bag was placed over the master's head. Mr. Yang ordered the fighters to beat the defenseless man standing in front of them. Rage and anger played their role, giving impetus to powerful energy to reach a new level. The main character explained that weakness, uncertainty, and timidity prevented him from realizing his plans, and only a strong emotion could help. The great Grandmaster thanked his savior. The elder scientists had never seen such methods and were shocked. The emperor's request was to restore the strength and health of a dying elder of the state, whom no one could help. Charles asked in return for 1,000 books on energy levels. The distinguished visitors left, leaving a ring as payment. The great value of the gift was access to a storehouse of rare materials, plants, and equipment. Kevin informed the gentleman that those who had signed up for the appointment had paid in advance, an amount that was significantly higher than what was required for the pills and herbs ordered for the students. Charles's competitor, the famous teacher Mason, also learned about the all-powerful Grandmaster and decided to visit the miracle worker with his brother and colleague Franklin, hoping to receive the blessing of the great master and become his student. Having earned the required amount, Charles went to the city of pharmacists to collect his order. William introduced the young pharmacist to the chief alchemist of the state, Jackson, who had learned of the results of the interview about the pills and was sent by the center for a control test, simultaneously delivering the long-awaited medicinal goods. The young man did not have time to rest and was very sleepy, asking to postpone the questions to another time. Jackson promised to give the expensive order for free in exchange for correct answers and a personal consultation, which interested the young teacher. In order to correctly solve the problem that the inspector encountered when making a rare pill, the main character needed to study the technology as a whole. Each time the process ended in an explosion, which caused confusion among the manufacturer. The answer turned out to be simple. The great alchemist was hindered by his personal aura. In order to prepare a high-quality pill, it was necessary to change the composition of the herbs. The scientist was amazed and thanked the young man. Pleased with the free purchase of very expensive pills and herbs, Charles went home. The tired teacher's main task was to get to school. The road seemed to last forever, and finally the native gates appeared. It was necessary to conduct analytical sessions with the wards, and only then go to bed to rest. The mentor gave Monica a pill that would transform her energy and told her how to use it. John received a potion that activated his ancient ancestral blood. Sandra received individual methods of training their abilities and further recovery of the body to strengthen her legs and Alex's arms. The students were grateful to their teacher. The spearmen did not stand aside either. Alan received a decoction of special herbs to activate internal energy. The young students were amazed by their teacher's act of caring for them and vowed to win the upcoming test. That same day, Monica returned home to use the treasured pill, at which time her uncle received news from his brother, the girl's father, in which he reported his imminent return and order of a rare, extremely expensive medicine for his beloved daughter, controlling her energy. The beauty showed the guardian Charles's gift. The man already knew the price of this pill and was shocked. It was exactly what the head of the family was looking for his child. The girl went to her private quarters to perform the healing ritual that her mentor had told her about. John also did not wait long and decided to use the medicinal drug. Charles warned the young man that he needed to apply the liquid to his skin several times a day and rub the potion in, and the pain throughout his body would be very strong, but he needed to cope with it. Only then would the medicine begin to work. The fat man endured the ordeal steadfastly and applied the decoction several times. Finally, John felt a surge of strength and inner energy. His skin became stronger than steel and resembled dragon scales. The activation was successful. The student decided to immediately test his new skills, and the centuries-old tree collapsed from the boy's blow. Monica also felt a fresh energy filling her body. The mentor woke up in his own room, carefully covered with a blanket. The last thing he remembered was the classroom. The disciples carried the sleeping teacher into the house, preparing clothes and food for him. It was time to work off the talent he had received, and Charles once again transformed into Grandmaster Ian. The line at the healer's gate was huge. Famous teachers arrived at the house of the miracle worker, trying to take advantage of their status and get to the master for free. But the servant was unwavering, not letting in anyone who wanted to without payment. The protagonist warned Kevin that he was planning to leave the city soon and would only accept those who had already signed up and paid money. Suddenly, the emperor appeared in the reception hall. It was necessary to urgently take care of the elder's health. The men secretly left Jan's residence and went to the palace. Using the flying steps technique allowed us to arrive at the location quickly. The chief invited the great master to enter. The dying old man was in the main chambers. He was very weak and practically could not speak. 3 grandmasters were nearby. They used all their knowledge, but there was no result. The elder of the state was dying. To prepare the solution, the main character had to render the old man unconscious, then restore his strength to be able to determine the force of the blow. This could only be done with poison. But throughout the country, these specialists were outlawed and no one knew them. The Celestial Library was nearby again and immediately collected the necessary information. Charles immediately mastered the new knowledge and was ready to act. The master was determined. He knew that everything would turn out right. The alchemist began mixing the necessary ingredients. The emperor was frightened by the use of poisonous substances. The elder couldn't resist, although his gaze spoke of displeasure. But the poison was poured into his mouth. After a few seconds, the old man, who had been lying motionless, sat up and began to loudly complain. The drug's duration of action was short, and Yang offered to restore the venerable gentleman's vitality, demanding unquestioning obedience for this. The astonished emperor followed the protagonist's instructions. After some time, magnificent young dancers appeared in the chambers. Music began to play, and the old man was firmly held with ropes. The desire to live aroused a powerful flow of energy, and strength returned to the previously flabby, lifeless body. In front of the surprised emperor and grandmasters stood a slender, healthy man. The elder thanked the protagonist for returning from the other world. Jan had to leave, but the butler informed the head of state about the arrival of his old acquaintances, young teachers from a neighboring city, and the young man asked to stay to find out the reason for their visit to the high-ranking official. Mason and his brother greeted the emperor. The teachers asked to borrow a large sum of money to pay for the reception of the grandmaster, who had arrived in the city for a few days. The protagonist, who was sitting aside, entered the conversation, saying that he had heard information about the celebrity's imminent departure and the lack of an appointment. The young people insisted on receiving the money, thanked him, promised to repay the debt, and left the palace, heading towards the already familiar queue, the impudent stranger pursuing them. The brothers approached the famous gentleman's servant, but he refused to take the money since the registration for the reception was complete. The strange stranger walked past the indignant teachers and entered the gate. Kevin said that this was his master. The young people were amazed beyond measure. Charles was preoccupied with the new problem, studying a book on poisons. He realized that this component was also present in his body, without understanding how and when the poisoning could have occurred. The substance inside him was probably from a past life and was currently being neutralized by pure energy, but it could start acting at any moment. The three grandmasters decided to make good use of their journey and explore all aspects of life in the neighboring towns in search of new students. Rumors led them to Charles's school. They already knew about the upcoming teacher evaluation competition. The great masters looked into the courtyard. Two guys were discussing their mentor's lecture and sharing their impressions. In the far corner of the courtyard, a fat student was successfully conquering the rock of knowledge. Having climbed the fence, the elders saw the beauty training. She was magnificent and agile. The movements were precise and hit the target. The scientists also saw a spearman, whose posture alone spoke of his great abilities and concentration. The young man held his weapon confidently and was one with it. The great grandmasters were amazed by what they saw. Harmony, strength, and positive energy reigned in the schoolyard. Every student was busy and focused. The main character was not destined to go home. On the way, he was met by old friends Dorothy and Lucas, who were looking for him to deliver an invitation to the anniversary of the oldest master of tea ceremonies, Mr. William. Charles had no choice but to agree and go to meet the noble and respected gentleman, in whose courtyard many distinguished guests had already gathered. The grandson of the hero of the day, Stephen, was surprised by the appearance in the house of a stranger about whom he had heard only bad news, whose rating and level spoke of the low status of the young teacher. The emperor's famous teacher entered the guest hall and turned out to be Mason's father. The great master greeted Charles and was glad to see him again. The teacher's brothers approached Stephen. They were related and were among those invited to the anniversary. Mason's displeasure knew no bounds when he saw his competitor. The verbal squabbles between the young mentors were interrupted by the appearance of famous grandmasters. The elders happily greeted the protagonist, who was not officially acquainted with them, and was surprised by the warm words. Charles's colleague greeted the grandmasters. At this celebration, he was to accept the status of a disciple of one of them. The head of the house invited close and dear guests to his ceremony. The head of state's chief mentor joined the friends. Grandmaster William loved to ask questions and decided to give the young people a test. Mason and Charles took part in the erudition competition. The main character was at a tea ceremony for the first time. This topic was unfamiliar to him. For the sake of general equality, the head suggested choosing painting questions so as not to embarrass the new guest. William brought a painting that was given to him by one of his best students. It was necessary to determine the style, graphic features, and the artist's intent. Charles was surprised to recognize his work, which he first drew at the insistence of the emperor's teacher and his longtime friend, the doctor, to test young people in the persons of Dorothy and Lucas. The Celestial Library gave him a theory, but it was the first time the young man had ever held a brush. The painting was so magnificent that 3 more copies had to be painted, which were immediately bought by those present. Mason was the first to take the floor and discussed all the issues of painting and graphics, starting with the style and ending with the time frame for painting a masterpiece. The great master was pleased with his young relative. The main character understood for whom his friend Dorothy bought the painting. Charles didn't try to be disingenuous and immediately revealed the secrets of his own work. They refused to believe the young man. It was a true masterpiece by a master of the highest level. To prove his point, the young man raised his hand to the drawing, and the animals and people on the canvas came to life. This was the peak of the spiritual connection between the author and the work. Mason couldn't believe that the creation took minutes, not days as he had previously assumed. As a prize, the owner of the house offered the main character a divine drink, which he prepared exclusively himself from a high mountain variety. Charles criticized the tea set itself, which was causing the magical properties to be lost, and the technique of making tea. For the first time in his long life, the hero of the day was in shock. All the comments made by the young man turned out to be correct. No one had known such subtleties before. As a sign of recognition, William presented the young guest with a gift in the form of rare varieties of the most elite drink. Mason was completely defeated. He failed to cope with the questions of painting and did not know the subtleties of the tea ceremony at all. The news about the upcoming teacher evaluation had already spread throughout all the nearby cities, and students and teachers were discussing possible contenders for victory. Returning to his native school, Charles found his charges engaged in a strange activity. Alex and John were carrying containers with ink, telling the mentor that in recent days strangers often spy on training teenagers, including girls. The paint bomb didn't take long to arrive, and 3 drenched men stood outside the school gates. These were grandmasters studying the methods of their new acquaintance. Charles invited the scientists to the school and told them about his wards. Each of the masters was ready to take the young teacher as his student. But for reasons unknown to them, the young man refused the valuable offer. The main character was interested in the world of poisons, but it was almost impossible to find real specialists in this field. This science had been forbidden for many years, and their place of residence was unknown. The grandmasters invited the young teacher to visit a special library, entry to which was permitted only to true masters. The scientists themselves decided to ask the great Grandmaster Jan to take them on as students, hoping for a breakthrough in new knowledge and ideas. Charles was completing his journey of transformation into a miracle worker, and he needed to finish all his business before disappearing. The arrival of 3 celebrities to the disguised young man, as reported by Kevin, was very timely. The conversation between the high-level specialists was short. The main character said that he was going on a long journey, but he still had his main student Charles, who would be the senior for his colleagues, whom Grandmaster Yang also took as his wards. The elders were grateful and promised to help their new brother. Jan received all the registered visitors and could easily disappear. Kevin informed the master that the 1,000 books promised by the emperor were waiting for him in the courtyard. The time has come for a new heavenly book to appear, collecting the latest information on the highest levels. The transition to a higher level has taken place. The day of evaluation of the knowledge and experience of teachers came, which was awaited not only by the students of Charles and Mason, but almost all the inhabitants of neighboring cities. Nobody expected the competition to become so popular. Gathered in the stands were family members of the students, including Sandra's father, and pharmacists along with William. Even great masters attended this exciting event. 3 famous grandmasters rushed to take the best places. Charles's school stepped confidently into the arena. The young mentor was amazed by the number of guests. Everyone came to cheer for the previously unknown teacher, about whom at least half the country had heard in the last month. Mary and her friend were here too. On the opposite side of the court, a team of a young but already stellar and respected teacher Mason appeared. The spectators assessed the participants in the fight, and the advantages were in favor of the high school. The elders discussed the students' level of readiness and the difference in their levels of physical and spiritual development. Charles's students were reaching the 2nd level, while the opponent was 1 level higher. John was the first to ask to enter the competition field. He had been waiting for this event for a long time and had been preparing for it. A 3rd-year student graduated from Mason School. The opponents exchanged greetings. John was not going to give up, although he knew that everyone considered him the weakest link in the team. The first to attack was a pupil of an elite institution. The fat man only swayed slightly from the powerful push. John assessed the blow as a mosquito bite. He didn't even defend himself. The competitor was in shock. He invested significant energy, expecting the enemy to be defeated, but there was no effect. The young man used all the combat techniques he had learned, but the enemy stood firmly on his feet and only slightly dodged the direct blows. Charles's student easily blocked the tired opponent's hands. The partner couldn't move. It was as if he was in iron shackles. John knocked out his competitor with 1 blow, not giving him a chance. The fat man was irritated by the arrogance of his opponent, who believed in his success and the incompetence of his rival. The young man proved to himself and everyone that it was worth studying in Charles's class. It was Mason's first defeat at the test, with 4 more matches to go. The outraged rivals did not want to admit defeat. The judge ruled against the controversy and declared John the winner. It was the turn of the spearman. Alan was confident of victory. Mason's friends, his brother and Thomas, the owner of a restaurant and Charles's secret enemy, stood on the high platform and celebrated the success in advance, knowing the preparation of the famous mentor's student. 2 best friends since childhood who became rivals for a time met in the arena. Mason's protege conceded defeat early and left the battlefield. The star teacher was irritated, but the young man explained that he constantly trains with his partner and knows his abilities. Sandra insisted on being the next number in the fight. The beauty got a strong opponent who knew no mercy. The young man attacked swiftly, instantly knocking down the timid girl with his blow and celebrating his success. The joy of victory was short-lived. The faces of the mentor and friends became blurry. Their cries were indistinct. It was unclear what was happening. Then the competitor saw his rival standing in front of him, and for some unknown reason, he was lying on both shoulder blades. Mason's student attempted to get up and continue the competition. Sandra easily avoided close combat, moving quickly around the arena. Seizing the moment, the girl dealt her opponent a crushing blow with her right leg, although everyone present knew the story of the child with a severe, incurable injury. Mason's pupil was angry and tried to respond with a counterhook, but missed. The pink-haired beauty was lightning fast at a distance of several meters. This was a previously unknown method of movement that she had mastered in recent days. The young man did not give up and tried to win back. He expected a quick victory, but the fight dragged on. Sandra once again surprised the crowd, including her father, by delivering a powerful kick with her right leg. The enemy could not hold out and was defeated. As he fell, Mason's student made a sneaky move, grabbing the girl and pulling her down with him. The referee was forced to call it a draw. The spectators were outraged. They did not expect such nastiness. It was an unfair outcome of the fight. Sandra was very upset. Her friends tried to calm her down. Charles praised the upset girl. He noticed his own lack of training, paying attention to technique. He did not pay attention to her lack of confidence. This needed to be worked on in the future. It was Alex's turn to show off his martial arts. Mason had studied the problems of each of his competitors' students in advance and knew that the blonde had weak hand strength, so he fielded a hand-to-hand fighter. The fight began with a swift attack from Charles's student. The Iron Fist, as the opponent was called, was ready to defend himself. The fight was intense, the forces were approximately equal, both students were well prepared. But Alex struck more often and faster, his hands flying from all sides, which was a surprise for the opponent, who knew the weakness of his competitor. The blonde's next attack followed, and a powerful blow with his right hand found its target. The force of the blow was great, and the young man with steel hands was unable to stay on his feet. It was a complete victory for Charles's school. Mason's student refused to continue the fight, worrying about his health. The judge announced the score as 3 wins and 1 draw in favor of the young coach. Charles congratulated the students and thanked them for their support. For his sake, the students were ready to seriously develop and defend the honor of their class. The star teacher was very upset and invited his opponent to a personal duel. But Charles's students challenged the teacher to a fight, and they were ready to defend their respected mentor at the cost of their own lives. No one had seen anything like this before, and the eldest of the Grandmasters, Ron, was the most shocked by the teenager's resilience. A golden book from the heavenly library appeared before Charles, and it had only 1 page in it. Mason accepted the challenge of the young fighters. He was not going to give up. John was the first to enter the battle, but the star teacher was able to dodge the powerful onslaught at the last moment and stay on his feet. The fat man was pleased and ready for a new offensive. The team of students went on the offensive as a whole. The students attacked the offender from all sides. Alan was preparing his signature ice arrow strike, which his mentor had passed on to him. Mason understood why his spearman refused to fight, as he knew his friend's abilities and was barely able to dodge the formidable weapon. Sandra was irresistible, hovering over her opponent and landing blow after blow. Now the famous teacher understood why his students were unable to win. The competitors' students were significantly superior to them. It's time to show your abilities through an experienced mentor. Charles's students had a hard time dealing with the renowned fighter. Mason used higher-level techniques that the beginners could not handle. Monica entered the fight using her new skills and energy flows, She was very determined. The famous teacher was amazed by the beauty's hidden abilities. Charles's students knew they were weaker than their opponents, but they were not about to give up. Mason parried blow after blow. Suddenly, Fat John captured the enemy in a steel ring. Now it was possible to attack without hindrance, attacking from all sides. The teacher tried to free himself, but he couldn't loosen the grip. This was a tactical move by the students' team. The students continued to demonstrate their abilities. Monica practiced new skills and expertise. The fight stopped unexpectedly. Charles stopped the students who were carried away by the fight. The young mentor ordered John to let go of the enemy. The teacher analyzed the tactical techniques of his students and pointed out the mistakes made that prevented them from achieving the final victory. Charles was unhappy with the team's poor performance. There were many shortcomings. Having finished analyzing the fight, the teacher allowed the students to continue the fight. The students were surprised by the new opportunity to attack. The emperor's teacher, who was also the father of the star teacher, stood up for Mason and was extremely dissatisfied with the behavior of his adult son. Charles agreed with the decision of the great master. He asked the elders to take his competitor as a student, given his great desire and abilities. Grandmaster Ron gave his consent. Mason thanked the teacher. The teacher confessed that before the fight, he gave his students illegal pills and asked renowned scientists to remove toxins from the bodies of his charges to avoid serious health consequences. The grandmasters were unable to help the teenagers. Charles promised to take care of the problem. The competition judge announced the final result. He had never seen such an interesting assessment in his many years of practice. That same day, Charles's schoolyard was filled with people wanting to attend his classes. The young mentor met with the grandmasters, who offered the young man to choose a mentor in order to later receive the status of a great scientist. The main character was interested in where he could learn about poisons and pass the exam for the corresponding title. Ron handed Charles a tester token for the spiritual level, without which the knowledge test was impossible. The wisest one told where the tests were taking place. To do this, one had to go to a city on the border of a neighboring kingdom. The mini-examiner's screen turned out to be blank, which surprised the young man very much. A golden book appeared before Charles's eyes, and he needed to study it. But the beautiful volume was practically empty, just one page, which appeared after the students won the knowledge assessment. The main character decided to go on a journey. The students were very happy and asked the teacher to take them with him. They really wanted to visit other places. It was time to finish the transformations. Mr. Yang said goodbye to the servant, paying Kevin for the work and advising him to take up further training. Charles was returning home late in the evening. He could not accept everyone who wanted to come to school, so he promised to give a group lecture for a large audience. It was necessary to prepare materials. The topic of the lesson was interesting and included information on the basics of training and combat techniques, without which growth and development of skills was impossible. After the lecture, which was attended by all who wanted to attend, the grandmasters met the young teacher and thanked him for the simplicity of the report and the accessibility of the interesting material. The main character said that he was going to the city of scientists and asked Ron to accompany his students there. Having completed all his business, the main character set off on a long journey. It was difficult to get into the place where the specialists lived. It was carefully hidden. But Mary volunteered to accompany her old friend and introduce him to the one who knew the way to the cave of poisons. The road was long, so the young people decided to use special flying animals and headed to the city of Tamers. For this, they had to climb the mountains. On a mountain forest path, the couple was met by a young man who introduced himself as the prince of a neighboring kingdom, Jacques, who was studying the animal world and preparing for an exam in taming. A young man with security was heading there and suggested that everyone go together. In order to continue on his way, the eminent person had to complete the task of taming a wild beast, for which he had now set a trap. The Celestial Library told the protagonist the disadvantages of an ambush. Jacques did not want to listen to the advice of his new fellow traveler, who was completely unfamiliar with the life of animals. A golden beauty, a saber-toothed puma, appeared from the thicket of the forest. The archers prepared to direct the predator into the trap. The beast did not expect the attack and began to get angry. The prince activated the animal path control levels. The beast fell right into an invisible cage, but the defense didn't work, and the predator was ready to settle accounts with the people. The guards rushed to help their master, but the puma's strength was enormous. The shaggy monster approached Charles with his companion, and the young man tried to calm him down. Realizing that words had no effect, the protagonist resorted to brute force. A few seconds later, the huge animal lay unconscious at the feet of the young teacher. The puma submitted to its new owner. and all that was left for Charles to do was to pet the red-haired beauty and give her a drop of his blood. The teacher explained to the unsuccessful tamer why the trap did not work and how he managed to tame the beast. The tired hero decided to continue his journey with a new assistant. Charles and Mary invited Jacques to join them to get to the city faster. The road was not short. The puma was tired from the heavy load. It was necessary to arrange stops for rest. While the animal was gaining strength, the fellow travelers started talking. The prince was upset. He had not managed to tame anyone, which meant he had failed the exam. The main character suggested finding a replacement, and Jacques remembered a small, nimble bird that had been following them for several days and always did nasty things right on him. No one had managed to catch it. The feathered one didn't keep us waiting long. There was no time to think, and Charles grabbed the nimble bird. The bird turned out to be an ancient species of a virtually extinct genus. Jacques was surprised by the abilities of his new acquaintance. The small bird categorically refused to obey anyone, which angered Charles, and he offered the bird two options. It had to choose to obey the prince or become dinner for the puma. The deal was made. Jacques acquired a tamed living creature, and everyone set off on their journey. The city of Tamers was located high in the mountains and consisted of several levels. People lived in ordinary houses, and animals and birds were given special places. Flying animals were kept under special control and had a price, and exams were held in the animal hall. Along the way, Jacques met his competitor, a prince from a neighboring kingdom who also arrived for the test. On the stone parade ground, another person wishing to become a tamer was waiting for his new acquaintances. A representative of another kingdom descended into the hall on a large eagle. The girl was so charming that the boys stopped their verbal debates and clarification of her abilities and shortcomings. The huge bird behaved very quietly and obeyed its mistress unquestioningly. The future tamers stood waiting for the examiners. Charles and his friend watched the events from the side. Finally, one of the mentors entered the hall and explained that the level of the tamed animal must be equal to or higher than that of the tamer, and the level of trust must correspond to the required indicators. The prince who tamed the wolf received high praise and level. The next heir to the throne could also boast of his result. The princess received a higher score for taming a huge, high-ranking bird. It was Jacques' turn, his little bird rapidly circling in the air. The examiner could not believe that this small specimen was worthy of evaluation and shamefully threw out its owner. The master was angry and did not want to listen to excuses. Charles stood up for his fellow traveler, accusing his mentor of ignorance for failing to recognize the category and level of the bird. At this time, the chief tamer entered the hall with his assistants. The senior specialist tried to sort out the dispute. The main character indignantly proved that Jacques was right. Charles spoke about the little beauty, specifying that it was a rare specimen of a very ancient lineage, and accused the examiner of lacking professionalism and desire to understand the situation. The inspecting handler tried to justify himself and apologize. The second stage of the exam was coming up, and the main character wished success to his new acquaintance. The princess, a girl named Emily, was amazed by Charles's knowledge and taming of a wild puma. The obedience and trust level test was successful. The chief examiner was surprised by the high score. Jacques told how his companion was able to cope with a large predator and a cute bird. The master of the hall told the main character that he would be able to pass the exam to become a beast tamer himself. Emily tried to ask Mary about Charles's sudden success, to find out if he had been involved in taming before, but the teacher's friends said that there was no such profession in their town. The protagonist agreed to take the exam, but asked to use the local library on animal taming. The library turned out to be huge, and Charles was at a loss. There was little time. It was necessary to find a quick way to study the numerous literature. The method was found, and the Celestial Library instantly produced the result. Charles was ready for the tests, and to speed up the process, he asked for the exam to be conducted in the form of an interview. Having answered the questions quickly and correctly, the main character proceeded to the second stage. It was necessary to tame an animal of a higher rank. In order not to waste time searching, the young man offered to tame the golden eagle that belonged to Emily, promising him a promotion. The bird turned out to be very smart, and the end result of the unexpected meeting with Jacques was that the young teacher received the title of Tamer of the First Star. The handsome eagle received a promotion and became subordinate to Charles, upsetting Emily. Now it was necessary to obtain permission to use the flying animal and move on further on our journey. The only free animal was a tiger-headed predator with huge wings, but its health condition was alarming. Veterinarians could not make a diagnosis, and the animal was on the verge of death. The shaggy monster didn't let anyone near him. Charles took over the duties of a doctor and concluded that it was necessary to urgently make a pill from special herbs. The only first-level alchemist was the already familiar Emily, but she still didn't know how to make drugs. There was no choice. The girl had to agree. The main character convinced her that he would explain the technology step by step. She just had to strictly follow his orders. The oven was ready to go and the process began. The princess deftly worked her hands, listening to instructions, periodically doubting the competence of her mentor. The equipment was getting hotter and was ready to explode. The result of doubts and untimely introduction of the plant was an explosion. Charles stood between Emily and the stove. The girl was not hurt. Tamers and friends rushed to find out what had happened and what kind of help was needed. The princess thanked her savior. She was excited and upset, worried that the result did not work out. But the main character was holding in his hands a precious pill, which he managed to snatch from the oven at the last moment. The winged beauty was healthy again. Emily tried to ask her new acquaintance about alchemy, but the young man suggested postponing the conversation. It was time to get ready for the journey. The princess offered to show the way to the city of poison masters, and the teacher happily agreed. As a token of gratitude, the chief trainer allowed the use of the tiger-headed beast. It was time for Mary to go home, and Charles and Emily hurried to the mysterious city. The flight was short. The village among the mountain cliffs seemed small and cozy. Unpleasant news awaited the guests upon arrival. The poison master, the only person with access to the cave, was seriously ill, and the princess suggested that her new acquaintance take care of his treatment. Charles had to agree. It was his last hope, but he decided to change his appearance. Emily was surprised by the boy's transformation. The young men entered Master Sullivan's yard. The girl convinced the manager that she had brought a doctor to examine the patient, and they were allowed into the house. The patient's appearance was terrible. The old man practically did not speak and moved around in a wheelchair with outside help. The protagonist quickly determined the cause of the poison master's grave condition. The toxicology specialists had an agreement. In the event of failure to fulfill the terms of which or the death of the senior, the subordinate would slowly die from a deadly worm that destroys the person from the inside. Sullivan confirmed the young man's words. His mentor died unexpectedly, which activated a terrible mechanism. Charles began to heal, trying to drive out the tormentor with streams of his energy. Only after numerous acupunctures of the entire body was it possible to cope with the difficult task. The worm was very aggressive and did not want to leave the victim's body. The life of the poison master was saved. He began to thank the unknown healer, but the elder was still very weak and asked the young man to help him recover. As a token of gratitude, the manager offered the protagonist a visit to a library with books on poisons. The courses of maintenance therapy were successful, and the patient recovered completely. A grateful Sullivan told Charles about the Cave of Poisons, the keeper of which suddenly died, leaving no successor. Now 3 candidates are fighting for the high post and accepting no one. The main character asked the master to take him to the Hall of Poisons. The study of literature passed quickly. The young teacher was ready to set out. The only way to get there was to introduce himself as an envoy from the central headquarters to appoint a new keeper of the cave. The road was among the mountain peaks. On the route, there were numerous huge worms and various insects. Sullivan told the secret of a secret place. It was the birthplace of the magical red lotus. Finally, the entrance appeared, the very sight of which with a huge evil spider indicated that the heroes were on the right path. The guests were met by 2 guards. They were surprised that the master had brought a stranger. Charles had to force security to call the hall representatives. The sounds of the struggle brought out the senior toxicologist, who was informed that a messenger from the center had arrived. The black-eyed man did not believe the young man and demanded proof. 3 deputy custodians followed, each of whom dreamed of taking the vacant position of chief specialist. Charles took the initiative and, as a representative of the headquarters, sent the healers to prepare for the tests, based on the results of which an appointment to a position would be made. The protagonist set aside 2 hours for preparation, asking to be accompanied to the library to wait. The black-eyed caretaker showed the young man the way to the treasured book depository. Charles had not expected to gain access to the volumes so easily. While the young man was studying literature, Master Sullivan was interrogated. The elder said that the representative appeared unexpectedly, cured him of a deadly worm, and ordered him to be taken to the Cave of Poisons. Suddenly, a guard ran into the hall and announced the arrival of another envoy from the center. Sullivan was extremely frightened. He understood that the hour of reckoning had come and he could not escape. A high-ranking representative of the headquarters presented his badge confirming his status. Warren's task when he arrived was to appoint a new chief keeper and collect the lotus seeds, which ripened once a year. An unsuspecting Charles emerged from the library doors, ready to take the exam. Warren suddenly attacked the imposter. The protagonist did not lose his head. He said that he was sent to supervise the appointment and laid out all the information about the envoy. The headquarters representative was surprised by the awareness. He completely obeyed his senior in status. Charles told the messenger about his health problems and gave advice on how to heal and level up. Warren discovered secret information about the cave. The entire city stood on a volcano, and in the Hall of Poisons, a red lotus blossomed and produced seeds once a year using the energy of lava. The main character had already found the name of his own poison and asked a specialist about its properties. The condition turned out to be incurable, and death occurred before the age of 30. The information he received greatly upset the young man. It turned out that he had received the poison in his mother's womb, merging with his blood and soul, which is why treatment was impossible. Charles tried to find a way out and continued his questioning. Warren said there is a legend that only one great man in history was able to cope with the poison and lived for 10,000 years. His name was Sky Joe. The caretaker led the messengers into a secret room in the middle of the cave. In the center of the huge cave, streams of fire splashed. In the very center grew that same magical red lotus. Its crimson flower blossomed once a year and immediately produced seeds with extraordinary properties. This year, there was a problem with harvesting the fruit, as a huge dragon settled in the lava and did not allow anyone to approach it or the plant. As the elder, Charles ordered his partner to tame the fire monster under his control. Warren didn't believe he could defeat the monster, but he accepted the challenge. The forces were unequal. The dragon's skin was hardened in fire and was stronger than steel. In addition, the reptile was able to spew balls of flame. Charles studied the monster's actions and understood how to act. He ordered his colleague to put away his weapon and embrace the formidable enemy. A couple of minutes later, the powerful beast was sleeping peacefully at the feet of the surprised headquarters envoy. It turned out that the monster was very lonely, and the use of weapons forced him to defend himself, and affection led to trust in the guests. Warren went to carry out the center's instructions to collect seeds. As a token of gratitude for the assistance provided, the envoy handed over part of the collection to his partner. Warren also gave Charles an amulet that could help those in need. It was time to continue the journey to the city of Grandmasters, and Charles flew off to new adventures. While their mentor was receiving the status of a tamer and studying the granite of knowledge in the field of poisons, his students, under the supervision of Ron and Mason, reached the neighboring kingdom, where they were supposed to meet their teacher. The young heroes found themselves in such a huge city for the first time, and they were surprised by everything in this metropolis. The senior grandmaster suggested that his charges explore the new place. Mason decided to master the art of painting. He was impressed by the work of his competitor, and he wanted to learn how to paint pictures too. In the painter's shop, the teacher was shown various works. It turned out that Charles had arrived earlier and had already visited this place, leaving new masterpieces. At this time, the main character was also exploring the city. Not yet knowing about the arrival of his charges, he had already visited several interesting places and was satisfied, feeling another increase in level after the previous events. Charles did not know where to test his new abilities. Seeing a crowd of tramps carefully examining his appearance, he deliberately turned towards a quiet forest park. The robbers took advantage of the chance, hoping to fill their wallets. The flying shaggy beast that appeared from the sky left no one a chance. The villains were left without tempting money, and the main character without combat training. The frightened enemies were forced to give their coins to the unknown youth, who was guarded by a terrible predator. The main character went through the air for a further walk through the forest thicket. His attention was drawn to a fighter who was trying to tame a large, ferocious bear. The young teacher became intrigued by the battle between man and beast, and landed nearby to continue observing and intervene if necessary, transforming into Ian again. The bear turned out to be stronger, and the young man had to come to the aid of the stranger, advising him on taming tactics. The man thanked him for the advice and again began to tame the shaggy predator. A small pill helped the animal enter a state of calm and relieve aggression. The bear recognized his master, and the unknown gentleman, at his request, was honored to become the mentor's student, introducing himself as Franklin. Excited by the flow of new information, the students entered the artist's shop. The students were surprised that their teacher had already been here and had successfully passed the exam. Now his works were the decoration of the hall. The place to live had been prepared in advance by the devoted Kevin, and the protagonist met his young charges and their escorts at the entrance gate of the ordered house. The whole team entered the yard. It was time to rest. Charles decided not to waste time and went to a special city complex to fulfill the main purpose of visiting a distant kingdom and pass the exam for a grandmaster. In the main building, a symposium of students and their mentors was being held. Charles was surprised by the large number of people from different countries. On the stage stood an ambitious young man named Thomas, who successfully passed the exam and received the title of Grandmaster for the first time. Next, the main character's old friend Emily was invited onto the stage, and she was also awarded the title of Grandmaster of the First Star. The young man was surprised, because they had recently parted ways in the city of Tamers. Roy, who came up later, told Charles the procedure for passing the exams. The event that was happening now was already the result of the tests. A famous local master congratulated the girl on successfully completing the test for the honorary title. When asked about her success, Emily mentioned Charles's help in completing her alchemy internship, seeing him in the room among the many guests. The protagonist asked to take the Grandmaster exam, providing the alchemist's badge and the apprentice's token. The students who came wished success to the mentor who was preparing for the first stage. The first task was to control and evaluate the technological process of preparing the pill. Charles went into the testing room. The first thing the young man saw was a small metal cauldron. The robot pharmacist has prepared a set of herbs to get started. Having quickly fired up the stove, the mechanical assistant deftly mixed the ingredients, and in a minute the pill was ready. The students watched the teacher's answers on the screen with delight. Emily and the alchemist examiner were amazed at the accuracy of the results. Charles did not make a single mistake, and the number of points exceeded all previously received. Word of the young teacher's excellent results spread very quickly. The chief alchemist of the center was completing the process of internal improvement. A servant who ran in screaming interrupted his master's important mission. The supreme pharmacist immediately went to the center to meet the genius. In the courtyard, specialists from the Pharmacists Guild discussed the results of the testing. Already familiar, Jackson suggested that his colleagues meet with the new alchemist. Charles stood at the exit of the first room, not understanding whether he had managed to pass the test. The pharmacists were surprised to see the protagonist. Jackson remembered their previous meeting. The young teacher prepared for the next test. It was necessary to control one of the absolutely identically trained robots in order to achieve its victory in battle. In an instant, the red one won the battle. The third task was to give a lecture on combat techniques. The result was announced by bells. These were the souls of the masters. The more often they rang, the higher the score. Previously, the maximum result was 4 times. The book from the podium was generated randomly. It was impossible to know the task in advance. Charles was given a difficult version of one of the rarely used techniques, but he did a great job. The bells rang without stopping, leaving the examiners in complete shock, something that had never happened before in the history of the exam. The highest score had previously been achieved by an ancient famous martial artist whose statue was nearby. But even then, there were only 4 hits. Charles tried to continue the lecture, but he was very disturbed by extraneous loud sounds. The exam was passed. While those gathered were discussing the previously unseen results, the main character entered the next room without knowing the rules of the test and greatly frightening the commission. There were 2 rooms behind the door. For the first star, you had to get into the left one. In the other, there was a robot fighter killer, so the test subject might not return alive. Lightning and energy discharges flashed behind the metal door. Everyone stood in great tension, hoping for Charles's success. Not expecting a trick, the main character entered the first room, where he was immediately attacked by a robot, having destroyed which, the young man faced another stronger steel opponent. The fight was not easy, but the man won. The senior overseer of the Grandmaster Complex decided to notify his superior about the outstanding achievements of one of the students taking the 1-star exam. Franklin, the chief master, was relaxing, having fun with his new shaggy friend. When Charles left the ill-fated room, a large number of specialists of different levels, including top stars, had gathered in the hall. Before everyone's eyes, the main character's energy potential increased. To complete the exam, it was necessary to have a student with a high status. Franklin's appearance solved this issue, surprising everyone present who knew the famous master. The honorary title of Grandmaster of the First Star was in the hands of the protagonist. The Golden Book of the Heavenly Library has opened its second page to its reader. Taking advantage of his acquaintance with the great masters, Charles asked for permission to take the second-level exam. The amount of spiritual energy on the analyzer token was off the charts. Two candidates, the main character and the young famous Master Thomas, have gathered to take on a new, more difficult test. One of the stages was teaching in an unfamiliar school for 10 days, after which the student's trust percentage had to be checked to be no less than 40. Charles spent the next day in the famous library of the Grandmasters, where he had long wanted to get to. But to get information about the Heavenly Joe, he needed 2 stars. The day of teacher recruitment arrived, and before the interview, the subjects' appearance and names were changed. Now they were Charlie and Tom. Seeing the number of competitors, the young men were confused. The head of the school would not have time to accept the huge queue of applicants before the evening, which meant that the task would be failed. Having registered, the future teachers began to think about how to get into the school academy. The enrollment consisted of only 3 teachers. The head teacher decided to hold a group interview after seeing a huge number of applicants. The candidates were presented with 2 problematic students, showing all their abilities. Only 2 teachers were able to offer solutions, and Charles saw the reason for what was happening to the teenagers and eliminated it. The choice of school teachers was made. At this time, the class was waiting for its new teacher. The bully Jessica dreamed of a distant famous teacher from another kingdom named Charles, rumors of whom reached her. Having learned that the choice fell on an unknown teacher, the girl decided to organize a general strike against him. The beauty gathered her classmates and told them the plan to fight the stranger. They had to act correctly and carefully. The school leader's speech was interrupted by a new teacher who suggested that the girl leave the class and not attend his lessons. Friends stood up for their friend, but the mentor was firm in his decision. He didn't need a rebel. Charles's students were unaware of his important assignment and were bored. So Ron suggested that they visit the largest school academy in the state, where he often lectured. Charlie began his introduction to the class by studying the abilities of his charges, giving them advice on correcting their deficiencies. The students were surprised by his accuracy and insight. Classmates were pleased with the first results. The hooligan and troublemaker Jessica, who had ruined the lives of many teachers, was ready to accept her mistakes. The girl managed to meet with the new mentor and promised to obey him unquestioningly and always listen to him. The main character accepted the teenager into the class. Charles saw that poison was circulating in the student's body. Complete trust was needed to free Jessica from the harmful substance. The teacher's recommendations were supposed to perform a miracle within 10 days. Passing by the schoolyard, Monica heard a local student praising her teacher, putting him above the famous mentor Charles from a distant city. The girls entered into an argument. The princess was again ready to defend the honor of her idol. It was a fight between equal opponents. Each one's technique was at a high level, worthy of respect. The girls decided to arrange a temporary truce. Jessica was ready to appreciate the level of the unfamiliar mentor and was rushing to class. The rivals agreed to continue the competition in 3 days. The days flew by. Soon the teacher's work would be summed up. The young mentor, rapidly gaining new knowledge and star titles, still had a lot of unusual things ahead. But will he be able to overcome his illness? And how will events unfold? What will happen to the library of the Heavenly Path? We will find out further. Having won the teacher evaluation competition, the main character and his students set off on a journey to a distant kingdom along different roads. Along the way, Charles visited the city of Tamers and visited the Cave of Poisons. The young mentor found information about an incurable toxin that had been in his body since birth, and learned that only one person had managed to overcome it and live for eternity. Along the way, Charles met the heirs of several kingdoms, including Princess Emily, who had a star as an alchemist and animal tamer. The pages of the Golden Book of the Heavenly Library were gradually filled up. These were the pages of the life and successes of the teacher and his students. The main purpose of the trip was the city of Grandmasters and the exam to obtain the title. Having passed the first star level with colossal success, Charles and his competitor Thomas set their sights on the second step. The main condition for receiving the next star was to win the trust of the students of the local school academy, for which the applicants' appearance and names were changed. Charlie and Tom began working in the classrooms. From the first day, the mentor took care of the problems of his charges, helping them to restore energy or increase their level. The most difficult one in the whole school was the daughter of the senior alchemist, Jessica. The new teacher managed to cope with the girl's rebellious nature. In order to help one of the most silent boys in the class, the help of medicinal herbs was needed, and Charlie went to the pharmacy in the Doctor's Guild. The sales department asked for a prescription because an unknown man was interested in poisonous plants. The mentor gave his name, but without a doctor's prescription, the workers refused to issue the drugs. Charles had no choice but to take the medical exam. The result, as expected, was impressive. All the guild members were shocked. The stranger exceeded the results of the head of the medical society, and according to the existing rules, took his place. The hardest part of the test was the wall of incurable diseases that generations of healers could not cope with. 19 out of 20 diseases were solved by the teacher within half an hour. Rumors of a change in the guild's chief physician specialist reached the emperor of the local kingdom. The new teacher's successes were reported to the director of the academy. Charles was struggling with his last illness. It was a congenital pathology of the musculoskeletal system. The maximum life expectancy for patients did not exceed 20 years. The Library of the Heavenly Path was precisely aimed at finding flaws, which simplified the main character's task. The chief healer came to the head of one of the distant kingdoms of the Alliance. Princess Elizabeth suffered from a congenital disease and was bedridden. For 19 years, no specialist could cure the girl. The beauty had only about a year to live. The healer suggested trying a healing method suggested on the wall the day before by an unknown master. The father and daughter no longer had a choice. The treatment process took place. The girl was able to stand on her feet for the first time, which made the loving head of the family incredibly happy. Muscle strength and energy in the arms and legs returned to normal. At this time, Charlie, on the advice of the senior healer, went to the alchemist's shop to search for the necessary materials for the pills, transforming himself into an old grandmaster for the sake of respectability. On the way, John dropped by his place, that is, the temporary residence of Charles and his students. He had not seen them for several days. Ron tried to help Monica, who was injured in a battle with a rival. The Grandmaster introduced himself as their mentor's teacher and offered to help with healing. Pure energy instantly restored the beauty's strength. The girl thanked her savior and asked him to teach her new techniques. The chief alchemist's shop was open. The necessary herbs were available. Jan was very pleased. All the means turned out to be excessively expensive, but the disguised Charles paid for it with his knowledge. Having transformed into Charlie, the mentor went to school where they were already waiting for him. The teachers were already waiting for their charges. Jessica was injured and needed help. The new teacher's pure energy flow quickly healed the injuries. The student hid the information about where the wounds came from, but asked the teacher to give her some lessons on how to use weapons. The hardest thing for Charlie was with the new student Greg, who was constantly silent. The teacher had already helped him concentrate his energy in the first days. The feeling of revenge possessed the young man. The mentor promised to help him. Magic techniques were aimed at strengthening the spirit and increasing the level. The young man felt a strong surge of fiery power. After giving the advice, Charlie went to study combat techniques with weapons to help his students. Monica was good with a sword. It was necessary to bring the technique to perfection and pass it on to the beauty. Jessica's weapon was another bladed weapon, a saber. The Celestial Library has compiled a book called Blade Fighting Technique. Additional knowledge and skills increased the spiritual level of the protagonist. Jessica's elder alchemist father was looking for his daughter to tell her about the solution to her health problems, since a large number of medicinal poisons had accumulated in the child's body since childhood, which prevented her from reaching new heights. On the health wall, there was a description of one of the diseases. This information struck the pharmacist, who did not know how to help his girl. The girl happily reported that the new teacher had already cured her. The next morning, Greg felt no changes in his body and decided to test himself on the strength tester. The figures doubled and made the young man very happy. As a token of gratitude, the student told his mentor what had been troubling him for more than 2 years. The young man said that he was from a noble family. He had an older, beautiful sister, smart and talented, who was predicted to have a great future. The girl refused to marry one prince, and the next day all the members of the family, and there were more than 100 of them, were killed. The 15-year-old boy was left all alone. All this time he was accumulating strength and thirsting for revenge. Charlie listened carefully to the story and advised him to concentrate on training using a new method developed especially for Greg. The young man did not want to involve the teacher in the showdown and hid the name of the enemy. Next, the main character met with Jessica and handed her the saber combat instructions. At this time, Princess Emily returned to the city. At the request of the father of the Emperor of the Kingdom, having heard about the successes of the unknown teacher, she went to the academy to meet him. The ruler of the state personally decided to visit the school and invite the mentor to visit. He needed the help of a healer. In honor of their acquaintance, the emperor presented the protagonist with a spiritual stone, which was considered the main currency among the nobility and was a very rare specimen, with the help of which one could significantly increase internal potentials. Charlie promised to come by and quickly left the yard. Other urgent matters awaited him. The eminent person became very interested in the teacher and his abilities. Asking her daughter to be with him more often and pay attention to him, the kingdom needed strong, talented people. Charles, in the person of John, hurried to his student Monica to pass on to her the technique of sword fighting. Kevin entered and announced the arrival of Jessica's father's guest. The pharmacist expressed gratitude to the girl's mentor's teacher for the miraculous healing. It was time to visit the Grandmaster's library. In Jan's status, he could use more specialized materials. The main character found information about the Heavenly Joe, who defeated the intrauterine poison. After reading the book of the Heavenly Library, Charles came to the conclusion that in order to fight, it is necessary to move to the highest level, which can be helped by spiritual technique. It's time to use the Spirit Stone. But the changes were not as significant as the young man expected. There was very little energy. The next day, the emperor received an envoy from a neighboring state. The esteemed gentleman brought Prince Davis, the youngest son of his friend from the ancient family of kings, to propose marriage. Emily did not like the potential groom's capricious nature, and she offered a deal. If the young man copes with her spiritual bird, she will give him her hand and heart. The prince boldly moved towards the golden-headed eagle, hoping for an easy victory. But the modest bird did not let the stranger get close. The prince had no choice but to admit defeat, but he did not want to give up. At this time, the servant brought a new guest to the emperor, whom the owner greeted with great hospitality. The head of the kingdom introduced the envoy and the prince to Charlie's teacher. The high-ranking guests were dissatisfied with the way they were treated, and Davis offered the mentor a bet to defeat the girl's pet. The main character, who did not understand anything, joyfully greeted the proud eagle. The bird reciprocated his feelings by pressing itself against his shoulder. Emily was surprised and began to analyze the actions of the unknown Charlie. The princess figured out who was hiding behind the mask of the unfamiliar teacher. Only one person had excellent talent, had excellent medical skills, was well camouflaged, and was familiar with her feathered friend. The teacher's victory was obvious. The heir suspected that the man and the animal had known each other before and proposed a duel. In case of loss, the teacher had to not communicate with Emily, and as a prize, he received a rare spiritual herb, an ancient treasure of the family clan. Charlie agreed with great pleasure. Greg was the first to go on the offensive. The golden-headed eagle instantly attacked the offender of his tamare, whom he immediately recognized. The upset protagonist scolded the bird for not being able to easily get the valuable prize. The messenger, in turn, tried to intercede for the young man. The royal guard suddenly appeared and stood up to protect the teacher. The diplomat helped the wounded young man to stand up. Charlie offered to help quickly treat the injuries. To Davis's surprise, within seconds there was no trace of the damage left, and he thanked his healer. The spirit grass of animals was given to the main character. In addition to the help provided, Charlie opened up additional energy meridians for the young man that had been suppressed for several years. The distinguished guests said goodbye and went to rest after a hard day. The royal family went to the Hall of Family Spirit Animals with the teacher, and along the way, Emily quietly hinted to the young mentor that she knew who was hiding under the name Charlie, and promised not to reveal the secret. The emperor explained why he had invited the healer. His problem was a huge lion, which was considered a symbol of royal power. Everyone entered the hall with magical protection turned on. Suddenly, the head of the Magician's Guild appeared, providing a magical shell separating the predator from people. Charlie asked for access to the animal, but the magician categorically refused to disable the barrier. Without listening, the teacher calmly entered the room. After briefly studying the situation, the main character completed the task and turned off the magic. Those present followed the mentor to their favorite. In the center of the hall, a huge golden lion slept peacefully. Recently, the beast had been behaving aggressively and had injured several servants who were trying to feed it, so it was declared sick and placed under invisible protection, which was established by the head of the magicians, one of the elders of the King family. Afraid to wake up the predator and become its lunch, the main character carefully examined the shaggy giant. The Celestial Library categorically rejected the version about illness. Charles concluded that it was the effect of several poisons in large doses. It was necessary to prepare a special potion using the blood of a herd of sheep and cows. The main character mixed several types of magical herbs. A few more minutes and the antidote was ready. It was necessary to wake up the lion, but for safety, First, activate the protective field. The guild leader could not do it alone. He lacked an energy core. To activate the energy, the teacher decided to use the power of the predator itself. Spears soaked in potion flew straight at the beast. The shaggy monster woke up and was furious. This flash was enough for the magical barrier to work again. The royal family and the guild leader were shocked. The protagonist stayed inside and began treatment. When he turned off the protection and invited the emperor, the lion lay without breathing, studded with arrows from all sides. It seemed that he died. Charles quickly brought the predator to its senses. The spears were needed to destroy the foci of poison accumulation on the animal's body. The predator stood up. Now all he had to do was drink the antidote. The head of state saw that the family's spiritual beast had not only recovered, but had also made an energetic breakthrough to the next level. The emperor wanted to try the treatment methods himself in order to reach the highest stage, but this option did not work with people. The protagonist took the spiritual stone to complete the process, asking to be left alone with the beast, which was now not dangerous. The head of the Magicians Guild quickly said goodbye and went to his clan to report what had happened. He was worried by the fact that the stranger was able to recognize the poison and easily control the magical barrier. The princess began to suspect that the powerful king family who were claiming the throne was behind the poisoning, as only they had access to the Lotus City and the protective field. The emperor agreed with his daughter, but was afraid of revenge from a powerful clan. Using the Spirit Stone increased the protagonist's energy, but it was still far from a breakthrough. It was necessary to start the recovery stage. The animal taming technique that had been tried earlier worked perfectly. Emily and her father heard the predator growling and decided to look into the hall, worrying about their guest. They were stunned by what was happening. The beast was enduring blows in rage. Finally, the peak was reached. The paths for new energy were open. The lion was completely healthy and strong as never before. The emperor thanked the doctor for saving the spirit animal of their royal family. The princess invited the teacher to go to an event together. Charles could not refuse. The young people came to the school playground, where the fight had already begun, attracting a large number of curious onlookers. Even the teachers of the academy watched with interest the duel between the two students defending the honor of their mentors. The girls attacked each other without stopping. The forces were approximately equal, but each of the students had individual abilities and skills. It was Jessica's turn. Her saber aimed at her opponent with a fiery beam. The school director himself was amazed. This technique was an indicator of the highest level of proficiency in bladed weapons. Monica was not inferior in her techniques. The cold flow of the sword was perfect. The students again went on the attack against each other. Coming closer to the center of events, Charles, in the form of Charlie, was shocked to see his charges. At one point, Jessica was weaker, and Monica took advantage of the situation. She was ready to finish the blow, but the mentor suddenly appeared and with a slight movement turned the sword to the side. The teacher ordered the girls to stop fighting. The head of the academy approved of the actions of the mentor, whose goal was not only to teach, but also to protect his charges, and both girls could have suffered greatly. The battle was not over. The students were upset by the teacher's decision and promised to meet in 3 days alone so that they could not be prevented from finishing the dispute. Charles's charges were returning to the residence, discussing the battle along the way. They were unhappy with the actions of the unknown mentor. The advantage was on Monica's side. Guests knocked on the young mentor's gate. It was a poison master from the city of the Red Lotus. He was passing through and wanted to thank the young man once again for the miraculous rescue. Kevin, who opened the gate, was surprised by the old man's embrace and remembered that the gentleman had said that he had once used his appearance, telling the venerable guest about it. The pupils approached the house, and the servant introduced them to the great master. John came up with an idea to temporarily disable Jessica's teacher from trying to interfere. The young man asked the elder for a short-acting remedy, and he shared the powder, unaware of the boy's insidious plans. The beauty came to class and asked the teacher to point out her mistakes and help her improve her techniques. To restore the spent energy, it was necessary to prepare a herbal infusion, but certain plants were needed. The girl suggested using the help of the alchemist's father, who owned the pavilion. At this time, the assistant principal could not find Charlie and approached his colleague, Tom, with a request to talk to the teacher about arranging a meeting between Charles and Charlie in order to stop the disputes between the students. 3 of Charles's students decided to use a dishonest plan and broke into the mentor's quarters at the academy. While Alan and John watched the entrance, Sandra poured poisonous powder into the teapot. Footsteps were heard in the corridor. There was nowhere to hide. One of the teachers entered the office. It was Tom. Unfortunately, Jessica's father's shop didn't have the necessary herbs, which were top-level plants. Charlie insisted on contacting the Pharmacists Guild. Chief Alchemist Jackson, of course, did not recognize Charles in his new guise and refused his younger colleague. To obtain permission to purchase the necessary herbs, the next level was needed. The teacher offered to help the pharmacist make a pill to prove his competence. The goal was achieved and permission for the recipe was received. All that remained was to place an order. Charlie explained to Jackson that a doctor could use his knowledge and use medicine, stating that he was currently the head of the Doctors Guild. To speed up the request, you could use a fast connection. The teacher wrote on the screen the ingredients needed to make the pill. There was a commotion at the headquarters of the Alchemists Guild. A request for rare herbs came from the royal capital, marked urgent. The center was irritated by the impudence and increased the price of the goods. Now it amounted to 3 spirit stones. This was a huge cost. Hearing the indignant cries of his subordinates, the chairman of the association intervened in the matter. The chief alchemist decided to prove that those on the other side of the screen were unworthy of receiving the valuable cargo and suggested asking a control question. The deputy head sent a complex task that he himself had been working on for the past month. The answer came almost without delay. The alchemist was shocked when he read the solution. It was absurd. But the oldest specialist confirmed the correctness. He himself found the answer in an ancient manuscript. The head sent another question, for which there was no information in any known manuscripts. He himself did not know the solution. The teacher's answer horrified all the alchemists on both sides of the screen. The mentor asked for 3 spiritual stones for the decision. The center had to agree to the condition. The issue of payment and receipt of the order has been resolved. The wisest alchemist received the answer and sent his best specialist to the city to get acquainted with the new genius. All that was left was to wait for the arrival of the necessary herbs, which could take up to 2 weeks, which upset Charlie. In order not to waste time, the teacher suggested that the girl's father begin preparations and collect all the available ingredients. The mentor suggested that the headquarters send questions in exchange for stones, but the screen remained silent. It was time to prepare the pill. Charlie was in charge of the process. The pharmacist decided to use protective clothing. He had never made medicine of this level. The other alchemists watched closely from afar. There was a high probability of an explosion with the slightest mistake. While the teacher was busy with the issues of his student's recovery, another student, Greg, had almost completed his renewal and was ready to act, without having consolidated the results with training. The technological process was successful, and satisfied specialists left the room. Charlie was very happy with the results. He hoped to help both girls. The teacher handed the pill to Jessica and gave her instructions on how to use it. Grandmaster Yang, on behalf of his disciple, gave the medicine to Monica. It was time to return to the school academy. In his work quarters, a surprised Charlie found his competitor waiting for him for several hours. Tom reported the director's request to arrange a meeting between teachers from Charlie and Charles's different schools, which was simply impossible, and happily waited to see how his rival would get out of the difficult situation. The second-star contender also suggested visiting the Grandmaster's Hall early to check the students' trust results, without waiting for the 10-day period. The colleagues agreed to go to the guild the next morning. The main character was tired and poured tea into a mug. A faint smell of poison emanated from the drink. Charlie was shocked. He could not understand who could commit such an act and who he could harm. 5 minutes later, the director's assistant burst into the office asking for help. Tom didn't have time to reach the house and fell into a ditch. The competitor was lying on the bed and looked very weak. Charlie examined his colleague and found traces of the same toxin that was in his tea. The teacher assumed that Tom had drunk the poisoned liquid while waiting in his office. Fortunately, the poison was short-acting and slightly toxic, and the treatment was quick. The teacher left his partner to rest until the morning under the supervision of an assistant. The main character was walking home and wondering who could have added the potion to his teapot. There was no one in the apartment, and Charlie decided to engage in internal self-improvement. Spiritual energy merged with physical energy. The feeling of flight did not leave the young mentor. The Grandmasters Guild brought together the top experts. Scholars discussed questions about successors. Recently, there were fewer and fewer high-class students. A statue of the ancient Master Confucius, who created the guild and the new teaching, stood at the entrance. The protagonist was pleased with the result. He felt the growth of spiritual power, but he was still far from reaching the maximum rank. The eye of insight was open to the youth, through which he could learn the true essence of things, their advantages and disadvantages, without resorting to the help of the heavenly library. In a dream, an unfamiliar old man came to Charles and offered to become his student. The young teacher was confused and refused. In the morning, the craftsman noticed cracks on the ancient sculpture. The Doctors' Guild held a meeting to legitimize the status of its new head. Doctors were puzzled as to how an unknown teacher could easily pass the exam and answer questions on the wall of thoughts with previously incurable diseases. At school, Charlie met his student. She was fully recovered and ready for difficult training. On the other side of the capital city, two brothers met in a cozy restaurant in the morning. Davis came to a quiet place to relax and calm his nerves. Harris was here almost every day. The young men did not communicate often, but now they started talking. The younger one was having a hard time dealing with the princess's refusal to marry him. The elder left the hall for a few minutes. No one saw the stranger who followed him like a shadow into the sanitary room. Harris saw the surveillance and was scared. He did not understand who could dare, because he was the eldest heir of the powerful king family, considered higher in status than the royal family. The unknown man did not speak and silently attacked the young man. Considering the high level of rank, the eminent person was not very afraid of combat techniques. But the unknown person surpassed the heir's level and fought to the death. Harris was hit with lightning-fast punches one after another. The young man realized that he was losing. A little more, and victory would be with the stranger. The strength of the eldest son of the head of the kings was running out. Harris gathered his last energy and took out a family heirloom that could cause a powerful energy charge, instantly restore strength and destroy everything in the area. The magic box was activated. The stranger realized that he needed to leave immediately, leaving his revenge for next time. A magical explosion occurred in the restaurant, partially destroying the walls. Information about the use of the ancient relic instantly reached the head of the family. Upon learning of the location of the disaster, the elder king went to the establishment. Harris lay unconscious and bleeding on the floor with no one nearby. Charlie enjoyed lecturing to the entire class, and his classes were attended by available teachers and masters. After the lesson, Emily invited the teacher to the royal library, which he had long dreamed of visiting. At this time, the unknown fighter who attacked the heir of the kings was running away from pursuit. The nearest place to hide was the royal palace. The father and the princess were discussing issues of protecting the state and confronting powerful clans when they learned of an attack on a young man from a noble family. It was this family that was the most powerful competitor. All its members possessed magic and the art of poisons and had the support of higher powers. The daughter of the head of Charlotte was married to the crown prince from a neighboring kingdom. The servant reported the arrival of one of the king elders with a detachment of guards. The uninvited guests demanded that the criminal hiding in the palace be handed over. The emperor denied any involvement in the attack or any connection with the fighter. A representative of the ancient family reported that a rare animal search engine found traces and brought guards. The emperor was forced to let the warriors in. The fugitive saw an open door and disappeared into the building. Having closed the entrance, the young man looked around and looked around. He was in a library and felt the presence of a person. Charlie was surprised when his student ran into the royal library. Greg asked for forgiveness from his respected mentor, admitting that he had not listened to him and had begun to take revenge before he had completed his improvement. The head of the royal family and a detachment of the King clan approached the library and demanded that the criminal come out. Greg had no choice but to follow their orders and defend himself. The advantage was on the side of the clan representative. The young man was injured. All that was left was to arrest the culprit. But unexpectedly, the main character stood up for the young man. Charlie examined the student, helping him recover quickly. The emperor introduced him to everyone as the head of the medical guild. Greg thanked him for the support, but he didn't want to drag his mentor into a personal dispute. One of the elders of the King family ordered that the criminal who attacked the heir be handed over to him. The mentor had no intention of following instructions and was ready to protect his student. King attacked first, confident in his strength and counting on quick success. The seemingly modest teacher gave a worthy rebuff. The mentor showed his student how to identify the weak points of the attackers in order to win. Charlie left it up to Greg to use his new knowledge and deal with the guards and their leader. The young man dealt with the entire squad without any problems. The guards were completely amazed, after which the young man thanked the teacher once again. A new page appeared in the Golden Book. This was the library's reward for sincere assistance to the student. The emperor was extremely surprised and demanded an explanation. The main character himself was not against finding out what happened. Greg revealed that he was George, the youngest son of a large royal family who accidentally survived when the King clan killed all of his relatives in one night. The teenager had no choice but to pretend to be someone else and hide in the school academy, preparing for revenge. Charlie himself was ready to deal with the criminals hiding their true faces. At this time, the former head of the medical guild was invited to the King family palace. A doctor examined Harris, who never regained consciousness after being attacked by a stranger. The doctor explained that the young man was not only physically injured, but also poisoned. The poison was unknown, but the medic had come into contact with it, so he also suffered. Having said this, the master fell down, losing consciousness. The head of the clan prepared for revenge, waiting for the messengers with the criminal. To carry out his plans, King secretly invited the new chief keeper of the Poison Cave and the master of the Lotus City. The head of an influential clan asked for help in curing his son. The payment was offered in the form of a spiritual herb that increases energy potential when used. The chief poison master rejected the use of various pills, but the specialists of their guild had other methods. The young custodian asked in exchange for his services to open a trading pavilion for his representatives in a large city. An agreement was reached. The keeper promised to help the head of the family deal with any of his enemies. A servant ran into the palace with news of the defeat of the guard detachment led by the elder. The next news was the arrival of Charlie's teacher with the aim of achieving justice and forcing the King family to admit their guilt. The clan leader walked out to the gate in a rage. The news of the latest events quickly spread throughout the city. Jessica, having learned that the respected mentor protected Greg and was going to deal with the powerful king, began to gather friends to help the teacher. The girl gave instructions. Each of the students had to call their parents for support. John brought his friends the good news of the imminent death of Charlie, who had decided to defeat the impregnable enemy. Monica did not support the young man. She appreciated the teacher's actions in defending the honor of his ward and offered to help. The emperor urgently assembled a detachment of soldiers until further notice to protect the palace and the townspeople. The head of the kingdom and his daughter went to the residence of their rival. From all sides, residents approached the king's palace, ready to stand up for the mentor. The head and all the elders of the King family stood at the gate. Charlie, along with Greg, demanded that he admit guilt for the murder of more than 100 members of a noble family. The assembled townspeople were surprised by the news. Murders were strictly forbidden in the kingdoms. People did not understand where the whole family had suddenly disappeared, believing that everyone had moved to another place. The main character offered to hand over those who were involved in the deaths of people. Otherwise, he was ready to defend his rights in battle. The clan leader laughed in response to the master's statement. The father's younger brother was warming up his hands, preparing for a quick victory. The man was furious and attacked first. Greg rushed into battle, but the strong hand of his mentor saved the young man from death. With just one movement, Charlie repelled the attack. It was a powerful blow that destroyed the enemy's energy core. King was shocked. He thought the teacher's level was much lower. In front of the astonished crowd, the spiritual energy of the protagonist raised him to a new level. People were puzzled as to how this could happen so quickly. But the members of the noble family had a higher rank, so one of the elders entered the battle. Charlie had the advantage. He deftly dodged his opponent's blows. Victory was once again in the hands of the protagonist. The young members of the clan rushed to the attack, simultaneously attacking the offender. A few minutes later, the outcome of the fight was decided not in favor of the family members. The most formidable opponent was the head of the kings. His energy and spiritual levels significantly exceeded even the famous grandmasters. It was necessary to study the shortcomings of your main enemy. Both fighters turned out to be strong, but the main character was more agile and dodged attacks at the last moment. Charlie seemed to read his opponent's thoughts and calmly dodged the blows. The mentor's fighting technique was magnificent. The director of the academy was delighted no less than the emperor. King saw that he was losing and drew his blade. Charlie asked Monica to throw him the sword. The beauty did not lose her composure and aimed the weapon straight into the teacher's hands. The main character masterfully mastered many techniques. The sword seemed to fly around its owner, creating a protective barrier. Accurate attacks increasingly struck King's body. There was something familiar in Charlie's movements, his manners and fighting technique. The guess struck Monica. Sandra also agreed with her friend's opinion. Realizing that he was losing and his strength was running out, King was not going to give up. The cruel father of the family called the cavekeeper for help. The master of poisons greeted his mentor and was ready to attack. The head of the Red Lotus City held back his comrade at the last moment. He found out who was hiding behind Charlie's shell. Realizing that he might have made a mistake by listening to King, the keeper became angry. Cannonballs with poison flew at the noble gentleman. The clan leader did not understand what had happened and why the poison master had stood up for some unknown teacher. The toxins began to take effect, immobilizing King's body, and the guardian went on the offensive. The protagonist interrupted the carnage. thanking his old friend for his support. Having lost hope of success, the father of the family took out an ancient relic, which was used in exceptional cases and could destroy the city with magical energy, destroying those around it. Magical waves began to fill the streets of the capital city. The emperor did not know what to do and how to save the inhabitants. The king was triumphant, his eyes blazing with a mad gleam. Even the head of the Grandmaster Guild did not have the ability to influence the magic field. The protagonist once again saved the situation by using his internal energy to turn off the avalanche of magic. The city was saved, the fields were turned off, people were shocked and could not believe their salvation. King didn't understand what was happening and why his magic wasn't working. The villain's only hope for salvation and protection was to appeal to a high-ranking official whose wife was his daughter, and the old man rushed to the palace. He understood that his body was infected with poison, and he would no longer be able to fight. The foggy haze was supposed to delay the attackers until King reached the coveted communications room. The main character understood the enemy's plan. Having disabled the next magical barrier, Charlie and his assistants ran to catch up with the enemy. The coveted office was already nearby. King, with the last of his strength, flew faster than lightning. The communication screen was ready to receive messages. The flashes behind him prevented the villain from concentrating. The equipment did not work. Charlie appeared in the doorway with Greg and the Poison Masters. The protagonist gave the student the choice of revenge that the head of the family deserved, and went to the academy. To help the young man, the mentor left masters from the city of the Red Lotus. At the exit from the palace, the main character was met by a crowd of admiring residents of different ranks. They came to the aid of the teacher, but it turned out that he was their savior. Charlie thanked everyone for their support and promised to give instructions to everyone as an incentive. Greg, now Georg, found the teacher in his work quarters and thanked him for his support. The young man said that the real reason for the murder of his family members was not his sister's refusal to marry, but an ancient family manuscript from the time of Confucius himself, which the King clan was hunting for, which was hidden deep in the mountains, so the thugs did not find anything. Charlie refused the gift of the precious handwritten tablet and asked what had happened to King. Georg said that he did not kill the enemy, but simply deprived him of all energy. Now he was not dangerous. As compensation, the young man took the ring and gave it to his mentor as a sign of gratitude. The main character did not expect such an unexpected gift. The decoration was the entrance to the King family treasury. Charles was most pleased with the spiritual stones. There were many copies of valuable books in the storage room. In the center of the treasury stood a flask with a jade potion. It was the most powerful artifact of energy influence and spiritual power. The Celestial Library has revealed the main properties of the valuable drink. Now the main character could combine the acquired knowledge and use it for the next rank. The new volume contained information about the jade potion. It was a rare elixir of spiritual power that replaced stones and herbs, giving the right to break through energy. The young teacher decided to immediately test the contents of the jug. The update was successful. The mentor felt the increased potential. Immediately wanting to test his power, the main character went to the stone examiner. The result obtained was impressive. At the academy, Charlie met with a recovered Tom. It was time to visit the Guild of Great Masters. A colleague said that he saw 3 of Charles's students in the office, suggesting that they had put poison in the teapot. The young wards of the young teacher were heading to their temporary residence. The girls were clearly upset. Sandra shared her guesses about Charlie's mentor with her friends and assumed that they would receive a fair punishment for a serious offense. The rivals headed to the Grandmasters Association to complete the exam. At this time, the guild was excited by the news of the arrival of highly qualified specialists to sum up the results of the tests. Each master's level was no less than 4 stars. The examiners came out to greet the young mentors. Each teacher was accompanied by their students to assess their level of trust, which was the main indicator of passing the test to receive the 2nd star. The first to come to the control screen were 2 of Tom's students, showing a satisfactory result that allowed them to receive a token. Charlie put out 1 ward. The masters insisted on controlling the other 2 who arrived with him. The result exceeded the level of the highest family relations. The trust was boundless. The screen had never shown anything like this. The head of the Grandmasters Guild congratulated the teachers on successfully completing the task. It was time to take off the masks and return to our usual appearance. All the masters and various specialists present were shocked to recognize the main character in the image of Charlie. The academy students were the most amazed. The guild elder congratulated his colleagues and presented them with well-deserved tokens with 2 stars. Franklin led the young mentors to get acquainted with the territory of the association. telling the history of the society's origin and its goals in the education, spiritual and physical development of itself and its wards. A small procession approached the monument to the founder of the teachings of the famous ancient grandmaster of the 9 stars, Confucius. Charles recognized with horror the old man who had appeared to him in a dream and offered to become his disciple, and whom he had unknowingly refused. Next, the masters visited the Hall of Approval, where the tablets of famous scientists were collected. One could receive their spiritual support by kneeling before the silent stands. The vibration of the plate indicated that the aura of its owner had chosen the one standing before it. Thomas got 1 vote, which was a good result for a young specialist. When Charles stood in the circle, not a single sign moved. A roar was heard from the street, and the masters saw the statue of the great teacher begin to waver. The stone block collapsed, breaking into many pieces. The walls of the hall also began to move. It was time to urgently leave the building. Those present managed to run out, and the columns collapsed along with the ceiling. The hall of recognition and approval lay in ruins. The guild leader didn't understand what was happening. Franklin once again reminded his young colleagues that they were now responsible for their actions and deeds, and their goal should be to make people better. It turned out that many thousands of years ago, alien troops arrived on the planet, wanting to capture it and make it their colony. The foreigners enslaved all the inhabitants, forcing them to fulfill the demands of their masters. Thanks to Confucius, an army was created that supported the teachings of the Supreme Teacher and defeated the enemies. At this time, there was an extraordinary meeting in the Hall of Grandmasters. Experts discussed the problem of the fall of the statue and the destruction of one of the famous halls with tablets. These events indicated that a genius had appeared who had received the recognition of his ancestors and had refused Confucius himself. Guests from the distant center were glad to meet young specialists. Franklin spoke about the huge number of craftsmen around the world who are always trying to help each other. The current civilization consisted of many kingdoms of varying levels of development, subordinate to various centers and alliances. Each state had its own highly qualified specialists. The headquarters masters were preparing to organize the next competition of grandmasters of all states, guilds, and associations, which is usually held once every 50 years. Distinguished guests from the headquarters invited young colleagues to take part in the competition, which is scheduled to take place in 3 months, and defend the honor of the association. Having said goodbye to his new acquaintances, Charles went home. His students met him at the exit. The path to the residence passed in complete silence. Upon arrival, the mentor unleashed his wrath on his young charges, who dared to use poison against an unfamiliar teacher for selfish purposes. Sandra, John, and Alan admitted their guilt and begged for forgiveness. The students were ordered to leave the hall as punishment. It's time to say goodbye to our new charges. Jessica thanked her mentor for helping her recover and grow, and for the techniques and guidelines he prepared for her. A new page of the Golden Book flashed through the protagonist's head. Georg also expressed his gratitude and asked to take him on any trip since he was left all alone. The pages of the Golden Book grew larger one after another, and it was necessary to begin studying it. In one of the remote estates of the kings, they discussed the events that had happened. The doctor examined Harris, who had still not regained consciousness, and all attempts at treatment had been unsuccessful. A colleague ran in and reported new information on the communication screen. The guild chairman and his guests from headquarters also read the message. According to the information received, Charles was finally approved as the head of the Doctors' Guild, and a high-ranking representative of the association was expected to arrive in the capital. Returning home, the protagonist learned from Kevin that 2 masters were waiting to see Ian. After some time, the servant opened the gate and invited the guests to enter. The reincarnated Charles was surprised by the arrival of the famous grandmasters, whom he had recently said goodbye to as a young specialist, and was very worried about his exposure. The level of the masters allowed them to determine the discrepancy between the outer and inner shells of the great healer sitting in front of them, about whom rumors had reached many kingdoms, and to doubt his competence. Jan realized that they didn't believe him and used the Eye of Insight. This move helped to strengthen the shaky status of the reincarnated mentor. The grandmasters were convinced that they were dealing with a high-ranking specialist. The envoys of the center asked Ian to send his student to the competition to defend the honor of the kingdoms. He was surprised by such an appeal and left the decision to Charles. 4-star Master Smith's personal request was for help in mastering the final stage of the inner field technique, which he could not complete. The Celestial Library pointed out the identified shortcomings to the protagonist. Jan promised to help his colleague complete the training. To achieve the goal, it was necessary to stand in the pose of a seated horseman. As soon as Smith relaxed, His colleague dealt him a crushing blow after apologizing. The process ended successfully. The technique was mastered and accepted by the body. Having thanked Jan, the grandmasters prepared to return. While the masters were talking, Princess Charlotte, the wife of Crown Prince Martin from a neighboring kingdom, arrived in the city and became angry when she saw her family's destroyed home. A high-ranking person gave orders to the head of security to find the father and brothers. The princess was ready to immediately find and tear to pieces the offender. The guard told the girl that her relatives were in the house. Charlotte's brother was unconscious, and his father could barely speak and was almost unable to move due to weakness. The head of the kings was delighted to see his daughter and asked her to avenge them. The princess called the commander of the guards and ordered them to prepare for battle. Charlotte was furious and eager to deal with the enemy. The father wanted to personally see the death of the teacher. The Golden Eagle delivered the owner and family members to Charles's house. There was confusion in the royal palace. The emperor learned of the arrival of the princess from the neighboring kingdom and prepared for battle. Emily's father gave her the family heirloom and ordered her to leave the palace. The chief of the guard approached the gates of Charles's residence and loudly challenged his opponent to a duel. A servant came out of the door and just as furiously sent the disturber of the peace away. At that moment, the grandmasters left the house, having said goodbye to Jan. The princess's chief guard demanded that the young teacher be called. The mighty bird was also ready to attack. Jan asked his colleague to deal with the disturber of the peace and his feathered assistant. Smith's level of energy and spiritual power far exceeded his enemy status. The fight didn't last long. One blow was enough to immobilize the guard. Next in line was a golden eagle soaring overhead. The bird received the second pulsed energy flow. The bird fell to the ground with a loud crash. Jan knew of Smith's rank, but was still amazed by his supreme skill. Thanks to the famous grandmaster, the attack was repelled and the opponents were killed with one blow. Charlotte was indignant and demanded that everyone be killed. The commander of the guards tried to explain to the princess that the masters have a special status. The girl didn't want to listen to anything, and her subordinate had no choice but to use physical force. The blows calmed Charlotte down a little, but she held a grudge. Jan sent Kevin to get Georg. The mentor suggested that his student deal with his old enemies himself. The young man looked at the pitiful appearance of the previously formidable princess, still trying to threaten. Charles's ward struck with all his anger, remembering the corpses of his relatives. George thanked the master for the opportunity to take revenge on another member of the King clan. With the last of its strength, the eagle and all its owners flew towards the house with the help of a guiding push. It was time for John to thank his guests for their help. The grandmasters returned to the issue of the competition for young specialists, talking about the large number of awards and the main prize. Having learned what the prize for first place was, the main character was taken aback. The reincarnated Charles promised to send his supposed student, that is, himself, to the competition, surprising the guests with a quick change of heart. After saying goodbye again, Steve asked to convey an invitation to the young master. The great grandmasters began preparing for the upcoming championship. The next day, the main character invited the students to his place. The pupils were very worried about the misdeed they had committed and were ready for any punishment. Charles invited those who wished to become his followers. All 5 were happy to follow the teacher. The mentor asked Georg if he was ready to continue to follow him through life. The young man was very pleased with the offer, but asked to visit the family's estate far away in the mountains. The protagonist explained that the students have the opportunity to change their minds and choose another teacher. Charles said that by following him, the students would not have the opportunity to disobey or not follow the teacher's instructions. Otherwise, they would face severe punishment. All 6 students swore an oath of allegiance to their mentor. The master chose the route through Georg's family estate to the capital of the grandmasters, where in 3 months a grand competition would take place, to which he was invited. Charlotte returned to her kingdom. The princess asked her husband to take revenge for her humiliation and for his family. Prince Martin was very angry. He understood what consequences a war with the great grandmasters could lead to. Charlotte shared with her husband secret information about why the entire noble family of George, one of the main contenders for the throne, was killed. It was an ancient and powerful clan that saved a saint in ancient times. In gratitude, the great lord presented the family with a valuable manuscript containing the writings of Confucius himself. The princess explained that the ancient document would be a pass for their state into an alliance of large kingdoms, and the young prince was deliberately left alive, since nothing of value could be found in the palace. And now George is heading to the mountains to his father's old estate. Martin understood his wife's thoughts and began to make a cunning plan. Meanwhile, a small detachment led by the main character with winged assistants climbed high into the mountains and should have already been near the country family residence of the young man. Princess Emily also set off on a long journey with her friends. Realizing that they were lost, the travelers stopped. Charles found a way out by drawing a route on a piece of paper. The Celestial Library couldn't show the way, but it was within its competence to correct the shortcomings, so in a few seconds the mentor knew where to go. The protagonist left the students to build a campsite, and he, Emily, and Georg went to the estate. The traveler's gaze was met by an old abandoned building with a collapsed roof. The young man warned the teacher that the approach to the house was reliably protected. The magical barrier did not allow any outsiders to pass through, so strangers had not yet been able to reach the relic. It was necessary to deal with the obstacle, and finally the treasured key was found. Now the young master knew how to remove the protection. The magic code was revealed. It was possible to move on. The protective barrier melted before our eyes. Charles and the girl remained outside, allowing the young man to enter his home alone and take the necessary things, including the manuscript. George honored the memory of his ancestors. Having completed the necessary ritual, the ward took the ancient document and handed it over to the teacher. The tablet with the inscriptions was treated with a special compound, allowing it to be stored forever. The main character opened the manuscript that Confucius himself held. The young mentor studied the great master's notes with great respect and wonder, and at this time he was always inaccessible. The competitors who approached the abandoned residence realized that their enemies had already visited the house. The trio watched the events below carefully, preparing for a surprise attack. Charles was so engrossed in reading that he did not sense the danger. The commander of the guard was flying at great speed towards the master with a spear in his hand. Just a few moments later, a dull sound of impact was heard, and streams of blood flew in all directions. The main character stood in complete stupor. Georg saw the attacker at the last moment and covered the teacher with his body. Charles was furious. The Heavenly Library suggested a battle strategy. A huge column of energy rose up and flew towards the enemy. The chief of security had never encountered such a weapon before. The stream of fire engulfed the guard in an instant. Trees were collapsing and fiery flames were flying around. The prince and Charlotte were unable to stay on their feet. Martin became frightened and rushed into the thicket, leaving the princess alone. Charles had no intention of letting his enemies go. A bolt of fire flew after the prince, swallowing up a frightened Charlotte in its path. Martin was in despair, and a servant arrived and managed to put the master on a huge bird, thereby saving him from the teacher's revenge. The main character promised to kill the prince. Having lost a huge amount of energy, Charles fell to the ground unconscious. After some time, the teacher tried to open his eyes, and there were worried students standing around. Georg was lying nearby. He had lost a lot of blood and was unconscious. The wound was deep, and the teacher began to treat it. Knowledge of medicine was not enough, and the young master turned to the Heavenly Library for help. The students watched their master's actions with bated breath. The internal organs damaged by the spear gradually healed and the bleeding stopped. The treatment was successful, but Georg was still unconscious. The main character swore to take revenge on the prince for his student. Emily tried to dissuade the master from hasty actions, explaining that Martin had a whole kingdom with an army behind him, and he should soon take his place on the throne. The princess insisted on thoughtful actions, convincing the teacher that otherwise even the grandmasters would not be able to help and would side with the young heir. The head of the Alliance of Great Masters, Miller, was on good terms with the royal family, which could also hinder Charles. The protagonist decided to start his revenge plan by visiting the Grandmaster Society to convince them to side with him. The hike continued, and along the way, the teacher decided to look for additional energy sources. The city of Tamers was the next stop for the small detachment. Charles gave Kevin the order to look for a place to rest, and he himself went with the princess to the Hall of Animals. The taming of an unknown, high-ranking wild beast was to take place in the arena. There were many people willing to come out to fight, as the management of the hall promised a good prize. Suddenly, the attention of those present was drawn to the sound of a bell, announcing that someone wanted to undergo a series of tests, which included successively taming a group of animals with increasing levels. The prize would be the blood of a spirit beast. The surprised tamers rushed to see the spectacle. The deputies of the head of the hall were eagerly awaiting the appearance of the daredevil. The main character calmly entered the arena. 5 huge wolves with sparkling eyes did not keep us waiting. The animals attacked first, hoping to tear their victim to pieces instantly. Having killed the leader of the pack, Charles convinced the others to surrender. The senior tamer was surprised by the battle tactics. It was a completely new method that proved its effectiveness. The teacher calmly released the wolves into the pen. The director of the animal hall and his assistant also watched the fight. The chief tamer also noticed the young stranger's clever move, which hit the wild beast in the life zone, temporarily immobilizing it. Next, 3 huge tigers jumped into the arena. None of those present understood what had happened. But a few seconds later, the predators were lying with their paws up. The second round was also in Charles's favor. Next, 2 giant bears were released from the cage. One paw of each of them was larger than the young tamer. After a while, the shaggy monsters were flying all over the stage in the deft hands of the mentor. Such a swift victory had never been seen in the entire history of the animal hall. The management was shocked. All those present were also surprised by the unknown techniques. The scary bears couldn't move. The stage was passed. The final rank was to win a fight with a gorilla. The monkey was extremely aggressive. It seemed that just one blow would leave nothing left of the main character. The director went to give the order to turn on the protection to save the tamer, but the assistant stopped him. In the arena, the gorilla hugged his new owner and smiled. In the end, all tests were passed without casualties. The upset leader gave Charles the well-deserved prize, a drop of the spirit beast's blood. The reward was valuable and equal to 10 stones. The protagonist said that he needed another 20 drops, and he was ready to undergo the complex test the same number of times. The director of the animal hall was very worried about his animals, so he looked for all sorts of tricks to refuse the young man. The assistant saved the situation by offering his senior colleague a desperate solution. Charles was asked to tame a recently captured nightmare beast whose level was undetectable. The price was a fabulous sum of 30 drops of blood, and the main character happily agreed. The master asked for a short break and to be given the opportunity to study the literature available in the local library, surprising his opponents with such a desire. The book depository contained not only textbooks on taming, but also ancient manuscripts on the study of animals. Information on their voices was valuable. The Celestial Library has collected the information together. Charles almost lost all his energy when he tried to pronounce the hieroglyph. The next day, the main character and the hall's management went to the cage with the unseen beast. The director said that it took a long time to find this animal. It had not been possible to catch it for a long time, and large sums of money had been spent on it. The huge, shaggy stranger with golden fur, horns, and a tail with a fluffy tuft, more like a dragon, was nicknamed the Beast of Nightmares. The animal slept peacefully in the cage, not paying attention to the arrivals. Charles tried to pronounce the sounds he had learned earlier, but since there was no description of their meaning anywhere, the teacher acted at random. After the first roar, the beast woke up and looked at the people in surprise. The second sound was longer. Suddenly, the predator became aggressive. It seemed that he was about to destroy the cage. The director ran to turn on the protective barrier. Charles continued the experiment and made a third sound. Something incredible happened. The huge monster turned into an obedient, furry animal. The young tamer completed the task and demanded a reward. The head of the hall had no choice but to fulfill his promise. Charles ordered the dragon to listen to his new masters and said goodbye to his astonished tamers. While the young master was earning the blood of the spirit animal, Kevin, on his instructions, accompanied by the senior tamer, went to the poison hall. The travelers arrived at their destination, where they were clearly not expected. A guard suddenly appeared and asked the strangers about the purpose of their visit. Jan's servant demanded to be taken to the head, saying that he was his relative. As proof, the young man presented an emerald token. The guard knew who the item belonged to and led the uninvited guests into the residence. In the main hall, Senior Staff Specialist Warren was talking with the head of the Poison Hall and the Alliance representative. Sharp sounds from the corridor interrupted the conversation. An indignant Kevin demanded to be allowed to see his relative. Even the tamer was horrified by the impudent behavior of his fellow traveler. Jan's servant was very persistent. He strictly followed his master's instructions. Warren, surprised by the appearance of a familiar face, since Charles was in the guise of Kevin when they met, tried to calm the chief manager of the Poison Hall and the senior envoy of the Alliance. The elders listened to the uninvited guest, who practically demanded that they go to the capital of the kingdom to help the Grandmaster and his disciple. Warren did not understand why his colleague in poisons had changed so much. The behavior of the servant Yang was extremely impulsive. Having received the coveted prizes for taming animals, Charles began to restore his inner spiritual field. The director of the Animal Hall, in gratitude for his help, gave the main character a magic pill from his collection. When Emily walked in on Charles, She couldn't believe how quickly he had managed to complete the next breakthrough. The princess said that the head of the Grandmaster's society had recently become even closer to the royal family and was a friend of Prince Martin. The main character was not afraid of Miller's power and thirsted for revenge. Charles was ready for battle and set off for the capital. Leaving the students in a secluded place, the teacher and the girl on his winged friend arrived in the center of the kingdom. Almost simultaneously with the main character, the supreme representatives of the Hall of Poisons came to the city, accompanied by Kevin. Along the way, the servant told his new acquaintances about the virtues of his master. The Grandmaster Elder and his assistant visited Martin to inform him that Teacher Charles had arrived in the capital. Miller ordered his colleague to meet the uninvited guests. The senior Grandmaster stood on the porch of the palace, so he saw from afar the flying tiger-headed predator with Charles on his back, ordering the junior youth to turn back and return home. The young master had no intention of retreating. He sent the winged predator with the princess into hiding and went to the palace gates. The level of spiritual energy and skill of Miller's assistant reached its maximum. It was almost impossible to defeat him. But Charles was ready to remove any obstacles that prevented him from reaching the prince. The great Grandmaster and the heir were shocked by the young man's sudden victory. Martin ordered his army to defend the residence of the future king. Miller went out to meet with the master, sending the heir to urgently prepare the right of accession to the throne, since it would be more difficult for Charles to kill Martin in the status of head of state. The chief Grandmaster ordered the guards to step aside and walk towards the young mentor. Negotiations took place. Charles insisted on the extradition of the prince. It was not possible to reach an agreement peacefully. The young man was ready to remove any obstacle in the way of carrying out the death sentence that he had passed on the enemies of his student George. Miller had no choice but to defend himself and accept the fight. The greatest of the masters mastered almost all the teachings and techniques and reached the level of maximum perfection. Warren and his colleagues had already approached the palace and were watching the events taking place. A deadly lava blast of ice sent by Miller rained down on Charles. The young master was ready and repelled the attack, striking back in turn. The battle was short-lived, and from the window the prince saw the main Grandmaster lying motionless on the ground. Martin ordered the army to advance and kill the youth, and he himself hurried to the royal hall. Guards surrounded the main character from all sides. Then a shocking picture appeared before the eyes of the surprise specialists. Charles was standing in the middle of the courtyard and giving a lecture. About 100 armed warriors peacefully settled around and listened to the teacher with fascination. Warren remembered that he once came across a manuscript about Confucius, who was also able to talk down a huge group of enemies. According to legend, the great master began to speak, and after a few minutes the demons attacked each other, unable to resist. Enraged by the disobedience of the soldiers, the prince tried to command the army. The outraged guards refused to obey the heir. Charles finished his speech. Those who heard his speech became his students and could not harm their mentor. The young man asked the detachment to part and let him into the palace. The ceremony was not yet complete, and the prince was very frightened. Martin seized the emerald jade box, the symbol of royal power, and declared himself emperor. Since all the rules of coronation were violated, the Supreme Alliance refused to recognize Martin as the ruler of the state. The prince could not believe his failure. The failed heir tried to defend himself with the help of the symbol of supreme power. Martin's skill level was high, and the prince was also very hopeful of the ancient relic's help, so he attacked first. Kevin didn't understand how some box could harm the master. The Alliance representative was horrified to hear that this jade item activates energy capable of destroying an entire kingdom. It has not been used for several thousand years, so it has accumulated enormous potential. But nothing terrible happened. The emerald box did not work. The elders of the poison hall present were surprised. The energy activation did not work. Charles approached the prince, who was disappointed with his failure. But Martin did not give up hope of winning and attacked his opponent. The main character easily repelled the attack. Having finally realized his helplessness and the approach of death, the heir to the throne called for help from family representatives. The Alliance's envoy saw for the first time the ancient royal dragon, information about which he had only heard about in legends. Then, from the depths of the palace gates, an old man appeared. It was Martin's great-great-great-grandfather, one of the previous emperors, who had long been considered dead. He asked the young man to let the prince go. But Charles promised to kill all those responsible for the injury of his student, and he fulfilled his oath. The flying monster was waiting for its master's command. The battle began. The elder was much stronger than the young teacher, so the youth chose the tactic of fast movements to tire the enemy. To prevent the winged monster from interfering, the first blows of the fiery streams fell upon the dragon. Despite its size, the ancient monster could not withstand the attack. The former emperor realized that he was left without support. The ancient master of the throne was ready to take revenge on the impudent young stranger for his family. The fight was impressive. The forces were approximately equal, but the experience and level of the elder was much higher. To win, it was necessary to urgently find the shortcomings of the enemy's technology. Now the main character seemed to anticipate his opponent's move and dodge the blow at the last moment. The weapon came into play, and the ancient gentleman was surprised by the insight and dexterity of the youth. Despite the help of the heavenly library, the level of skill and spiritual powers of the protagonist was somewhat weaker. It was necessary to urgently solve the problem. Having taken a hit, Charles began to think about raising his rank on the battlefield itself. The young man had an additional option prepared, which he saved for emergencies. The protagonist got the treasured red lotus seed that Warren shared with him in the poison cave. The process of breaking through to the highest level began immediately. The elder understood the enemy's tactics and tried to interfere, realizing that he would no longer be able to cope with the new rank. Those watching the fight were outraged by the vile attack. Despite the disruptions, Charles managed to complete his promotion. The ancient emperor's last hope was the magical fire blade. The main character easily withstood the enemy's powerful onslaught. It was the young master's turn to strike. Only thanks to the magical blade of the sword did the ancient head of state escape harm. The time has come to use the weapon that has never failed the elder. Charles was ready for a sword fight. The young teacher's fighting technique amazed his opponent more and more. He expected quick success, but realized that he had made a big mistake. Having assessed the current balance of power, the elder prepared to flee. But he didn't manage to get far. The fireball caught up with the former emperor at the palace wall. Only now the protagonist realized how tired he was. The young man thanked the representative of the alliance for the timely support, because if Martin had received the status of king, killing him would have been a big problem, entailing consequences for the entire state. The envoy said that he had only hastened the answer, since the coronation ceremony that had taken place was in fact invalid, considering it payment for one deed done earlier by Charles. The mentor was extremely surprised to learn that a girl was hiding in the guise of an alliance employee. It was the same Elizabeth, who had less than a year to live. But by solving the problem of previously incurable diseases, the young teacher brought her back to life. She achieved a high status in the alliance. The disease was completely defeated. The question of appointing the head of the kingdom remained. Charles urgently needed to resolve personal problems. He was not ready to govern the country and categorically refused the crown, proposing a candidate for the high post. The master gave a signal, and the flying beast with Princess Emily landed nearby. A royal girl with the status of a master and stars in several specialties was worthy of the throne. But it turned out that the rank of the heiress to the crown was lower than required for complete subordination of the subjects. So the main character decided to help and shared another lotus seed. Charles helped make the breakthrough, and Emily could take on the title with dignity. The princess's level has reached the level required for her future status. The girl thanked the master. She could not believe what was happening. The enemies were defeated, and she became the queen of a state neighboring hers. The young teacher decided to consolidate his status and went to the ancient dragon that served as the spiritual beast of the kings. The protagonist ordered the animal to obey Emily. The formidable dragon drank a drop of the girl's blood. Now he was obliged to protect her and listen to her instructions. In a distant neighboring state, the emperor received news from a messenger that his daughter, together with Charles, had reached the hostile capital. He was very worried about his princess. The news that the main character not only defeated all opponents, but also helped Emily ascend to the throne shocked the king. Classes were in progress in the Grandmaster's hall. The lecture was given by one of the elders of the association, a renowned 5-star master. The news that someone was trying to seize power in the guild made him laugh. The Grandmaster, with the help of his famous 4-star colleagues, reliably protected the center. The assistant informed his master that the unknown person had solved all the problems and passed the set traps. Charles needed help, and he turned to the head of the Grandmasters, who should have known everything. The main character was worried about the loss of consciousness. Elder Miller said that somewhere far away there are guardians of souls who possess the secrets of controlling someone else's consciousness. They can control someone else's consciousness and create puppets with a living inner world. Having learned that such a curiosity could be purchased at a large auction market in a neighboring state, Charles headed there. The small town was known to everyone and brought together traders from all over the world. Elizabeth agreed to accompany Charles to the unfamiliar settlement, as she knew the local rules and customs. The girl found almost no heart-to-heart information. Kevin happily agreed to accompany the young master. In the morning, a small procession walked along the main street toward the central market. One of the elders of the Poison Hall joined the group, hoping to find interesting specimens for his questions. The largest bazaar with an auction hall consisted of several levels, on the first of which there were many traders with various things, sometimes of unknown origin and purpose. Charles decided to price some of them. The merchant demanded a high price in spiritual stones for a yellow crystal with unknown properties, but very durable. No other currency was quoted here. Elizabeth offered to help the protagonist bargain. The young master appreciated the super hard stone. It turned out to be a valuable ancient thing that helped spiritual growth, but he was not going to reveal the secret. While the young man was examining the crystal, an unknown appraiser offered to buy the product from the seller. An argument broke out. It was profitable for the merchant to sell the item at a higher price, but Charles promised to resolve his health problems in return, which interested the merchant. The protagonist took another item from the counter. Now he knew exactly what was bothering their new owner on dark evenings. In order for the seller not to be tormented by nightmares, it was necessary to return some of the things to the recently robbed tomb. The grateful merchant gave the crystal to Charles. The heroes went further to explore the shopping arcades. The second level sold rarer and more valuable items. In one of the pavilions, the main character became interested in an unusual plant. The owner told customers about the rare flower of lost souls. The small sprout needed special care and was fed with the energy of spiritual stones. Charles was intrigued by the title and looked for every possible way to bring George back to consciousness. The price for the plant was 500 stones, a quantity the main character could not even imagine. While the young master was pondering, this flower and the emerald bamboo stalk were bought by one of the old regular market appraisers, Bob, who visited the trading shop with his apprentice. The young man offered to receive a rare primrose in exchange for saving the buyer's life. Bob was surprised by the proposal and decided to listen to the impudent young man. Charles spoke about the poisonous properties of the stem of this bamboo, which grew in a special place, as a result of which, instead of benefit, it brought death. The main character demonstrated through experience what a purchase could turn out to be. In the area from which this plant was brought, there lived particularly poisonous snakes, for which it was a habitat, and harmful substances got into the leaves and stem. Stunned by the discovery, Bob was ready to give everything to save his life. Charles asked a local gentleman about the puppets and learned that an auction was to be held that day, at which the desired item was to be put up for auction. The price was usually between 2,000 and 3,000 stones per unit, so the protagonist urgently needed to find the required amount. Bob suggested a quick way to get rich, which required correctly assessing items from the market fund. The mentor happily agreed to this proposal. While the master was being tested, Kevin wasted no time and proposed a bet on whether his master could win, also putting 1,000 stones on the line. A happy young man with a mountain of gifts left the testing room. The prizes in the hands of the young man turned out to be the previously untouchable funds of the bazaar. The senior appraiser and one of the auctioneers asked Charles to return the items, offering compensation in return. The main character insisted on giving out the stones. Bob and his student didn't have that kind of money, so Charles agreed to look at other valuables. The merchant offered a ball made of an unknown material that does not sink or burn, does not change its shape at any temperature. The young man agreed to the exchange, realizing that he had acquired a rare value. The gong rang. There were a few minutes left before the auction. It was time to take our seats. Bob said that no one knows how the puppets came into being and to what extent they are living beings, but they are practically invincible. They were created by soul casters who could penetrate people's consciousness and steal their inner shell. Until now, there was no information about soul stealers. People were more afraid of them than poisons. The auction room occupied several levels. There were representatives of various kingdoms. The main character was ready for new challenges to save his student, and ahead of him there were still serious fights for the status of the best grandmaster and the fight against the internal poison that did not give Charles peace. The next task of the main character was to win the world-class grandmaster competition and free himself from the poison he received in his mother's womb, which was considered practically incurable and with which a person can live up to 30 years at most. The young teacher, Princess Emily, and his followers set off on a long journey, unaware of how many obstacles awaited them ahead. At first, a small detachment decided to visit the family estate of one of the students, George, to take an ancient scroll written by the founder of the Grandmaster's teaching, Confucius, because of which the entire large family of the young man was killed by the rivals to the throne, the King family. Upon seeing the valuable manuscript, Charles lost his guard and was attacked by Prince Martin and his assistants. George defended his mentor with his chest, receiving extensive wounds. Thanks to his knowledge of medicine and the heavenly library, the master managed to heal the body of his ward, but consciousness did not return to the student. The enraged protagonist swore to kill all enemies involved in the fate of the pupil and fulfilled his promise. Now it remained to return consciousness. Specialists advised to contact the soul stealers. All information about them was missing. People were afraid of them more than poisons. Charles and his new friend Elizabeth went to the auction to find out more information and buy the puppet. Appraiser Bob said that these are living creatures and are almost invincible. They were created by soul casters who can penetrate people's minds and steal the body. The auction room occupied several levels, and there were representatives from various cities from many kingdoms, all eagerly awaiting the opening of the event. The gong sounded to signal the start of trading. The main character and his fellow travelers settled into a separate room and studied the lots put up for sale. Charles asked Bob, who is not only an appraiser but also a co-founder of the local bazaar, to include one more item in the auction as an exception. At this time, the first item was exhibited. The ice flower was famous for its exceptional properties and was especially needed by alchemists for making pills. The price doubled during the auction, which upset the master. He understood that he might not have enough money to buy the puppet. Representatives of the auction administration approached Charles's office to collectively evaluate the goods on offer. Bob and his colleagues were shocked because the teacher was going to exhibit an ancient painting by a little-known artist, which he received as a gift from the market fund when evaluating an unknown product, in order to earn money. The auction director had practically no information about the artist. The painter did not leave a title for his work, so its value was insignificant. The protagonist suggested correcting the situation by taking up a brush and completely shocking those present. A few moments later, the picture came to life, and the golden-winged birds seemed to break free. Mythical birds soared throughout the building, causing complete admiration of the public. Surprised by the canvas's transformation, the director agreed to increase the price tenfold. The work acquired not only a soul, but also a name. Charles, using the knowledge of the Celestial Library, told about the artist and his idea. The magical painting was put up for sale as one of the next lots. The work was presented as an ancient painting restored by a modern, top-level specialist. Prices were rising by the minute. Everyone wanted to buy the mythical birds. The heir of one of the noble families of the neighboring kingdom, Michael, with his oldest teacher, arrived at the auction specifically for the puppet, but the painting impressed him. When the price of the canvas increased 3 times from the original, the young man offered his price, but not in spiritual stones, as usual, but in jade talismans, which were not quoted everywhere. The bargaining took place and the final amount was announced. Charles was upset. He needed the stones, and he turned to the appraiser for help. The main character understood that the existing supplies might not be enough. The prices at the auction skyrocketed instantly, but he really needed a puppet to help his student. Bob promised to help and contacted the administrator. Michael celebrated his victory by dreaming of golden birds in his apartment. Unexpectedly, the representative announced that the painting was being sold only for stones and announced that another lucky man had been the buyer. The young man and his mentor were very upset. He did not expect defeat. The fall of the gavel announced the end of the deal. The upset young man looked at his neighbors celebrating their successful purchase. Michael ordered the teacher to find out information about the painting and its owner, who had put the canvas up for auction. Time flew by, the auction continued, and more than 30 lots were put up for sale. It was the turn of the last object. It was a golden puppet. The owner came onto the stage and decided to present his product himself. All those present were eagerly awaiting the price of the long-awaited lot. The announcement shocked not only the administration representatives, but also the buyers. The strange stranger, who seemed to be a very sick old man, refused to name the price and waited for favorable offers from those wishing to purchase the puppet. Various options flew from all levels. Michael listened attentively to those present, waiting for his turn. He was ready to make a worthy exchange. So far, the seller has refused all offers received. Charles tried to study the merchant's personality and understand what he wanted to get. Bob explained that the puppet was quite old, but could still be useful, since the soul of someone who was dying could be transferred into it. thus preserving life for a few more years. The main character was surprised by the new information. He had never encountered anything like it before. One of the buyers offered the old man a magical weapon that could protect the family from attack. The next one exchanged the doll for a ginseng root, which prolongs life by 100 years. The alchemist exchanged the puppet for a pill that increased life expectancy to a century. The scientist offered his techniques that allow one to improve the soul and body. The stranger refused all the offers made. The seller waited for the next options, trying to find the right one. Those present began to get angry. They could not understand what the elder wanted. The main character was very worried about the merchant's appearance. Charles again turned to the heavenly library for help. The seller praised his goods, promising to tell the buyer all the secrets of the puppet and the magicians who created it, as well as the place of its burial. Buyers have heard the legend that puppets always follow their master, so if he dies, his grave can be found, where many treasures may be hidden. The people who came to the auction did not understand what the owner of the golden doll wanted and demanded the intervention of the administration. The auction continued because the seller had not violated any terms. Michael decided it was time to act. The young man prepared a jade talisman that would give its owner complete information about items and their use, as well as access to increasing mental levels. The teacher tried to convince the master not to give up the valuable item, but he was unwavering in his decision. The ancient teacher raised his hand and made a suggestion. The main character had never heard of such an item. It was really an expensive and necessary thing. Elizabeth explained that this talisman is a high-ranking remote teacher who is constantly present next to its owner. After thinking for a bit, the strange seller agreed to the exchange. Charles needed to start bargaining urgently, and he offered his own option. The main character said that he would help the old man get rid of the problem that was tormenting him. The puppet's owner was shocked and immediately gave his consent. Michael couldn't hide his indignation. He didn't understand what they were talking about. The teacher and his student listened attentively to the dialogue. The seller was at a loss. He didn't know whether to believe the young man's words. Charles tried to persuade the man to give up the puppet and agree to his proposal. From the old man's appearance, one could tell that he was tormented by doubts, but he had almost given up. Those present at the auction from all over the world did not understand what was happening on stage. The arrogant young man was upset and sent his old mentor to offer any option to the seller to get the puppet. Upset by the attitude of the pupil, whom he had taught since childhood, who was ready to sell even his mentor, the elder made his proposal to help the merchant. Buyers completely stopped understanding what was happening. They were confused by the essence of the offer, and many were thinking about the intimate side of the issue. Michael decided to find out from his competitor what exactly Charles was going to do. The Celestial Library told its owner about the stranger's problems. It was necessary to expel the alien spirit from his body. The rich heir did not expect such a turn of events. The other auction guests couldn't believe that this was possible. The seller agreed to Charles's offer and the deal was completed. Michael was upset by what was happening and sent the teacher to find out full information about the lucky rival. Anger boiled in the young man's head. The puppet was practically his, if not for the intervention of some stranger. The old man's name was Dick. He showed the golden doll to the new owner. The man was ready and waiting for Charles's promised help. The main character asked those present not to disturb him and not to interfere with what was happening. The young teacher saw an internal struggle in the body of the salesman. Dick did not deny that there was another person or spirit inside him. Charles knocked the old man off his feet with a powerful blow. The young man continued to beat the puppet's uncomprehending owner for several minutes. The man was furious. He had not expected this kind of help at all. The main character accused Dick of using someone else's body and wanting to kill his soulmate. Market representatives were surprised to hear the news. The puppet's owner denied what the master had said and said that his soul was entangled in evil spirits. Charles suggested trying to deal with two souls sitting in one body. Dick said that he had no idea how something like this could have happened and came to the auction for help. The old man again turned to the young mentor for help because the trade had taken place and it was necessary to fulfill his part of the contract. In order to see what was happening inside the doll merchant, the main character used a magical barrier. The appraiser and the director had never seen anything like it in their lives. Dick continued to insist that he knew nothing about soul whisperers or body snatchers. The old man was about to leave, but the teacher refused to let him go. Suddenly, the strange seller resisted, hoping to quickly deal with the obstacle and escape. Charles anticipated the man's actions and dodged the fist. It was noticeable that Dick's body and soul were at odds with each other. The protagonist was ready to strike back, but the old man gave in. The young man's fellow travelers and friends, along with the bizarre employees, were shocked by the information that was revealed. Everyone saw two levels in one body, a dying soul fighting with a new neighbor. Charles tried to figure out who could have used the man's body and when. The first shock, when the main character attacked the merchant, helped to reveal the discrepancy between the inner and outer shells. The master suggested that Dick was deliberately using the auction to get rid of an old, unwanted soul. The stranger no longer pretended. He realized that he could not deceive the young man. Charles began to think about how to solve the problem and help Dick understand himself. The mentor couldn't just let go of the puppet's former master, so he looked for a way out of the situation. Elizabeth tried not to disturb the master's thoughts. It was the responsibility of any member of the Grand Master's Guild and his duty to help people. The girl also understood that the man's soul was captured by the magician, and he himself would not be able to cope with such a task. Dick tried to dissuade the young man from taking action. The main character took out a silver needle. The owner of the golden doll laughed when he saw the sharp object, saying that such things do not work on soulcasters. Charles did not listen to the elder's advice and aimed the tip straight at the target. The man didn't have time to understand anything. He only felt a burning sensation in his chest. The needle turned out to be the source of a higher essence that was feared by all invaders of other people's bodies, and which was accessible only to a select few. The soul sitting in the merchant became completely angry. It realized that it had been exposed and prepared to capture the next body. An exhausted man was kneeling before the master. Suddenly, the old man arched his back and screamed. Dick's body fell to the stone floor. After a few minutes, the man sat down and began to examine himself. He was the true master of the body with his own soul. The audience stood silently, unable to believe that the magician had been driven out, until Kevin sneezed. Everyone turned around and looked at the butler. Dick upset everyone by saying that the kidnapper had simply hidden in another body, choosing the most defenseless young man. To confirm his guess, the main character offered to show the servant several techniques. Kevin couldn't remember a single thing that spoke to the credibility of the victim's words. Charles tried to influence the young man with a new portion of energy flow, trying to kill the soul of the uninvited guest. Nobody understood what was happening to the butler. The teacher assumed that he had achieved his goal and the kidnapper's soul was perishing. The invaders of other people's bodies constantly increased, that is, cultivated spiritual energy during their existence. So when their souls died, all the accumulated potential remained in the captured body, which is what happened with Kevin, who unexpectedly turned into a devourer of spellcasters. The butler became dangerous for the soul stealers. The servant, without his participation or efforts, suddenly received a huge charge of spirituality, which raised him up several levels. Kevin couldn't believe the lucky break, because the soulcaster wanted to absorb him, but thanks to the main character, he died himself. Charles asked Dick where the kidnappers could be found. The old man did not want to remember the nightmarish moments at all. In gratitude for saving him, the man decided to tell his story. From an ancient book, Dick learned where the soulcaster's grave was and went there to search for treasure. When he found a puppet, an alien soul attacked him and he escaped. The main character asked to take him to that place or show him landmarks. Since it was very dangerous there, the expedition was postponed for 3 days for careful preparation. The mentor asked Bob to organize overnight accommodation for his fellow travelers and mentees. The teacher gave the students spiritual stones and ordered them to prepare for a serious journey. Before the expedition, everyone had to make a breakthrough in order to resist the dark forces. While the students were honing their skills, the master asked the appraiser to show him the local library for information on soul stealers. Having finished studying the books, the mentor decided to take up the golden puppet. The library said that the doll can be controlled by the soul and is self-aware. One of the disadvantages was that if the consciousness voluntarily leaves the body, the puppet may die. After studying a lot of literature, Charles still did not understand how to control the golden body. Tired of the large flow of new knowledge, the main character decided to pay attention to another incomprehensible subject that he got from Bob. The golden ball was as if it were made of a single piece of metal. There was not a scratch on it. Suddenly, the outer shell opened up. It was a whole mechanism. Such items were made only by specially trained mechanical specialists. The ball opened completely, and inside was a small scroll. It was an instruction manual for controlling the red dust, written by the ancient master Stephen who created it, with which one step could be transformed into 1,000 kilometers. The value of the ancient thing was very high. The main character tried to contact the Heavenly Library. By combining two sources of knowledge, the master obtained a generalized result on the practical application of the substance. The book said that no one can fly, not even immortals, but you can move through the air on animals. Charles decided to test whether magic dust would help him rise up. The takeoff altitude was quite low. The flight took a huge amount of charge, and Charles fell to the floor with a thud. The protagonist concluded that a large supply of energy is necessary for all cases. Kevin, who entered, interrupted the teacher's thoughts and said that a young man wanted to see him, who had already tried to get to Charles several times. Michael, along with the teacher, was in an aggressive mood. He planned to use his knowledge to convince the young man to sell him the puppet. The mentor greeted the stranger, who introduced himself as a 4-star grandmaster. The conversation that had begun was interrupted by Bob with the message that all of Charles's instructions had been carried out. The young man received the access ring and was surprised by the huge number of books. The appraiser handed his new acquaintance a 5th-star specialist badge. Forgetting about the visitor, Bob talked about the expert's capabilities and asked to take him with him on a trip to the grave for treasure. The elder was outraged by Charles's behavior, which immediately forgot about the others present. Discussing the upcoming trip, the teacher and the assessor went outside, and an indignant Michael caught up with them. The proud master decided to deceive Charles and trick him into selling the golden puppet, pointing out the shortcomings of his training and giving him recommendations. Charles immediately understood the trick and offered to help his pompous colleague. Michael fell silent mid-sentence, forgetting about his desire. He really was experiencing the problems the young man had mentioned. Charles set a price of 5,000 stones for the advice. The 4-star master agreed without complaint, surprising his mentor with his behavior. Having given recommendations on how to restore problem areas and having received payment, the protagonist went on vacation. The elder did not believe in miracles, but only a specialist of the highest level could control the consciousness of an outsider like this. Michael's mentor ran to catch up with the young teacher. The old man asked the young man to sell the puppet. He agreed, voicing a price of 40,000 stones. Even before the auction began, Michael handed over his savings to his teacher. Having received his payment, Charles gave the doll to its new owners. It was time for the main character to start improving himself and learn the technique of improving his life. Charles prepared himself to rise to a higher spiritual level by taking the treasured stone. Something incredible happened. A strong piece crumbled into small pieces. It was necessary to look for new ways of internal growth. Stones alone were not enough. The library suggested a path of spiritual development. For this, it was necessary to create a certain formation. The protagonist asked Bob if the city had its own guild of formation masters. The appraiser had a friend who was an expert in this field, and the teacher and his new acquaintance went straight to headquarters. Inside the Association of Masters, instead of the autumn slush, there was a warm spring day. Since the climate was created by the 5th-level formation, the representative took the guests to the right house. The appraiser's friend Simon was a 4-star specialist and could make different formations for different use cases. Bob introduced the young teacher and asked him to help him. The master offered the young man a choice of more than a dozen special killing, hypnotic, spatial, and everyday plates, which he made himself. But Charles was only interested in the formation of spiritual growth. Simon was surprised. This is a very rare high-ranking plate. It will take about a month to make it. The young mentor was upset by the length of the term and asked the master for the drawings. But the appraiser's offended friend doubted the abilities of the unfamiliar teacher. For a few minutes, the main character switched his attention to the heavenly library. He needed to master new knowledge, since he had not encountered formations before. There was enough information, and Charles was ready to demonstrate his abilities. The mentor decided to build one of the formations, asking for signal flags for this. 5 minutes later, the result was ready. Simon looked at the result with distrust, not seeing any movement. The master considered the formation useless and refused to help the main character. Charles offered to see the final result by activating his work. Bob and his friend were shocked by what they saw, and it only took one movement to bring the process to life. Simon had devoted several decades to his profession and was well versed in its intricacies. But even he understood that he was not capable of such a breakthrough. The elder offered the protagonist to undergo a test for the status of a formation specialist. Charles agreed, assuming that he might need it in the future. The master explained the rules of the exam, according to which it was necessary to clear several old levels. Built earlier and not used now, depending on the rank of the destroyed formation, a specialist star would be awarded. Charles asked to use the local library to study the unknown material. Simon was surprised, but took the young man to the book depository. Having mastered the new information, the protagonist was ready to take the test. At the same time, the master's assistant was leading 2 students to the testing hall. Today, they had their first exam. Seeing the young man who had gotten ahead of them, The young people stopped nearby to watch the mistakes of the stranger who had boldly entered the hall. The young mentor told his students how to pass the levels. Even famous masters used talismans and amulets for this. The first level was considered easier and represented a world of illusions in which it was easy to get lost and die, with each student finding themselves in different versions of the tasks. While the examiner's assistant was talking about the shortcomings that their predecessor had made, the protagonist completed the task and was waiting for the next one. The second task was much more difficult. The formation blocked all the feelings of the incoming one and did not allow him to leave. It took a lot of strength and energy to defeat it. Before those present had time to come to their senses, the main character was ready for the next test. The third stage consisted of a killing formation, in which a huge number of petals capturing a person did not let him go until death. It was a painless killing among fragrant flowers. Even experienced fighters could not all cope with this option. Imagine the elder's surprise when he saw the unharmed youth in the midst of the collapsed magical world. Simon sat in the assessment hall with his friend and colleague. Everyone was waiting for the test results. 3 levels had been passed. The oldest master himself ran into the hall, where he was met by shocked students. The stranger went through all the stages. Bob's friend could only acknowledge Charles's skill. The main character did not destroy the old formations. He simply stopped them to allow for restoration, simultaneously capturing the climate level created by the 5-star specialists. The master gave the main character the well-deserved drawing. Looking at the diagram, Charles was upset. It was a simple formation, which did not suit him with its strength and short lifespan. The mentor approached Simon with a request to share the plans of a higher class with unlimited possibilities. The main character wanted to create his own perfect disc. The drawing was very complex and required a special blank. The master shared his tools with the young genius. Despite all efforts, the plate could not be processed. The main character had to turn to the heavenly library for help again. It turned out that no chisels were suitable for use. A sword was needed, which Charles was kindly provided by Bob's friend. The golden blade turned out to be of high rank. For 5 whole years, its owner had been unable to tame this weapon. Having inserted the plate into the stone wall, the young man began to work. The friends watched Charles' preparations in silence. The sword hovered in the hands of the young man like a bird, barely touching the disc. A few minutes later, the process was completed and the protagonist returned the weapon to its master. It was not easy to get the item out. The piece of magical metal was firmly seated in the wall. With some effort, the protagonist managed to free the stone plate, after which the strong wall collapsed. The appraiser was concerned about the safety of the created work. The master asked to see the result obtained. Simon was both fascinated and saddened. The plate was magnificent but needed to be activated, which was only available to a specialist with pure energy. It could only accept one owner. The protagonist pricked his finger and touched the disc with a drop of blood. Suddenly, the formation came to life, sending out pulses of energy in all directions. The master said that this thing surpasses all his products in rank. It is even capable of self-development and mental conversation. To thank Simon, Charles offered to help him tame the imperial sword, which had a steely character and did not want to obey. The young teacher took the blade and barely audibly uttered a few threatening phrases. The weapon instantly flew into the hands of its astonished owner. The new acquaintances said goodbye, and everyone had to continue their business. When Charles left the guild, Simon asked to collect all the information about the unknown youth who confirmed his status as a genius. The masters decided that a young mentor with such a level of development would definitely take part in the upcoming teacher competitions, and it would be necessary to attend the competition to support the new acquaintance. Charles, meanwhile, began to work on his spiritual growth, using the amulets and formation he had received. The efforts spent on obtaining the stones and making the tablet were not in vain. A breakthrough to the next spiritual level took place. The protagonist has reached the rank of life extension and the initial level of eternity. Charles experienced additional development of all his senses, including sight, hearing, and smell. The breakthrough took away all the spiritual stone reserves. Morning came, 3 days of preparation flew by. It was time to get ready for the journey. The main character was already awaited by his friends and pupils. Elizabeth and her assistant were ready to go on a journey with Charles. Dick led the detachment. The journey was not short and passed along mountain paths. There were many spirit beasts living in the mountains, which created a risk of attack on the group. Leaving his fellow travelers, the main character went on reconnaissance with 2 men. As they approached the treasured place, the elder noticed a large number of tracks that appeared in these places from nowhere. Bob noticed that the prints were quite fresh, indicating that they had not been there long. A mountain gorge appeared ahead. The cemetery was located inside the canyon. Suddenly, 3 fighters blocked the traveler's path. The appraiser was a respected figure in many cities in the kingdom, so he was the first to introduce himself to strangers. The guards reported that their master had asked that no one be allowed in further, so as not to interfere with him taming the wild beast. In case of disobedience, the guards were ready to attack. Dick also prepared to repel the attack. The beast tamer's token with 2 stars forced the warriors to lower their swords. Bob asked the owner's name and was pleased. He knew him well. 2 guards remained to guard the road, and the 3rd led the travelers to the cave, near which the elder was with his assistants. The appraiser greeted his friend and began asking about the animal. The man said that in order to pass the exam to become a level 5 tamer, it was necessary to tame a demonic beast. So for 3 years he had been establishing contact with it, and today, after a long preparation, he was ready to catch the monster. This ancient dragon lives in a cave while he rests, but must soon go out hunting. The main character greeted the stranger and introduced himself as a tamer. Suddenly, a menacing roar came from the depths. The hunter gave the order to his assistants to get ready. A huge deer was killed specifically to appease the beast. The tamer called the dragon out of the darkness of its stone shelter. There was silence. Then a huge monster with a burning gaze and sharp fangs appeared. It was a rare winged demonic beast. The elder offered the magical animal 2,000 spiritual stones as a sign of friendship. If the monster was not satisfied with the gift, the tamer was ready to give an intermediate spiritual stone, replacing 10,000 ordinary ones. The main character saw such a crystal for the first time. Bob explained to the young man that his value was actually much greater. The dragon was aggressive and not ready for communication. Seizing the moment, the assistants turned on the protective barrier to contain the beast. The monster did not want to give up and tried to break the magical bonds. To please the monster, the tamer ordered the deer carcass to be delivered. To the surprise of everyone present, a skeleton lay in the place of the huge horned beast that had been killed. The main character noticed ants. These were special insects that live in cemeteries and graves and are capable of devouring souls. The appearance of these individuals indicated that the spellcaster's grave was somewhere nearby. Dick and Charles suggested that the ants were unable to reach the crypt because the cemetery was under a layer of water. The elder recalled that during his last visit to this place there were no insects. The main character realized who brought the little soul eaters. While those present were distracted, the demonic beast gathered its strength and freed itself. To avoid a battle, the elder tried to convince the monster to surrender. The angry predator was the first to attack the tamer. The hunter had no intention of giving up. He had been communicating with the monster every day for 3 years and still hoped for victory. The beast continued its attack. The forces were on the side of the winged monster. The reason why the dragon began to resist was unclear, but its rank significantly exceeded its opponent. A strong blow knocked the tamer off his feet. The demonic beast prepared for its next attack. The elder realized that these rocks would soon become his grave. Suddenly, the predator hung in the air, no longer aiming at the hunter. The following picture shocked the old man, who had seen a lot in his years. The winged monster acted like a little kitten, fawning at Charles's feet. The terrible monster suddenly turned into an obedient beast. The elder realized that he was saved and thanked the main character. The young man said that it was Bob's merit, who asked him to help his friend in time. As a token of gratitude, the hunter offered the young mentor an intermediate spiritual crystal, which was of no use to him in taming the beast. The master could not take the valuable gift just like that, so he healed the elder's wounds received during the fall, as well as old injuries. Strength and energy returned to the tamer's body. The hunter expressed great respect and asked to treat 2 of his old friends and assistants, with whom he had participated in many military battles. The payment for helping his comrades was a ring with 5,000 stones in his vault. The tamer was not upset that he failed to tame the demonic beast, and the exam was postponed indefinitely. He felt rejuvenated and full of strength, and was ready for new battles, saying goodbye to his new acquaintances. Dick suggested that they rest before the next stage of the journey. The rest of the travelers joined Charles, and the ward saw a spirit beast for the first time. The master ordered the dragon to guard the territory and suggested continuing the journey to the tomb. The most dangerous part of the journey was ahead. The mentor suggested that those who wanted to stay and not take risks. In order to get to the soulcaster's grave, it was necessary to overcome a water barrier. The travelers dived into the abyss, the energy illuminating the path in the darkness. Dick used a mechanical lock to open the road. Charles encountered a miracle of engineering for the second time and was amazed at the perfection of mechanical products. Having crossed the water barrier, the travelers found themselves in a long passage. The old man warned that further progress was very dangerous. There were deadly traps at every step. Dick sent out a reconnaissance mission to clear the way for the puppets, a method he had used during his previous visit to the grave. An invisible force quickly tore the dolls to pieces. The road to the cemetery was indeed very dangerous. Further on, many more traps and tricky mechanisms awaited the travelers. The old man volunteered to go ahead and mark the route. The puppets helped protect travelers from the traps set everywhere by the body snatcher. At one point, Dick didn't have time to get his bearings and was wounded. This time, the traps were more complex. They were constantly being improved, like a new formation, so the engineers were feared even more. No energy or spiritual stones were needed to activate the killing weapons. The elder understood that there were engineering mechanisms at every step. It was almost impossible to determine their sequence, so the chance of getting to the grave was small. The protagonist tried to find a source of power for tricks. Charles had to use the library again to neutralize the mechanisms. The master quickly found the necessary knot and with a deft movement destroyed it. The path was clear. It was possible to move further along the endless corridor. Finally, the travelers reached a large hall with several tombs. This was the place where the last time the spellcaster climbed into Dick's body. Then he got scared, grabbed the puppet, and ran away. Charles used his gift of the Eye of Insight. An invisible barrier prevented anyone from looking inside the tombs. The protagonist turned to the heavenly library again. All the traps were different formations or illusions, so there had to be a passage through them. Having determined that there was no danger at the moment, the young teacher allowed everyone to enter. Dick said that these coffins contained soulless puppets like the one he brought to the auction. Charles was able to determine that these metal coffins were forged to hold dolls, where they could be kept forever, but they could not be used for regular people. The mentor did not open the tombs immediately, leaving this for the return journey. Kevin was careful to make sure no one disobeyed the master's orders. The servant placed everything in the vault and sealed the ring. It was time to move on, but first the master wanted to make sure there were no new traps ahead. The check took only a few seconds. After making sure the corridor was safe, the teacher allowed everyone to continue moving. The travelers reached the main level where there was only one tomb. Dick guessed that this was where the caster's soul should be. Suddenly, the surrounding scene changed, resembling an illusion formation, with gardens blooming and beautiful trees growing around. To avoid another trap, the elder sent the puppet to reconnoiter the situation. A little time passed, and the dolls simply disappeared. Nobody could understand what had happened. The protagonist assumed that what they saw was some kind of formation, but its level was very high, something that could only be achieved by a spellcaster of the highest ranks. Charles began to doubt his abilities. The probability of a fatal outcome was extremely high. He was worried about the lives of his charges. The mentor remembered Georg, who was ready to die without thinking, and decided to move on. The main character ordered to wait for him at the place, and he himself went on reconnaissance. But the students were determined to stay with the teacher until the very end. Together with their respected beloved mentor, they were going to go further, even if it would be a violation of the order, even if death awaited them ahead. Elizabeth was amazed by the level of trust between the mentor and the mentees. A stream of heavenly blessing passed over the surface of the water. It was recognition from above. Charles received the status of a teacher of heaven, which meant that he was recognized by heaven itself and no longer needed any exams. Only the ancient master Confucius was awarded such a title. The Alliance envoy couldn't believe that this was happening right before her eyes. The protagonist also did not expect a heavenly blessing when he agreed to take the students with him further. He simply understood that someday they would have to face danger, and they would not always be under his protection. At this time, in a distant alliance of kingdoms, in the Guild of Grandmasters, organizational issues of the competition were being discussed when information about the heavenly chosen one reached them. The chairman had studied the candidates in advance. All 6 candidates were young, talented, and had unlimited potential. It was necessary to choose 2 to participate in the tournament. The protagonist took a fresh look at the surrounding environment and came to the conclusion that it was just a mirage, not a trap or a formation. Thus, the caster created this realistic mirage in order to capture the soul of anyone who entered it. That is, if the travelers had entered immediately, they would have turned into soulless bodies. Such a unique performance is only possible for a specialist in alien bodies with 6 stars and above. For all those present, this was an inaccessible skill. It was time to leave, but it was already too late. The mirage dissipated, The tomb of the Soulcaster stood in the center of the hall, right in front of Charles and his squad. The thoughts of the body snatcher penetrated everyone's brain, although he conducted the main conversation with the main character, admiring the quick answer to his secret. Elizabeth's assistant was a poison specialist and suggested that the young man quickly lead everyone away while he tried to detain the spellcaster. The enemy easily read the thoughts of everyone present, so it was impossible to deceive him. Unfortunately, while everyone was admiring the plant oasis, the passage was already sealed. There were no other options. The Poison Master's attempt to break through the door was unsuccessful, despite the high rank of the Alliance representative. Bob also tried to break the barrier, but the wood was stronger than stone. The design was created by a 6-star engineer, so it was almost impossible to open it. The main character decided to first get rid of the spellcaster, so as not to fall into his trap, and then think about the exit. Elizabeth's assistant prepared for the expedition in advance and took with him a potion that affects souls. The spellcaster proved that it would not be possible to kill him with poisons, easily dealing with the enemy. Charles attempted to analyze the attack to determine the enemy's location. One could not approach the tomb too closely, lest one become a victim of the Soulcaster. But he could only capture one body without releasing the others. The invisible enemy proposed to begin the tests that he had devised. Those who did not pass them would be killed by traps within 10 days. Dick did not understand why someone who had superiority in everything should deal with incomprehensible questions. The mentor explained that the caster wanted to choose the most suitable body, spending a minimum of energy. Charles volunteered to be the first to start communicating with his opponent, trying to understand his essence and find a way out. The master tried to understand the technique of improving the kidnappers, to find a special formula. The tablet with the inscriptions that the mentor was studying radiated an incredible energy of calm. The protagonist tried to find flaws in the development formulas with the help of the Heavenly Library. Almost all methods had shortcomings, but in general, the technique was passed down from generation to generation and was close to ideal. The main drawback was the separation of the soul from the body. So in the future, it was possible to improve only the soul. The body turned into a shell controlled by the soul. Charles remembered the congenital poison that had left him with no more than 10 years to live. The path of the Soulcaster could solve this problem. It was the path of immortality. The mentor's task was to improve the formula that could separate the soul and body and then reunite them. According to the library, there were techniques in the world that were beneficial for the soul, and for this, it was not at all necessary to steal someone else's body. The next page opened up for the main character, and he could begin the experiment. Dick could not understand what was happening to the young man. He seemed to have frozen in place. It's time for spiritual improvement. Charles managed to make a breakthrough. The soul gradually began to separate from the body. After some time, a complete bifurcation occurred. The library coped with the task. The invisible soul of the master completely left the body. Despite the separation, the teacher's inner shell was unable to determine where the enemy was. The experiment was over. It was time to reconnect. Charles reassured his fellow travelers who were concerned about his condition. He could not understand why the spellcaster did not react to his changes. The main character studied the sign and realized that the information on it did not correspond to reality. The kidnapper was probably trying to deceive the uninvited guests. The description suggested releasing all the energy, which would lead to complete exhaustion and easy defeat. The spirit of the caster was dissatisfied with the master's correct conclusions. The soul is the strongest part of the body snatchers. If the physical shell is destroyed, you can steal another one to continue to exist forever. But at the same time, you will remain very lonely, and life in a new body is quite difficult. It was necessary to try to change the energy flows along the meridians, which is what the mentor suggested to do to the invisible interlocutor, asking Monica to show the charge of Kuai. The girl had excellent control over energy flows. The spellcaster was surprised. Bob was surprised how the protagonist managed to enter the role of a teacher and instruct the enemy in a situation of complete danger. Although just a few hours ago, he knew nothing about the soul. The spellcaster was amazed at the youth's audacity to offer him the status of a disciple in order to teach him new skills. The mentor dodged the blow of the indignant owner of the tomb at the last moment. A new wave of energy moved towards the main character. The spellcaster decided to deal with the enemy once and for all. The pupils watched the fight in horror, not understanding how they could help their master. Charles prepared well for the journey. He not only studied a lot of literature and collected all the available information, but also stocked up on an amulet that could protect against attacks from higher spiritual forces. The talisman reliably protected its owner. It's the protagonist's turn to show what he's capable of. Having broken the tablet into pieces, Charles reached the tomb itself. The teacher asked Alan for a spear. The student immediately pointed the weapon straight into the hands of his teacher. Charles' goal was to destroy the pink metal coffin, which had stood for several thousand years, and find the place where the soul of the spellcaster was hiding. The master struck blow after blow, and finally the lid cracked. The metal sarcophagus could not withstand the pressure and fell apart. Dick couldn't believe that it was possible to break such a strong object. The coffin was made of pink metal and was forged by blacksmiths of the 6 stars, and once it was closed, there was practically no possibility of opening it again. Instead of a strong body, there was only fine dust in the grave. Charles continued searching through the many wrecks. Suddenly, a large, beautiful plant appeared in front of the main character. Lotus tried to move away, but the master held him firmly with his energy. Dick and Bob saw the flower of the underworld for the first time. Legend said that the 7 Hearts Lotus was the ultimate treasure of soul cultivators, which could create a new physical body with unique shapes. Bob heard that the flower helps its owner to improve much faster. It was incredible. But something was clearly wrong if the underground flower did not work, and the body in the tomb completely decayed. The lotus helps the caster recover, and therefore there is no need to look for other bodies. But for some reason, the enemy tried to capture someone. Thus, it became clear that the soul of the sorcerer was in the flower and asked the protagonist to let it go. But the young man knew that then they would again be in mortal danger. Elizabeth could not understand anything at all, and turned to her friend for clarification, but he himself was confused. The spellcaster's previous name was Ray, and he told his story himself. The thief had already reached the level of immortality, although the body was missing when he acquired the lotus, hoping that the priceless treasure could replace the physical shell of the most perfect and powerful, and began to build a tomb, spending all his savings. Those present listened to the story with rapt attention. Even the elders had never heard anything like it. To avoid interference from other spellcasters, Ray decided to fake his death, hoping to be immediately reborn in a new body. But the caster suffered a complete failure, as the lotus turned out to be of a much higher level. It was a 9-heart flower that no one had ever seen before, and its properties were not studied. The lotus was considered a divine artifact. Ray tried to perfect it, but he spent all his treasures and his soul was trapped for 10,000 years. The caster looked for ways to escape, ultimately deciding to find and capture the one whose soul would suffer in his place in eternal imprisonment. Lotus locked his prisoner within himself, and therefore could not kill him, which meant that it was necessary to find another soul in order to be freed, and with the arrival of the travelers, this moment was about to come. Thus, one soul had to take the place of another. While locked up, Ray found a way to partially split his soul. It was a small piece that couldn't get out on its own. It needed a body. Dick's appearance gave the spellcaster a new idea. Ray helped the guest safely pass his traps and took possession of his body, but the tomb robber got scared and ran away. The soulcaster's plan was to use someone else's shell as a puppet to lure more people into the tomb. But Charles tried to free Dick. Ray had to move to another body. Eventually, his strength was exhausted, and part of him was killed by a weak servant. The main character did not understand why other bodies were needed. It turned out that in order to completely leave the lotus, you need to exchange souls. Only then will the caster be free. Ray explained to Charles that Dick's body did not suit him at all in terms of intelligence and age, so he hoped to find another one. The caster lost hope of salvation when part of his soul was killed, but suddenly a whole squad appeared. Elizabeth couldn't understand why the caster didn't simply push out any of their souls so the lotus could absorb them. The main character realized from the attacks that 2 reasons prevented the caster from simply dealing with them. He simply had no strength left to fight, and he was locked in the lotus. Otherwise, he would have killed everyone long ago. There was no need to fear the spellcaster. All that was left was to find a way to open the exit. Ray shared information that there is a mechanism above the tomb, which, when opened, can be used to reach the water, but it is located at a height of 30 meters, which does not allow mere mortals to reach it, and the caster could do this by simply floating in the air. Everyone present felt that they were finally trapped. Ray suggested capturing one of the bodies to open access to the top for the rest, but Charles did not believe him and already knew how to get out of here, so he was not going to sacrifice anyone. Now it was necessary to figure out how to neutralize the soulcaster. The protagonist offered Ray to become his servant and reveal all the secrets before he tried to help him get out of the lotus. The body snatcher was outraged. The master promised not only to get out, but also to show a new way of improvement. so as not to accept the torment of changing bodies in the future. Another option Charles suggested was to use force to obtain all the information he needed and then finish off Ray. After so many years of imprisonment, the spellcaster was ready to become a servant. It was necessary to sign a special document. A contract with a caster was the only way to avoid the insidious tricks and tricks. In case of disobedience, the soul of the kidnapper would simply dissipate. The main character told his fellow travelers that the lotus was indeed very dangerous, and asked them not to spread information about it. Those present swore to keep the secret, and now they could devote a little time to searching for treasure. The master said that everyone would leave through the upper entrance. No one understood how one could reach the mechanism along the smooth, sheer wall. Charles did not reveal the secret of the red dust and referred to his ability to fly. Having reached a new level, the mentor could not only hang in the air for a few seconds, but also rise to great heights. The rise of the young teacher seemed incredible. The switch on the ceiling of the ancient tomb worked properly. The solution was found. It was time to return to Earth. Once free, the mentor suggested that the travelers set up camp and spend the night to rest after the difficult events. The dragon was a reliable guard. The members of the small squad were able to relax and prepare dinner. Sandra noticed something unusual on the teacher's neck. Charles referred to an insect bite, the scar of which should soon disappear. The main character left his fellow travelers to rest by the fire, and he went to the cave. Charles suggested that the spellcaster go outside for some fresh air. Ray was grateful to the teacher for the opportunity to see the outside world again. The master was interested in the question of saving a person who was unconscious. The spellcaster suggested letting another soul into the body to wake up the first. But this could not only help, but also worsen the situation, since there was a risk of killing the weakened soulmate. In order to avoid loss, one must first strengthen the victim's inner shell. Ray suggested using a spiritual rose that would be burned to inhale the fragrance. The caster explained that the spiritual flower was not a plant, but a special seed that could only be created by the kidnappers themselves, and it could be planted. But Ray was very exhausted, and it would take about a month to cope with it. Charles asked for the formula to master, as he had achieved the ability to control his soul. The main character was able to change the formula so that the body would not be damaged, and it would be possible to reunite the soul with the physical shell. The caster did not believe that this was possible. They had been working on this problem for more than 1 millennium. Ray saw that after the reunion, the body was filled with a new aura. The spellcaster believed that the master could help him free himself from the lotus, and shared the abilities and secret skills that he had perfected throughout his life. The amount of valuable information amazed the mentor. One of the latest techniques was the ability to split souls, which helps one survive with the help of a clone if part of the soul is killed. Through much trial and error, Ray created a division technique that allows him to create another complete copy of a person, including all of his past memories and skills. In this way, a copy could be created for protection when life was in danger. Charles decided to use the Celestial Library to determine the shortcomings of the new technology. To the protagonist's surprise, there were few minor flaws. What was amazing was that the spellcaster almost single-handedly coped with the difficult task. As for the information about the Lotus of 9 Hearts, it was the strongest source of energy for creating an ideal body. The mentor needed more information about souls to fully refine the technique, and he planned to visit the library again upon arriving in the city. Charles came to the conclusion that in order to get another life, it was necessary to improve the lotus. Ray reminded the master that the flower needed daily nourishment from the purest energy in order to grow. The teacher touched the petal to share the chi. The flow was so powerful that the cultivator felt as if he had been electrocuted. He screamed desperately. The pink lotus began to change color to white. Charles decided to direct the energy once more. Ray was on the verge of death and asked for mercy. The barely living soul of the spellcaster begged not to kill her. The travelers, who were resting quietly by the fire, heard terrible screams coming from the cave where the mentor had gone. Elizabeth doubted whether she should go to the master's aid, since he had not warned her of the danger. The squad members conferred and decided not to interfere with the teacher. Ray promised to do whatever Charles said, just so as not to experience such torment anymore. Otherwise, he would die before he was freed from the embrace of the lotus. The main character put off experiments with the flower. First, it was necessary to help the spellcaster get out of there. Then this strong kidnapper would be the eternal debtor of the young man. A sunny morning arrived. It was time to set off for new challenges. The master spent the whole night in the cave practicing self-improvement. Charles planned to grow the awakening herb himself. The appraiser and Dick also decided to continue the hike with the squad. Having boarded their winged assistants, the travelers set off on their journey. The road was long. Only 5 days later, the small detachment landed at the gates of the capital of the main alliance of the United Kingdoms. The city was preparing for a momentous event, a competition between the strongest Grandmaster teachers from all kingdoms. Elizabeth turned out to be the envoy of the alliance and the daughter of its leader, so she told about the features of a large center and invited the guests to stay in her father's palace. Bob was shocked by the girl's status. She was the princess of the main alliance. Elizabeth told the others that she had been bedridden since childhood. Doctors from all over the world had tried unsuccessfully to help her, but thanks to Charles, she was cured and was happy to help him and his friends. The master asked the princess to help him find the plants he needed for his plans. The guards approached the detachment, saluting their mistress, who ordered the guests to be taken to the resting quarters. At the palace, Charles advised his pupils not to relax and to engage in training, and he himself went with Elizabeth to meet her father. Along the way, the princess and her assistant told them about the city and its customs. The leader of the main alliance was very happy to see his beloved daughter, who had been absent for several months. The girl introduced her father to her savior. The head was very happy to personally thank the genius and offered any help. The young man asked to find some special herbs, but they had to be living plants. The leader said that on the outskirts of the state there is a wonderful garden with unique herbs, but the strange owner does not sell her plants to anyone for any treasure. Many people tried to buy or steal medicines, but the house is surrounded by a huge modern formation with the latest level of protection. No one was able to penetrate the garden. Charles thanked his interlocutor and set off on his way. Elizabeth and her assistant happily agreed to join him. The herb garden was located on the border and resembled an oasis in the middle of the desert. To avoid wasting time on the road, the friends again used their winged assistant. As Charles approached the residence of the garden's mistress, he noticed the upset people walking away from the gate. The sweet maid explained to the new visitors that the herbs were not for sale and refused to let them into the house. Suddenly seeing the man approaching, the housekeeper greeted him kindly and invited him inside. The girl explained to the guests that today there would be a banquet for the persons invited by her mistress. Upon learning that one of the new visitors was a famous teacher and the girl was the daughter of the alliance leader, the maid apologized and offered to let them in. Guests gathered in the banquet hall. Many of them were there for the first time since the hostess had never invited guests. The assembled owners of other gardens, doctors, and pharmacists discussed rumors about the death of the unique garden. The Arboretum's treasure was a spiritual vine, which had recently begun to wither, so the lady gathered specialists who could help bring the ancient tree back to life. Charles listened carefully to the conversation and asked the princess to tell him about the vine. Elizabeth had read books about herb gardens before and knew that the vine was the power of the earth and absorbed all the spiritual energy from the depths, nourishing other plants and helping them grow faster. It became clear to the protagonist that without the spiritual vine, the medicinal garden would decline and die. The heir to the garden approached Charles, wishing to meet the stranger whom the servant had so respectfully brought into the hall. Grandmaster Michael, whom the main character had already met at the auction, unexpectedly joined the company. He was also among the invited specialists. Charles offered the doll lover a metal coffin complete with a puppet for 3 intermediate spiritual stones. Eventually, they agreed on one. A little later, Michael realized that he was again bewitched by the master's words. Finally, Mrs. Chloe herself appeared in the hall, thanking the guests for their response. The owner of the garden said that she gathered her friends and specialists to solve the problem with the spiritual vine, which is the heart of all plants, and she promised to continue to help and provide medicinal herbs to anyone who can cope with the task. The lady invited those present to go into the garden. The huge stem seemed completely lifeless. Charles, with the eye of insight, studied the vine, which did not seem diseased to him, despite its poor appearance. The main character decided to confirm his suspicions and touched the trunk, causing the owner to worry. The master asked Chloe to help him and show her martial arts skills and the power of her blow. The guests were amazed by the young man's impudence. The lady agreed and fulfilled the young mentor's request. Everything came together, and now Charles was confident in his conclusions. The main character reported that the owner herself was the culprit of the death of the spiritual vine, since she worked daily in her beloved garden and tried to heal her once wounded soul, but did not notice that she was harming the spirituality of the main treasure. Chloe was devastated by the information she heard. She did not sell the plants to anyone, as she grew the garden for herself. Charles said it was now just an empty shell, but could be restored by crossbreeding plants, although it was a very difficult process. The main character offered to speed up the technique, but for a separate fee, the lady was ready to meet any demands, ordering the maid to bring everything the master needed. When everything was ready, Charles planted a spiritual vine sapling next to the main trunk and connected it with his pure energy. The renewed vine immediately began to recover. The leaves turned green again, and the roots grew stronger. Now it did not seem lifeless as before, and the spiritual stones brought to the garden will continue to feed the recovering treasure with energy after the teacher leaves. As a gift for saving her garden, Chloe shared a 700-year-old flower of deep love and 500-year-old herbs that the mentor needed for his plans, and promised to ask for any plants for free in the future. Charles learned from the Celestial Library that the Soul Awakening Grass was a formation of the souls of several specific plants, and by obtaining them, one could strengthen one's own. The flower of deep love given by the mistress of the garden was an elixir that was supposed to raise the spiritual level to be able to grow the herb of awakening. The breakthrough had been made. Now the youth's soul powers were at the required level. Charles was happy. Now he had the opportunity to help his student faster. Morning came. Kevin told Charles that some of the Grandmaster's acquaintances had come to see him. Smith and his colleague were waiting for Charles to arrive. As before the main tournament, in which 30 countries will take part, there will be a certification and selection round. Out of 6 candidates, only 2 will defend the honor of the main alliance of the United Kingdoms. The protagonist learned that the certification would consist of 3 stages and would be conducted by the most worthy and respected Grandmaster Benjamin. All the participants had already arrived. They were only waiting for the young teacher, so all the masters moved together to the main headquarters. The head of the Hall of Famous Masters was waiting for the guests who recommended the young man for the tournament from their kingdom. Benjamin met the young master and immediately moved on to the exam. The task was to study the material on sword injuries and propose ways to restore the warrior. The protagonist quickly absorbed the information and began to reason. Charles justified the main and only stage based on the theory of the energy of the body and the weapon, which interacted together. The young teacher shocked the elder with his conclusions. Previously, at least 3 stages of restoration were considered. The answer was counted, and the need for further stages disappeared. Benjamin sent Charles and his assistant to the qualifying round, staying with his colleague to discuss the results of the test. Left alone, Smith suggested that Charles was the master who had refused the great teacher and had recently been proclaimed a heavenly teacher, so the young genius, who was only 20 years old, had a chance to win at a high-level competition. The Grandmasters agreed to keep the information they had secret. Charles put on his robe and badge and headed to the Hall of Distinguished Teachers. Masters and students gathered in the stands to watch the public selection of candidates for the tournament. Benjamin introduced the judges and announced the rules, according to which it was necessary to score the most points in 5 competitions in order to advance to the competition of the strongest. The selection round involved the top 6 candidates sent from all kingdoms, and 5 of them took to the stage. The main character ran from the podium to take his place in the hall. All participants were ready to show their abilities. Everyone wanted to win. The first round involved an assessment of the state of mind by a master of magical sound, capable of shaking the psyche with the help of music. During the performance of a melody in a difficult situation, it was necessary to engrave as many strokes as possible on the formation disc. Charles declined to go first, hoping to get a feel for the situation in the process. Prince Noah from a neighboring kingdom volunteered to be the first to take part in the challenge. The elder began to play the ancient instrument. The young teacher struggled to cope with the melody of madness, quickly filling the disc of the 3-star formation. This was not an easy stage. Charles heard about magical sounds for the first time, and it was necessary to urgently look for flaws. Noah's result was very impressive. The subjects took the test one after another. While Noah was in first place, Oliver took second place, having drawn 1 stroke less than the leader, and now it was Charles's turn. The main character picked up the plate and asked permission to fix it. No one understood the meaning of the question and did not object. Suddenly, the teacher fixed the disc to the nearest post and took a spear in his hand. A wave of music washed over the young man. The mentor deftly wielded his sharp assistant, creating a counter-tempo and destroying someone else's music. The elder felt a powerful resistance to the magical sounds. For the first time, the great master had to perform his melody standing up, trying to capture the psyche of the subject. Charles was calm. He was focused on the task at hand. The famous teacher found it more and more difficult to perform the magical sounds. It was obvious that he was practically exhausted. The famous mentors saw this for the first time. because the sounds of Charles's spear captured the melody of the madness of the four-star master himself, finding flaws and changing the essence. The disc was almost ready. It was time to put the finishing touches. The elder finished the music with great difficulty and fell down exhausted. Frightened teachers ran from all sides to the great performer of magical sounds. The counting of strokes was completed. The main character shared second place with one of the candidates. Oliver defended himself and offered to look at the actual drawing he had put on the plate. The disc had a map of the kingdoms engraved on it, so second place was awarded to the teacher with emerald hair. Charles also asked the committee chairman to evaluate his work. The plate displayed the very excitement of the spiritual nature, raising the level of formation to the fourth. Each stroke was applied with the finest line. Oliver was angry. First place was awarded to his hated competitor. It was time to begin the second stage of the competition, which was a test of improvement. The martial arts elder was ready to accept the test. The one who lasted the most moves would win. The ring was invisible to those around, and only the results of the fight were displayed on the scoreboard. The candidates entered the closed ring one after another. Despite the fact that the famous master kept his rank at the level of the test subjects, it was clear that the fight was not easy for everyone. Charles again came in sixth. The protagonist refused to use weapons so as not to injure the mentor, angering him with his confidence. The young teacher dodged the attack and knocked down the famous martial artist with a kick. The scoreboard was silent. The chairman came to the conclusion that Charles had not been able to last a single round. The elder appeared and declared the student a complete victory. Further, an assessment of teaching activities was planned, but in order not to involve the school process, it was decided to speed up the task and conduct an assessment of the transfer of wisdom. The next elder explained the essence of the test, which consisted of lecturing people or animals. The birds in the picture would evaluate the spiritual energy transmitted by the teacher and therefore come to life. So the longer they fly, the higher the level of skill. The protagonist agreed to start the exam first. Given the assessment of the painting, Charles decided to begin the lecture with an explanation of what painting is and what feelings must be put into a work in order for it to have a spirit. The young man continued his report enthusiastically. The picture began to vibrate. The elder could not believe his eyes. The level of the lecture was so high that at this stage plants and animals began to move. The other teachers and examiners listened to the lecture in amazement and looked at the work, in which the birds were already spreading their wings. 3 minutes later, the golden-winged birds flew off in different directions. The painting was empty. The famous master sat next to his favorite work, given to him by his artist teacher, and cried. Given that it was not possible to conduct further evaluation due to the bird's departure, Oliver suggested to the chairman that the competition be replaced. While Benjamin was calming the famous teacher and deciding what kind of replacement to make, Charles went off to look at the painting. The brushes seemed to float in the hands of the young master. After a few minutes, the work looked exactly as before, with all the colors and proportions observed down to the smallest detail. The painting was an exact copy of the previous one. Benjamin announced that the exam could continue. The fourth elder, seeing the dismal results of his colleagues after Charles's participation, cited poor health and left the room. The chairman announced the final stage. The main character suggested withdrawing his candidacy to give the others the opportunity to show their abilities to the fullest extent. His scores after 3 tests already indicated victory. The qualifying round was over. Charles won first place, and Oliver from a distant kingdom came in second. One of the candidates tried to dispute the results, hinting that Charles would not be able to handle the tasks at the tournament itself, given his 2-star status. Benjamin missed the point. High-star masters needed additional specialties. The head of the hall asked Charles what other professions he had mastered, but the main character did not have time to answer. The young man was interrupted by his acquaintances who came in to greet the elder of the hall and support the young teacher. Bob reported that the mentor had 5 stars as an evaluator. The head of the Tamers Guild brought the young man a token with 4 stars for taming the beast of nightmares. These titles were already enough for 4 teacher stars. The stranger, who introduced himself to Charles as the chairman of the medical association, thanked the young man for his help in treating serious illnesses and presented him with his 4-star badge. And the oldest formation master confirmed the existing status of the main character. Benjamin was about to send a request to headquarters, but the young mentor lacked the spiritual cultivation rank to obtain the high status of a teacher. The young man had intended to make a breakthrough earlier, but he had no free time, so he had to do this procedure in the presence of numerous spectators. Having reached the stage of vitality, Charles felt a powerful charge of spirituality. the likes of which none of the eminent specialists had ever encountered before. After seeing the guests off, Benjamin began to tell the candidates the conditions of the main tournament. The top 10 received not only valuable gifts and prizes, but also the opportunity to study at an elite academy with 6-star masters. In order to become one of the leaders of the competition, it was necessary to reach at least the middle stage of internal awakening. In the distant state, there was a single pool that regulated the energy of yin and yang and accelerated the processes of improvement. The head of the hall expressed hope that in the 2 months remaining before the competition, the young men would work hard to win. But in order to speed up the process, he agreed to visit the ice palace, where there was a pool, thanks to which one could quickly rise higher. After saying goodbye, the main character returned to his temporary residence. The young teacher called Monica, for whom, with her yin physique, the source could help to activate, the next morning a flight to a distant country was planned. Left alone, Charles set about improving his own life force. Before the morning, it was still necessary to have time to study the flow of information collected in the local library of the teacher's hall. This could help in strengthening the heavenly art of the awakening stages. By dawn, the level of the shaman's soul was successfully supplemented. The mentor had no time left for rest. Benjamin and an unfamiliar young teacher named Henry were waiting for their mentor in the yard. Oliver and the other participants in the selection round could not withstand the psychological pressure and refused to fight. Charles was with his student. The chairman objected to the trip of a third member, since he could only agree with the owner of the ice palace on 2 quotas for test participants. The main character gave his place to Monica, for whom practice in the pool of 2 energies was necessary. The foreman suggested that the head of the department solve the problem on the spot and try to negotiate admission of all 3. Altogether, they set off on a long journey on a winged beast. The distance was not short. Benjamin immediately noticed the girl's special innate physique and began to question the main character about the student. The ice palace high in the mountains looked amazing. Despite the permafrost, the travelers noticed that they did not feel the cold. The great teacher reported that this was a powerful association that controlled the spiritual aspects of the kingdoms and their inhabitants. It turned out that more than 10,000 years ago there was a volcano in this place, which was reconstructed. It turned out to be a unique place, the improvement of which brought benefit to everyone who could not cope on their own. At the gates to the palace, guests were met by 2 assistants who led the visitors into the central hall. The hostess was expecting teachers. Benjamin had once saved her life, so she could not refuse and allocated time and quotas at the request of the head of the hall. The teacher greeted the girl and asked for permission for 3 people to participate in the test to gain the opportunity to practice in the pool of yin and yang, but was refused given the prior agreement. The lady told about the rules, according to which it was necessary to first go through the room of ice and fire within an hour and find the exit. Those who did not pass the selection would not be able to save their lives in the pool itself. Benjamin decided to send Monica instead of Henry, but Charles intervened with a question about how all 3 could take advantage of the rare offer. The mistress of the palace was angry and ordered the guests to leave the building. The famous teacher tried to defend the young specialist. The young man was unperturbed and offered to help the girl with her personal problems, pointing out her internal and external flaws that she hid from everyone. The head was shocked by the insolence of his younger colleague. He warned everyone in advance to behave modestly. To his great surprise, the mistress of the palace calmed down and was ready to listen to Charles. The main character asked the lady to show the strength of the blow. Having assessed the result, the protagonist identified the main shortcomings. In the mistress of the ice hall, after being wounded, the magical lines were displaced, and the energy of yin and yang fought with each other, suppressing her spirituality and inner world. One of the options for solving the problem was marriage. The young man proposed Benjamin as a husband, as he was suitable in all parameters of spirituality and development levels. The parties were categorically against such a sudden proposal. The only option left was to use a drop of blood from a person with a yin constitution to suppress the yang. The elder turned his attention to Monica, who turned out to be the perfect solution. It was precisely such a person that the masters of the Ice Palace had been trying to find for hundreds of years to improve spirituality and continue the development of the entire association. The lady invited Monica to the headquarters, promising fast training and powerful growth, but the girl refused. The main character was ready to support any decision of his student. The hostess of the hall allowed all 3 of them to visit the room of ice and fire. The young men volunteered to be the first to enter the unknown world. The choice fell on Henry, and the doors opened for him. Those who remained watched the time with excitement. An hour passed. The gates opened, and a tortured, tired young man appeared from the room. The test was passed. The spiritual state was disturbed, but was subject to quick restoration. Monica went second, worried that she wouldn't be able to cope with the task. Half an hour later, Charles's student left the room, having managed to save a large amount of energy. It's the protagonist's turn to visit the room of ice and fire. Those who remained outside the door made assumptions about how quickly the young genius would pass the test. 5 minutes was considered the minimum time. Charles had been gone for over an hour, and everyone was starting to worry about him. Left alone, the young man tried to determine what the essence of the room was and what it was built on, in which high temperatures alternated with ice, causing mental panic. The combination did not look like a formation or an illusion, and the protagonist began to study the phenomenon. The mentor used the eye of insight, confirming that this phenomenon was similar to illusions. Having dispelled the myth, Charles moved on. The protagonist tried to find flaws and shortcomings, as usual, using the knowledge of the heavenly library. A special key was found, and we could continue on our way. An underground passage opened up before Charles. The young man decided to see where it was leading and jumped down. The young mentor saw a small lake with the energies of cold and fire. Coming closer, the main character began to explore. The library of the heavenly path revealed the secret of the pool to the master. The power of the volcano that existed in this place for a very long time was combined with the element of ice, which made this lake a powerful source of energy for everyone. Charles tried to improve his spiritual abilities. The spiritual matter of the young teacher seemed to absorb the entire flow. The shaman's spirit power potential increased instantly. It was time to return to the physical shell, but this turned out to be difficult to do. The mentor stood up with great difficulty, realizing that it was necessary to engage in the development of not only spiritual, but also physical abilities. Remembering the time, the young man ran to the exit. An hour and a half later, Charles emerged from the door of the room of ice and fire. The mistress of the palace announced that the test conditions had been violated, so the master could not be admitted to the pool of yin and yang. Monica offered to give her place to her favorite teacher. The main character convinced the girl that he did not need spiritual nourishment at this level. The energy of the stones helped him more. Benjamin was upset. He had hoped for the teacher to win through energetic practice. The lady led Henry and Monica to the pool. A few seconds later, the elder and Charles heard screams and rushed after them. The mistress of the ice palace was shocked. The assistant reported to her mistress that the entire flow of energy coming from the deep depths had disappeared. The girls, as usual, went down into the underground passage to collect spiritual liquid from the lake. But the water in the pool was ordinary. The mistress of the palace did not know what to do next and how to restore the energy flow. The lady touched the plate. It was a pool of yin and yang, formed by the fusion of two elements of stones, hoping that everything worked as before. But the wall was stone. While the upset girl was telling where the plate was getting its energy from, Charles was panicking and didn't know how to tell her that he was the culprit of the disaster. The protagonist admitted that during his long absence from the room of ice and fire, he was engaged in self-improvement and unintentionally absorbed all the spiritual energy. Those present were extremely surprised. They could not believe that this was possible. The lady did not understand how Charles was able to get to the lake. Only she had the magic key of the highest level of protection from the underground cave. To make amends, the master decided to help correct the shortcomings and further develop the representatives of the Ice Palace. The protagonist suggested improving the methods of working with energy in order to extend the life of assistants and students who constantly interact with yin and yang, and therefore themselves need a constant supply of magical water. Due to constant energy overloads, the girl's life expectancy was short. The Heavenly Library reworked the exercises to correct the flaws that tens of thousands of years could not cope with. It was a real treasure for all the representatives of the Spiritual Alliance headquarters. The mistress of the palace did not know how to thank Charles for solving the problem. This was one of the secrets of the association. To compensate for the lack of a pool, the young teacher advised Henry a technique for a quick breakthrough to the next level of development. The guests spent several days in the Ice Palace, improving themselves. It was time to return to the city, but a representative of the Alliance headquarters suddenly appeared. The messenger arrived to thank for the help and to offer her conditions, one of which was to extend her stay in the palace for a long period of time in order to avoid publicity of the association's secrets and new techniques of spiritual development. Since there had been no heir to the Ice Palace for 1,000 years, because girls with a yin physique are born very rarely, Monica was asked to stay to take a high position in the near future. To the surprise of the mentor, the girl happily agreed. Understanding that the students need to develop and grow, the main character did not object. Leaving the beauty in the spiritual alliance, she had excellent prospects, and he himself refused to stay in the palace. He had many other plans and tasks. It was time to continue spiritual development. Charles took up meditation. Benjamin felt that their levels were very close despite the age difference. Feeling that the purpose of visiting the spiritual association had been achieved, Charles was ready for the tournament. It was time to return to his students. While the main character was raising his spiritual level, an old man arrived in the capital of the main alliance. One of the city sect leaders received a letter in which an unknown person reported that he knew the location of an ancient manuscript of Confucius himself and offered a meeting. The gentleman understood the uniqueness of the item and was ready to arrive at the specified location. Arriving at a deserted cafe on the outskirts of the city, the leader met 3 more colleagues from neighboring sects. Everyone received the message and was ready to learn more about the priceless treasure. Since the great teacher left behind few relics, each of them was unique. A stranger appeared and introduced himself as one of the former ancient emperors of a distant kingdom. The elder said that the young teacher killed his entire royal family and took the throne for the sake of their family heirloom. So for the sake of revenge, he asks to execute the culprit in exchange for the ancient scroll. The heads were outraged by the greedy actions of the young man and went to sort things out. At this time, Kevin was receiving 2 girls who came to visit Charles. Elizabeth was surprised by the appearance of the mistress of the garden, no less than the butler, reporting that the teacher had left for a distant state to prepare for the tournament. A loud shout from outside the gate made the servant go out to see what was happening on the street. 5 elders stood at the entrance and angrily demanded that the owner be called, insulting and humiliating him. Kevin informed the strangers that the teacher was temporarily absent and advised them to leave. He could not understand why the elders were unreasonably disrespectful towards his great master. Enraged by the butler's impudent behavior, one of the sect leaders rushed into battle. A moment later, the attacker was trampled into the ground. The winged demonic dragon carried out the orders of its master and reliably guarded his friends. The guests were amazed by Kevin's courageous behavior. A few days later, the travelers arrived in the city. Charles said goodbye to his fellow travelers and promised Benjamin to finish his spiritual improvement before the start of the tournament, saying that he would be busy and would only appear at the teacher's competition. During the protagonist's absence, the spiritual herb had ripened, and it was time to begin awakening his student. So Charles put off preparing for the exam and took up Georg, not knowing how much strength he would need for this, what the result would be, and what awaited him ahead.